1. When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. When the miracles will fade, hope requires too much strength, and the dreams that we both shared seem too far to reach. I'll still hold on for your sake, 'cause the vow that we both made is the one I simply cannot break. Inspired all the battles
Deltarune tomorrow? No, I mean Undertale at $1.
lost. Who's there picking you up if you fall? Is there anyone at all? We're lost in the vastness of the world that stole our hope. So who's been killing your soul all alone, next to those who feel like home? So even if I'm no longer really me, there's still a part that lives inside my heart that hopes to be by your side until you reach the end. No matter what I am by then, I'm always here to reignite the flame. Lonely on a larger scale, it's a fight that never ends. Don't be scared to see. There's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.
All right. How's it going, everybody? Hey, Pet Does Minecraft.
Hello Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. Today we're going to solve the lore of Deltarune chapters 3 and 4 before they even come out. Joking aside, have fun.
Thank you, Pet Does Minecraft. Thank you, Keyboard Smash, for the 15 months.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Captain Scurvy. Hey, Voidless Neck, Ader Games. How's it going, Caleb? How's it going, Logan? Hey, Sketchy. Hey, Pet Does Minecraft again. Hey, Steam Laser. Hey, Jared. Hey, Rocky Stan for the €5.
Hope you doing well.
Thank you.
Named Mac had a good theory on mic being the landline phone, but I can't explain it due to words cap on dono.
Thank you. We'll talk about that and more on today's stream. Hey, Luke Nukem, thank you for the $5. There's some good mustard to be found in the Deltarune lore. Hey, Lex. Hey, Gluebird. Hey, Glitchy. Hey, Vathy. Hey, Insomnia. Soren. Mystic. The Melodramartist.
Imagine Deltarune releases today on mouth. Can't wait to listen to autistic ramblings while eating tacos.
Thank you, Bowl of Noodle Soup. Thank you, Spider Hater, for the 13 months.
13 months and Deltarune
Tomorrow. Hey, Addy Shine. Hey, Thrilo. Hey, Equalizer. Bricksterman. Miku Dayo. Hey, Juanma. How's it going, Paxter? Hey, Hatsune Miku. Hey, Starry Sky.
Phil. Looking forward to the theorizing.
Less
than 3.
I might have lied on the stream title because this is less theorizing and more just me autistically rambling about one of my favorite video games of all time. Hey, Alex.
Tomorrow, I scream as they drag me to the asloom.
Thank you for the 23 months. Hey, V-Dear. Hey, Video Game Oscar. How's it going, Nab? Oh, welcome, Nab to the stream. Hey, Cora. Hey, your one and only. Thank you for the $10.
Okay, so real quick, I wanted to mention the Deltarune Theory survey by Sharuba. It's a super in-depth survey that details a shitload of theories, and you can rank them.
I will put that on a tab immediately. Deltarune Theory Survey, Shiruba. Okay, yeah, that sounds fun. We can go through that. Alright, we can try to do that on the stream. Thank you, your one and only. Hey, Osbus. Hey, Maxwell Fusion. How's it going, Amelia? Hey, Antravan. Hey, Looney Bazzy. Hey, Phil. Oh, hey. I've been doing good. I'm no longer sick. How are you? I'm doing great. Hey, Topaz. Neon the Cartoon. Ash. Hey, Redder. V-Deer. Paradox Pilot. Another gal. Hey, Leslie. Hey, how's it going, Liliana? Oh my god. Okay, a lot of people here. Very good, very good, very good. Hey, Cronus. Look, man. I gotta be honest here. I gotta be very, very honest here with you people. With all of us at the start of the stream. You may believe that this is going to be a stream where I help out people that are not very used to Deltarune lore and I explain the entire game to them, like from start to finish. You know how most lore streams begin, you know, like we just explain things from start to finish and we like give our little suggestions and stuff like that, and like, you know, we introduce people to the topic, right? Hey, Herbert.
Making a promise to myself, RN, to find a weird route for this chapter. Day 1 before anyone gets to data.
I absolutely will try. However, I have to tell you guys, I'm sorry. It's not going to be. That's not gonna be it. This stream is not for you. I am sorry. Like, I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna grab you by the throat and tell you, I'm sorry, this is not for you. This is for me. I need to talk with anyone. I need to scream. I'm not gonna talk to someone. I'm gonna scream at you about my hyperfixation. You know how close we are to Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4's release? You know how fucking close we are to that shit? You motherfuckers are gonna sit the fuck down and are gonna listen to me talk about my favorite video games! Aside from Resident Evil, of course. Oh, I am so fucking ready! Hey, Small Fungi, thank you for the 10 months.
Deltarune needs no introduction on this channel.
Absolutely. I mean, literally my first streams. Literally, Deltarune Chapter 1 and 2 are the first streams of the channel. Deltarune tomorrow. Yeah, everyone's excited for it. Hey, Cabbage, the first.
When Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 drop, I'm throwing my Ralsei plush at my sister. /J.
Everyone is currently saying, Phil, there's a Deltarune update right now. Deltarune update.
Sadly, can't stay, but hope you all have a great time and have fun gushing over Deltarune, Phil.
Thank you. Look. I understand you guys want me to cover like everything, like as much as possible. We need to cover the new stuff. We need to cover the old stuff. We need to talk about Deltarune as a game. We need to talk about my theories. We need to talk about the theories of the community. There's a lot. This stream might end up being 10 fucking hours. So like, don't worry, we're gonna try to cover as much as possible.
I want you to hear your theory and scream at us about Deltarune. I'm as autistic
Good!
and I'm going to listen to everything.
Good! Thank you, IDemo, for the $2. Hey, Phil. Before Deltarune, I wanted to say that I enjoy your content. I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in checking out Murder Drones by Glitch. Yes, I have it on my waiting list of shows that I want to watch. Specifically on YouTube, like I want to do a Let's Watch with everybody else, because Glitch apparently accepts that shit. Hey, Astral.
The fountain we have to close is the game itself, whereas the Lighteners need to let go of their fiction. The ending is us letting go of ours.
That is a very motherfuckingly good theory, actually. Thank you, Astral. You might be cooking with that one.
2 words. Penumbra Phantasm.
Thank you, Ostimus Alex, for the £5. And thank you, Melodramartis, for the 11 months.
I will pretend I understand, don't worry.
I will try. I will try to be coherent on this. I promise. But at some point, I will lose the plot. And I don't think even the chat will understand what I'm talking about. Hey, Temple V's, thank you for the €2. I yearn for more Deltarune. I can't wait! Oh, alright, let's calm down, let's calm down. Let's introduce what we're going to be doing tonight. Welcome! There are currently 1,000 people on the stream watching live! Live! Which is great. I remember where, like, I couldn't even dream of these numbers from me playing like the most popular shit, and now I'm getting 1,000 viewers just from me talking about shit that I care about. That is wonderful, and I am endlessly thankful to every single one of you that is interested to just like chill with me, put me in the background while you draw, like put me on the TV like while you're cleaning your room or something. Clean your fucking room, by the way. I'm just endlessly thankful. Hey Ken.
Here's $5.
Thank you so much.
It's pronounced King.
King!
Just wanted to let you know DR's Steam page updated and there's now a trading card tab that wasn't there before.
Ooh! Hold on a minute. Let me see that shit. Hey, Starry Sky, thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna scream to you about my hyperfixation. Phil threatening us with a good time. Hell yeah. Where's the Stockholm Syndrome bullshit? Hey, Devin Nuts, thank you for the $2. You to Toby Fox. Don't leave me hanging, Toby! So this is the official page for Deltarune. By the way, the background to the stream is going to be Toby Fox's Bluesky, because I will be, like, periodically updating the Bluesky page, just to check if Toby has posted anything. You know, not because, like, I'm, like... Not to, like, deter people that, like, you know, try to bait others into, like, checking the Bluesky when it's not appropriate, but just because, like, that's what I've been doing the past few weeks.
A super long Deltarune lore stream is exactly what I need right now since I'm busy cleaning and preparing for an upcoming move.
Fuck yeah,
Thanks.
Fighter!
Thumbs up emoji.
Thank you so much for the donation, Fighter Builder. Hey, Lord Darner.
Phil, I wanted to thank you and the Toxic Cesspit for giving me the strength to get the mental health diagnosis signed.
Yeah!
I officially have ADHD and things have been getting better. Love you all.
Fuck yeah,
emoji.
Lord Darner! I've been talking so much about how you need to diagnose yourself, even if you have the slightest of doubt. Thank you so much for listening to my advice. 99% of the time, my advice is bullshit. But it comes to mental health, I actually try to be, like, genuinely serious about this kind of topic. I'm very glad that you went to get help. Thank you so much, Lord Darner. Hey, Rocky Stan, thank you for the €2. I refuse to clean my room. I love the dust bunnies. Oh, well, is there some of Asriel's dust in there as well? Do you have some of Asriel's dust in your room? Is it gonna infect everyone? Hey, Chimerical Fruitcake, thank you for the $5. I'm so excited for the direct injection of autism into my autistic brain. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Free Spring, for the €2. Why is your Bluesky weird, the black and gray? Oh, because I have, like, a extension on my Google Chrome. It's called, I go to the top right, it's called the Dark Reader extension, and this extension helps me to, like, make every single website into dark mode regardless of its options, which is great for me.
Is it alright if I spout my own evidence with sans being from Deltarune?
Everyone agrees.
I'm just eager to share with a fellow Deltarune/Undertale fan.
Bowl of noodle soup.
Emoji, green heart emoji.
Don't worry. I think that I agree with you, by the way, that Sans is from Deltarune. I have a lot of evidence myself, but if people want to back me up on that statement, I will very much appreciate that, because that is something that I believe with my fucking chest. Confirm there's dark dust under my bed. Thank you, Rocky Stan. Look, We're gonna go piece by piece here, because if we just like jump around between theories, this stream is going to be non-fucking sensical. Hey Terry, thank you for the $2. Me ignoring Deltarune so it comes out faster. I can't. It's impossible. Toby has been literally doing daily updates on his Bluesky about Deltarune, and like it's like in my brain, I can't deal with it anymore.
Hell yeah, Deltarune Yap session.
Thank you, Lex, for the $10.
Deltarune tomorrow. Please, Toby.
Please!
We are begging.
He is just as desperate as you, bro. Don't worry. Toby is just as desperate as us for this fucking game to come out. He's adding fucking trading cards. He's making Undertale like $1. By the way, if you haven't bought Undertale already, fucking it's $1. $1. $1. It's $1 right now. $1. You cannot have a better deal than $1. For fuck's sake. Hey Coden, thank you for the $5 I never noticed until now that your new model has another mouth in the ponytail. Yeah, it's pretty cool. This model is made by Tarbyart, by the way. I already said it on the beginning of Season 6, but I want to clarify it again. The new intro theme is made by LyraHorrorz, and the new model is made by Tarbyart. They're both amazing, like, people, amazing artists, and I'm super glad that I collaborated with them for this new season of streams. Also, oh, thank you, Anonymous, for the $3. Is Deltarune coming out soon? I haven't been checking Bluesky. TLDR. Tomorrow! It's coming out tomorrow. Hey, Miss Euphoric. Thank you for the $3. Gonna have this on the background while I work on my Omega Flowey sculpture, question mark. Ooh, that sounds very neat.
Thank you.
Hey, the Joker, thank you for the $5.
Toby, release Deltarune before the end of March, and my life is yours.
God, I beg of you. Wouldn't it be really funny if it released at the end of the stream? Hey, Cabbage Ash, thank you for the $5.
Wait, now you gave me the idea. New game or sub-drink flavor, Asriel's Dust and or Ashes.
Hey, Asriel's Dust is not my meme. That's a meme from the Deltarune community, man. Like, don't discredit them. I think it was like, I forgot the name of the creator that made the theory about Asriel's Dust, which we will be talking about on the stream, by the way. I'm gonna try to cover as much as possible. Hey, comic reader casual.
I just lost my grandfather today.
Oh man!
This stream is the perfect distraction I needed.
Just come on in.
Have a good day, Phil. Happy Deltarune.
Let's drown ourselves in fiction and forget about our real life issues.
Deltarune tomorrow?
Hey,
Yeah,
thank you,
Deltarune
Goopy.
Today.
Okay. That is actually extremely fucking in theme for this exact video game. Hey, comic reader casual. Let's ignore our real life issues and drown ourselves in fiction. Let's drown ourselves in our autistic hyperfixation about video games and other forms of escapist media. It's almost like that's the point!
Thank you.
Hey, Hayden Stan, thank you for the $5.
Oh shit, what up, Phil? These Deltarune and Undertale streams are always a joy.
Fuck yeah!
I plan on remaking my Sense cosplay for the 10th anniversary this year.
Hell yeah, Hayden Stan.
Thank you.
Hey, Rocky Sling, thank you for the €5.
You should check out fan-made boss fight theme during the stream. It might be a fun idea, especially considering how creative the community is.
Yo,
Hamburger emoji.
Yo, they made a fucking UST. Like someone, a creator, a composer made a UST exclusively, like, by himself that goes up till chapter 7 until the fight with the titans of the roaming. I want to listen to that. That would be fucking amazing to listen to together. Hey, Lucas Sanguinetti, thank you for the super chat. I can see Toby being capable of release Deltarune in April Fools, it being a joke and exactly 12 AM. Yeah, that would be so good, right? Please do that, Toby. That would be so fun.
Thank you.
Hey, Astral, thank you for the $5.
I believe the Deltarune symbol represents the layers of reality. The angel on top being us, triangles being the trio. So it low-key is a quartet.
That's a really good point. Hey, Thiago, thank you for the super chat. Please tell me you are going to cover Noelle gets hit by a car theory. Best theory of all time. Yes, that's real. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Let me go search for it. Noelle gets hit by a car. Oh, it's a real theory? It's by Paco! I know that guy! Alright, we'll look at that later. Hey, Maxwell Fusion. Steam page Toby, player, act says, what the fuck are you talking about? Thank you for the super chat. Hey, IB Puffin, thank you for the membership. Thank you, Burning Bat, for the super chat. Think there will be Omega Flowey-like fight? I think that Toby and Toby's artists are more than capable of making a fight that transcends the art style of the game. 100%. There is no doubt in my mind. Thank you, Dex, for the super chat. First donation ever to this channel. I love your VODs, and I'm happy to be here. Also, here, you're doing great. Thank you. Also, I'm a dummy who's never had interaction with Deltarune lore. Will I be able to understand what's going on? Just enjoy the ride. Just enjoy the ride. It's okay. You don't gotta understand. You don't gotta understand. Hey, Jay Chandler, thank you for the membership. Thank you, Nixter, for the 1-year membership. No, but enjoy. Please just enjoy, you know? That's all you can do, really.
1 year today, yay.
Let's fucking go. Alright, the memberships and super chat donations have slowed down, so let us begin with the actual stream. One last thing, before we do. I just want to thank everyone for being here. We're currently at 1,200 viewers on the stream. I just want to reiterate, thank you so much for just chilling with me, chilling around, having fun, watching me in the background while you do your stuff. I need to be thankful, very specifically, for this stream and for the path that we've been going for the Toxic Cesspit for about 4 years, because I'm genuinely getting, like, nostalgic right now. Like I've said 1,000 times before, this channel started because back in, like, 2021, 2020, around 4 years ago, I was thinking about the idea of starting streams because I wanted to record my experiences with video games, because I was starting to become too old for video games. I was not able to finish any video games before I started streaming. I got way too distracted, I got bored, I simply said, I will continue this in the future. And I never did. Then, Toby Fox announced the release for Deltarune Chapter 2, and I slapped myself on the face and said, no! I have to play it! I have to play it, I have to record my reactions to it, I have to be there. Day one, I can't pass up their opportunity. And because of that, it finally gave me the push to fully start streaming properly. And from then on, after the release of Deltarune Chapter 2, all of this started. The Toxic Cesspit, Fi the Toxic Slime, collaborating with all these artists, like 200k plus subscribers on YouTube, like the lore streams, the highlights, the shorts, everything. Like, you guys have really turned my life around. I am genuinely thankful for every single one of you that is, like, has stuck with me here and has been here from the beginning or ever since you found me. I'm not sure when you found me, but I'm thankful enough either way. I could not have dreamed of having 1,200 people watching me just talk about this, you know? In fact, I have a really bad memory. I have a really bad, really, like, whole, very, very, very limited memory. But I remember the averages for viewers for the Toxic Cesspit for every single season. During Season 1, aka the first time that I started streaming, from the release of Deltarune Chapter 2 down to Security Breach, the average viewership on the channel during that time was only like around 50 viewers. For stuff like, you know, the stuff that I like, for like Mad Father, or for like other types of like small RPG, like indie horror games. For Security Breach, for Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, we had a maximum of like 600 to 700 viewers on that stream. In that original stream, that was the highest like viewed stream that I have had on the channel initially. Like the one that blew up, the Security Breach one, that only had 600 live viewers. And now we are at double that amount. From only me talking about Deltarune, not even playing Deltarune, just talking about Deltarune. So I'm just incredibly happy with how things have turned out. And once again, thank you. Hey, Jay Chandler. Oh, damn. Where it all started with Deltarune. Yes! The entirety of my channel's lifespan can be put between the release of 2 and 3 and 4. Hey, Rocky Stan.
I know we talk a lot about Chapter 3, but I'm curious about your thoughts on Chapter 4.
It's gonna be Noelle's house. Noelle's house. Noelle's house. Video games. Noelle's house. Hey, Thiago Xavier, thank you for the super chat. Deltarune launched before I entered high school, and now I'm almost finishing college. Fuck! Thank you, Delta, for the 7 months.
Watch you since the FNAF Plus project. Love the streams.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Angry Destroyer, for the $2. You're an incredibly awesome person, Phil. No, really, I'm just a dumb asshole talking about his interests. I'm not an awesome person. I'm just a regular guy. But thank you for the super chat anyway. Hey, Firefly, thank you for the $5.
FNAF carried me through my problematic life, but Undertale and Deltarune built my life and friendships.
Literally, FNAF and Deltarune are like... Undertale are like... the 2 things that have, like, occupied the most amount of my time on the internet. And now that I'm kind of just over FNAF, this is, like, the thing that I have. Hey, Emerald.
Super glad I stumbled across ye. This is peak content.
Thank you, Emerald. And thank you, Rocky Stan, for the €5. You should really save up your money, by the way. You're using these as if, like, you were a co-host.
I'm grateful to be in this community. Even though I'm not an OG and only been at the end of Season 3, but I'm genuinely thankful to be here.
Thank you so much, Rocky Stan, but make sure to save your money. You're gonna go broke. Hey, Lemon.
You're cooking with those streams.
Thank you so much, Lemon. I came from the illegal time state and for the personality and laughs. Hell yeah, Sar! I'm still trying to draw you in my notebook. Oh, should I stay still? Hold on a second. Oh! Thank you, Bianca Lopez. Video game Oscar says, no problem, man. Your VODs and streams made me calm down and be happy from stress and from school. Thanks for being you and being amazing. Thank you so much. Hey, Savelria. My boyfriend and I started our relationship roughly around when Undertale first came. That was 10 years ago! Now we're married this year, and I feel like Undertale is a cozy part of us now. Oh! Hayden-san, hey, I joined because of Ben. The state for FNAF and horror became dedicated from beyond. Thank you. Oh my fucking god. Caleb says, I have been here since the start of Season 5. These streams and all of the toxic cesspit has inspired me to make a Toxic Sona, along with a story in the making. Keep being amazing. Oh. Skello says, I was around during the time between COTL and Fran Bow, and I'm so glad to have been around ever since. Ash says, I've been here since the book incident. Man. Finally, oh, there we go. Hey, Foolish Fiend, thank you for the super chat. Just want to get this said. Deltarune Astral being dead is impossible because Toriel was... If Toriel was lying about Astral coming back, she would just not say... She would not just say just a week. Yeah. Hey, Luca. Did you say we give you our money? Right away, Phil. Fucking hell, Luca. Thank you. Hey, Bowl of Noodle Soup, thank you for the $5.
Thank you.
I'm glad to have found someone else who's as autistic as I am about Undertale. I can't remember when I found you, but I'm glad I did. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, bowl of noodle soup. Hey, Thiago. By the way, I've seen nowhere. A lot of people are bet when Woody's secret boss and Flower's secret boss. What about both? I mean, I guess flowers wrapped around like a piece of wood would be interesting, I suppose. We'll see. Been here since the Deltarune Chapter 1 stream. That's a long time, Loris! Oh my god! I mean, I've done multiple Deltarune Chapter 1 streams. Maybe the one, like the AI rewritten one? I'm not quite sure. Anyways, that is enough. We need to get into our theorizing mode. So, let's begin for the people that have not gotten into Deltarune yet, which is crazy. What is Deltarune? Deltarune is the sequel to Undertale made by Toby Fox. Now, immediately after saying that, you may say, Phil, it's not actually a sequel. Shut the fuck up, it is a sequel. Deltarune is a game specifically made for people that have completed Undertale. Now, Deltarune is also technically not a sequel because it is Toby Fox's dream project that he's been working on before the development of Undertale, but thematically, it is made for people that have finished Undertale. I don't think I have to introduce Undertale to you. Hey, you know what? Funny, like Sans, funny skeleton bone man. That's what Deltarune is. That's what Undertale is. You know Sans Undertale? You know Undertale Sans Undertale? Yeah, that's where the funny bone man came about. It's a video game about you going into the underground and either being pacifist or using violence. Either way, that game has touched the hearts of literally millions of people. It has become an internet sensation, and Deltarune is Toby Fox's official follow-up to that game. Deltarune is much more different than Undertale. It is more of a traditional RPG in the sense of, like, it is meant to be way longer than Undertale. It is meant to have more in-depth mechanics, battle mechanics. You're supposed to have party members instead of just being yourself, like just being one character. You have a party of 3. You control Kris Deltarune, or Kris Dreamer, I suppose, alongside your friends Susie and Ralsei. And you have a Undertale-esque battle mechanics, like the bullet system and stuff is still here from Undertale, but it's expanded way more with different ways of sparing enemies and different ways of interacting with them, as well as being able to control the 3 party members that receive damage depending on who are being targeted, and you can give them like armors and like spells, and you can give them like attachments and stuff. Like the battle system is such an improvement from Undertale, it's unreal. This game obviously takes place in Dark Worlds that the characters are supposed to be like sealing. The whole idea of this game is that you are a traditional hero, that you're the hero from the prophecy, and you're supposed to go around these dark worlds and seal them up, because otherwise the evil rumbling will happen and the whole world will be covered in darkness, and like it'll be the end of the world. So you're supposed to be like the traditional hero archetype trying to save the world. Every single chapter of this game has a different dark world to like uncover. And what is fun about this system is that every chapter's dark world is associated with some kind of escapist fantasy or some kind of method or media about escapism. So for example, chapter 1 had the Card Kingdom. The Card Kingdom is based around tabletop games, it's based around chess, based around like games that you would find in like a typical classroom. Cards, poker, chess, checkers, anything that is like a tabletop game or like a card game, it's all like chapter 1 is all about that. And at the end of the chapter, once you get to seal the fountain, both you, Kris, and Susie wake up in an abandoned classroom with the items that are meant to be represented as characters in that dark world. So essentially what you're doing is going inside of this fiction and making an adventure out of these normal household objects, right? Also, Ralsei is there. Ralsei is supposed to be like, look, this green boy. Green boy is Ralsei. Ralsei is the Darkener, the Prince of Darkness, that is supposed to be in Castletown, which is another dark world that is inside of the school closet, and he is supposed to help you fulfill the prophecy and save the world. Ralsei is a very tragic character because he's so lonely and miserable and shit until you guys came along, and he's like desperate to be your friend. So he's like the third party member of the group that helps out during battles and makes sure that you keep being pacifist and makes sure that you keep being friendly to everyone. Honestly, I kind of dislike Ralsei. I mean, he's a pure boy. He's like a fluffy, amazing, cute boy. He is so cute. He is so wonderful. But the fact that he's made to be that just kind of pisses me off a little bit. I'm not saying that Ralsei is evil. Beforehand, I thought he was a little bit. He was hiding stuff from you. But I don't think that he is like that anymore. I think that he is just a very lonely prince that has been groomed by a higher power to be able to help you out throughout your adventure. What I mean groomed, you'll have to find in a bit. I will have to explain Ralsei's origins and like Ralsei's purpose a little bit more in detail later on. But yes, I do genuinely believe that Ralsei has been, at the very least, conditioned by a higher power into being the way that he is. It doesn't mean that he is evil, it just means that he is doing something that ultimately will be against your best interests at the end of the game. Also, aside from Ralsei, we have Susie, which is my favorite fucking character! Holy shit, I love Susie. Hey, I love Susie. I love Susie to the point that my new fucking, like, skin suit, you know, Punk Fi, the one created by Tarbyart, like, the Punk Fi kind of resembles Susie, because I fucking love this aesthetic of the tough and the rambunctious, the rebellious teenager. Susie comes from a very tough, like, home life, and it's just like this fucking asshole that is like everyone is afraid to approach, and she is so like, she's a mean girl, you know? But inside she has like a genuinely good heart. She is paranoid and cynical and thinks that everyone in school is out to get her. But once you actually go into the dark worlds with her, Kris and Susie become friends, and like she shows like a lighter side of herself, and then she wants to protect you no matter what. Because Susie is the GOAT! Susie is the GOAT! I fucking adore Susie. I will also talk about Susie later on as well, because aside from being the absolute GOAT and one of the best fucking characters in Deltarune, she also has more agency than the player sometimes, which is a really interesting angle to take for like a party member sidekick. She is actually one of the characters that might be the most important in the story going forward, and I have a lot of theories about Susie's agency and what she means for the rest of the fucking game. I will talk about Kris later, because like Kris at the moment, I just want to say Kris right now, as I want to explain it, is just our player character. We control them, we control every action that Kris does, but I have a feeling that Kris is going to not be very happy about us controlling them in the future of the game. There's been a lot of hints throughout chapter 1 and 2 that Kris is not happy about their situation, and evil kid? No, Mr. Chulo. Kris is not an evil kid. Kris might be a bit of a, might have like a bit of a mean streak, might be a jokester, but Kris is not evil. But we are controlling them. They're their own character, but we are controlling them, which is a really interesting thing in the story that is not currently shown on the surface to be important, but considering the way that Toby Fox talks about meta-narrative in his games, and the way that meta-narrative is like hidden, like bits and pieces of that meta-narrative are like sprinkled around throughout the chapters 1 and 2, I feel like it's going to be extremely fucking important for later. Anyways, Deltarune, you know why I love Deltarune? I need to explain this before I let the super chats go off again. I need to explain why Deltarune is so important to me. I grew up in a very restrictive household. I often don't like to talk about my own personal life and my own personal experiences. And I won't. I am not gonna trauma dump on you guys, because this stream is supposed to be lighthearted and fun, and we're supposed to have fun in the toxic aspect. But the reason for why I am the way that I am on the internet, or just the reason for why I even spend so much time on the internet since I was a kid, is because when I grew up, I had a very restrictive childhood where I had to follow what the people close to me told me to do. And I had to put on a good face and be a good little boy and not cause any conflict and stuff like that. Otherwise, very bad stuff would happen. So, the internet provided me an amazing form of escapism. An amazing way to be myself, to not have to like cow down to like everyone else's expectations of me, to be whatever I want to be and find comfort in people that were in a similar situation to me. Escapism, fiction, being able to share those experiences with other people, being able to form a community of people that want to get away from the real world is the primary, or one of the primary themes of Deltarune. The reason for why people are so fucking obsessed with this game, especially the deeper lore of Deltarune, is because this is a work of fiction about the fact that people lose themselves in escapism for works of fiction. The meta-narrative of Deltarune, as opposed to Undertale, is exploring the idea of what happens when escaping into fiction is an actual magical event. Going deeper and deeper into fiction, into dark worlds, and feeling like you're the hero in them. Saving the world from darkness by retreating into things that you love. Video games, the internet, connections with other people. Every type of form of escapism is a way for us to cope with the real world and the struggles of the real world. And how engaging in fiction and forming bonds through fiction may help us strengthen ourselves in the real world and form connections with others. Real connections with others. And I feel like this is a topic very close to my heart and a topic very close to a lot of people's hearts. So I am obsessed with learning what Toby Fox has in store for future chapters of the series. Undertale was very simple. Undertale, even though the meta-narrative of Undertale was, you know, still very complex and people made a lot of theories about it, made a lot of theories, a lot of like comics and AUs about it, Undertale at the end of the day was still a very simple story about pacifism, about always trying to be the better person, about trying to connect with others and, like, you know, finding a way out of a difficult situation with a smile on your face. Undertale was about how we treat video games as pieces of fiction and we do whatever we want in them without, like, empathizing with these fictional characters. It asked the question, will you be a good person even if you don't have an actual reason to be a good person? Will you treat these characters like people, or will you treat them as entertainment? You know? It's a very, like, in-your-face, like, the trailers for the game are very in-your-face. Like, fight or be friendly. Like, the friendly RPG where no one has to die. at the very end of the day, Undertale is a piece of fiction, and it wants to ask you if you are ultimately a good person, or if you will use these fictional characters for your own enjoyment and call you out for just using them for your own enjoyment and not actually treating them like the people that you assume or like you claim to care about. That's why the game like tortures you so much and like guilt trips you so much if you end up doing like a genocide route, especially after a pacifist route, because it calls you out and tells you you didn't actually give a shit about these characters. You just saw them as like pieces of entertainment to like consume, right? Deltarune, on the other hand, accepts the fact that it is a piece of fiction, and it is taking you through that story, and it is telling you, let's see what happens once the characters themselves live in a world in which they have to interact with fiction in a similar way as you interacted with Undertale last time. It is saying, okay, well, we're gonna take these characters, we're gonna take Susie, we're gonna take Kris, and we're gonna take Ralsei, mainly Noelle, Susie, and Kris, and we're gonna put them in these video games. Each Dark World is basically a video game that they get put in, and the game asks them, are you going to care about these characters? Are you going to help them out? Are you going to follow what they say, what they tell you to do, or are you going to just use these Dark Worlds for your own entertainment? Are you going to fuck it up? Are you going to are you going to do the funny Undertale fucking like genocide run, or will you actually be the hero in this situation, you know? Their life is like a video game. Yes, they're trying so hard to beat the stage, all the while collecting coins. Yes, exactly like that, MC07. Ugh. Anyways, that's the main point of Deltarune, at least from my own perspective. Obviously, there's way more going on than just that. Like, every character has some kind of issue that the game tries to highlight. Like, Noelle being like brought up and like being in such a like restrictive family calls attention to it. Or Susie being from such a neglectful household. Or Kris like growing up in a town full of monsters that they feel completely disconnected with. They feel like they're a human in a town of monsters, and they don't hate the monsters for it. They hate themselves because they weren't born as a monster. Which is why during Kris's childhood, they like wear like devil horns and like ignore all things about human society because they desperately want to fit in this world, but they can't because their body won't allow them to. They were born as a human. They weren't born as a monster. They weren't born as the thing that they wanted to be. They're the outcast. They're the weird kid, you know? Which is why it's so perfect that Kris is also non-binary. I feel like the LGBT representation in both Undertale and Deltarune are so brilliant, but Kris specifically is so brilliant because they are a human in a world of monsters, and being a monster is the normal thing, and they just desperately want to be a monster, but they can't, and they have to find a way to fit in, and they want to find a way to be just themselves, and like everyone have them not think of them as just the weirdo, you know? Kris is so fucking good. Anyways, Emerald says, literally both explicit and hidden trans representation, and that's base as fuck. Yes! There's a lot of, like, trans representations or non-binary representations in media that is, like, very non-explicit, like, they're metaphors that could, like, be taken as representation or not. That is usually, like, censored in modern media. Mainstream media. Like, for example, Disney Pixar's like Win or Lose has a character called Kai, and Kai is meant by the creators to be trans. Kai in Win or Lose is written as a character that has a lot of, I don't want to spoil it, but has a lot of issues with the way that she sees them, like she sees herself and wanting to fit in and wanting to express stuff how she wants. And there's a lot of dialogue in Win or Lose about how Kai is going through this period in her life where she wants to do something, and her father is like a real issue. Like, they had a talk, like, in her house about her wanting to, quote-unquote, play softball instead of baseball, and her father is like a professional baseball player, right? And her father being very conflicted about her wanting to play softball instead of baseball, and her father saying, "Oh well, this is a lot to take in, but at the very end of the day, I still love you, and like you will always be my be my kid," right? So it's like such a very obvious trans allegory, but the show never goes full on talking about it explicitly, you know? Because of Disney censorship. In Deltarune and Undertale, we have characters that are canonically non-binary, canonically trans, the lion in the diner in Deltarune. We have characters that are canonically lesbian and gay, and the fucking game doesn't like explicitly bring attention to it. It just treats it like a normal thing, you know? Like Susie and Noelle is one of the biggest ships in the community, and is one of the things. It is one of the romantic options that is like most blatant in the entire game, and it's just treated as like a normal crush, like romantic, like connection. It's not treated as special at all. It's like, oh my god, will Susie accept my feelings even though I'm a girl? No, fuck that stupid shit. Noelle is like, oh my god, Susie is so fucking hot. I want her to fucking choke me. She is so fucking hot. Oh my god, she has such big muscles. I want to smell her sweat. I mean, what? Like, Noelle doesn't treat, like, having a crush on Susie as forbidden love. It's literally just, oh my gosh, she's so fucking good for me. I'm nothing. I'm nothing compared to Susie. I really want Susie to fucking bend me over and you know? Anyways. I just love the representation, the LGBT representation in Deltarune. Specifically because it's one of, like, the biggest pieces of media, like, ever. And, like, I mean, compared to, like, stuff like Mickey Mouse, I guess it's not as big. But, like, in my circles, in my life, this is one of, like, the most popular, like, series, like, ever. And I'm so glad that Toby just doesn't give a shit about, like... doesn't give a shit about censoring himself for other people. He's, like, the Deltarune and Undertale community are a shining beacon of, like, LGBTQ representation. Which is so fucking funny when, like, I see some, like, transphobic or, like, homophobic posts about Undertale and Deltarune online, because it's like, do you fucking know what community you're in? Anyways. Remember Alphys and Undyne? Yeah, that was... You can... To get the best canonical ending in Undertale, you have to make two lesbians kiss each other. That's how you can save the world! Anyways, hopefully that sort of maybe explains just a tiny little bit why I fucking love this series, or this franchise, or this IP, or this whatever, you know? Let me roll in the super chats a little bit, because, like, I had a bunch saved up. Hey, Fusion Harper, thank you for the $10.
I arrived here halfway through Illegal Season 2.
Fuck yeah.
I found this community and channels.
I learned how to stop the super chats, by the way. I know how to queue them up now, which is great.
Started at Season 2. It's been such a great ride.
Hell yeah, can't think of a username. Yeah, we're just gonna let these through just a tiny little bit. Hey, Free Spring, thank you for the €5.
First time I saw you was on Twitter and I thought you were a hole, and now we're here.
I mean, I am. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, that impression is accurate. Hey, Starry Sky, thank you for the super chat. It's not a sequel, it's a spiritual successor. No! No. I will explain to you why you're wrong. Later, though. Hey, Mr. Chulo, thank you for the 10 months.
Choco Crispus, weird creepy kid. my beloved.
Kris, my beloved, thank you for 10 months. Octojoker says, Toby himself has said it's not a sequel. It is! He lie!
Phil, my girlfriend wants to start streaming. What games do you recommend they start with?
Little Nightmares, Five Nights at Freddy's, Undertale, and Mad Father. Hey, Thiago. And the game also constantly ships him with Kris, and that's weird. Why did the acid tunnel happen? I will explain that. Though it is very uncomfortable, yes. Hey, Gluebert. Thank you for $2 super chat. Birdly is best character. I fucking hate Birdly, but in like a affectionate way. Does that make any sense? I'm not sure if it does. Hey, Luke Nukem. I like Kris. Kris is good, and we're probably gonna have to go against them in future chapters. Not gonna lie. Like, we're probably gonna enter into conflict. Hey, Thiago, thank you for the super chat. Phil, if you are right, then Lancer is Susie's equivalent to us with Undertale characters. Weirdly? I guess that kind of weirdly makes sense. Hey, Temple Beast, thank you for the €5.
I lived with my really controlling grandparents, and it fucked me up in some ways, so I do understand that. You are not alone.
Nah, I've learned to live with it. Hey, Juby Ian, thank you for the membership. Like, being in a really controlling household is like, yeah, whatever. Like, I don't really have much trauma about it, because I learned to live with it, so I'm chill. Hey, Rocky Stan.
Last Dono, your definition of Deltarune is perfect. How you are escaping outside the real world and being the hero in fiction. That's why I love Deltarune.
It's this stacking, layered fiction within fiction within fiction that's just like so fucking good. Hey, Pixel Dot. 7 souls, 7 chapters, 7 secret boss fights. Yes, I want the other soul modes to appear in the secret boss fights. Hey, Cabbage Ash, thank you for the $5.
Completely unrelated, but have you seen what the internet has been doing to JD Vance? I feel he did to deserve this.
Yes, I do, but fuck off. This stream is not about JD Vance, but that's hilarious.
Can't believe it's been about 2 years that I've been a member. Can't wait to listen to you while I shovel snow.
Thank you so much, Kras. Thank you for the 24 months. Hey, Amphibian Milkshake, thank you for the $2. You're now $2 richer just because I said so. Technically, no. Technically, I am like maybe like a $1.50 richer because YouTube takes like 30% off of super chats. Hey, Matrix.
It's my birthday today and I may not have gotten Deltarune 3, but at least I got Deltarune Hyperfixation.
Happy birthday! Fuck. Also, you may say that, but there's a chance that it'll come out today. There's a chance. Okay, you know what? This is a perfect switch up topic. Hey guys. There's a chance that Deltarune may come out today or tomorrow. Why am I doing this stream right now in the first place? Let's switch up topics and talk about today. I talked about Deltarune as a general concept before, and that's really good to start the stream out, but we need to move on to new topics. So, why am I doing this right now? Why, in a random Sunday, am I just talking your ear off about Deltarune? Because I can't take it anymore! I can't take it anymore! All throughout these past few months, there's been a movement. There's been talks about Toby finally being ready to release chapters 3 and 4. As you may know, Deltarune is released in a chapter-based format. Initially, Toby just wanted to release chapter 1 as like a demo, and then release all other chapters later. But that plan kinda fell through. Everyone loved Undertale chapter 1, and they were desperately waiting for more chapters to come out. Chapter 2 came out a year later, and that was like the best shit ever. Everyone adored chapter 2. And by the way, oh my god, Toby, you're so fucking kind. Because chapter 2 was initially going to be paid alongside all the other rest of like Deltarune. But then COVID happened, and Toby saw how everyone was so stressed out, how they felt so alienated, so isolated from others, so miserable. like, COVID was legitimately fucking, like, the entire world over and making everyone miserable. So, to make sure that, you know, people still continued, like, being interested in Deltarune, and also to... It was essentially Toby's, like, gift to the world, like, hey, I know that you're feeling isolated right now. I know that you're feeling unwell. I know that this is a really difficult time for us all. So let me just give you one more free chapter of my game, because it's literally about all of this. It's literally about escapism and, like, connecting to other people through fiction. Like, it's like he's literally going like, oh, COVID is fucking everyone up and making everyone isolated and making them retreat into fiction. Oh, well, let's release chapter 2, because, like, it's literally all about that, you know? And ever since then, it's been this wait. We've been waiting because Toby did not want to do the Bendy and the Ink Machine thing. He did not want to do the Poppy Playtime thing. He did not want to release these chapters one by one. He wanted to release them in a pack. Hey, Amy.
Genuinely, I think the reason why I like Toby Fox so much is because he just seems like a legitimately chill dude.
You can't really, like, judge a person's character from the way that they speak online, but legitimately, Toby Fox online is a really chill dude, and he just, you know, wants to have fun and, like, really, like, make his magnum opus. Like, Deltarune is the game that he's been wanting to make ever since, like, mid-2010s. Anyways, initially... after Chapter 2's release, Toby started the Deltarune/Undertale newsletters. The newsletters are a way for people to get updates about Undertale and Deltarune through people's emails. Like, he didn't want to make a Twitter account, he didn't want to make, like, a official YouTube account. He just wanted to tell people, hey, give me your email, and then I will send you a personalized, like, mail to your email. All about, like, Undertale and Deltarune, like, content. And, like, I've signed up for that, and I've been reading those, like, letters, like, religiously ever since then. Initially, Toby wanted to release Deltarune Chapter 3, 4, and 5 on their own, and then finally 6 and 7 as, like, the final release of, like, the... How do I explain it? I guess, like, 1 and 2 are, like, Act 1 of the story. 3, 4, and 5 is, like, Act 2 of the story. And 6 and 7 are, like, the climax. The immediate, like, we have to save the world, like, ending to the game. You know? But... because of complications, because Deltarune's, those chapters have been taking a long time to make, because Toby developed a fucking traumatic injury on his wrists. Like, he's been having to fight, like, wrist pains, like, chronic, like, wrist pains for years that he's been having to get therapy for. He's not been able to develop these chapters in the speed that he's been happy with. So he's been getting, like, a bunch of people, like a team of people to help him out with this game. Oh, really? Oh, fuck, really? Oh, no. Yeah, no, like, Toby has talked about this in public. He has, like, a chronic, debilitating wrist pain that has prevented him from using the keyboard and mouse. At some point, it got so fucking bad that he had to write stuff with voice commands. Like, he had to, instead of typing stuff out, he had to move things with, like, his mouth, or had to, like, move things through voice commands instead of actually using his keyboard, you know?
Hey, it's been a while. I could catch a stream.
Thank you, Kat, for the 14 months. And sadly, it has been getting better lately, of course, but he cannot continue being just, like, a solo indie developer because of these things. So he's been getting help from other people, like a team of people, through Fangamer to develop these chapters, like to help him develop these chapters, which has sped up the development of the game considerably, and not only that, but has allowed him to add stuff to the game that otherwise he wouldn't be able to, because let's be fucking honest here, Toby Fox is a very bad programmer. If you've seen the code of Undertale and Deltarune Chapter 1 and 2, Toby Fox's way of coding is the equivalent of, like, a farmer, like, taking a bucket of slop and just throwing it all over the enclosure to feed, like, his little sheep. It's like
So we're
unorganized
gonna talk
mess.
about how there was a Deltarune website made around 2015-16 with a snippet of the Prophesy hidden in an all-black web page.
Cassie, we're gonna get to that once we start talking about motherfucking Gaster. Hey, Astral Ion, thank you for the
Crack
$5.
idea. Insanity ending that has the roaring create a huge fountain that creates the world of Undertale, creating a sort of loop.
I have theories about the connection between Deltarune and Undertale. Thank you, Astral Ion, for fueling my own theories about that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gaboristic the Great, for the $2. The Gaster Supremacy. Love the new model, Phi model, by the way. Thank you. But yes, I am so fucking happy that Toby decided to get a team for the release of these chapters. Hey, Hovix.
Deltarune for me is the build-up to seeing the Fever Dream RPG ending that Toby saw back in 2011.
Basically, yes. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh, yes. Ultimately, though, the reason for why we're here, the reason for why this stream is being made right now, is because finally, after 4 fucking years, we are close to the release of Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. After waiting for so long, after doing these streams, I don't know how many streams I've done. I've done like almost maybe over 1,000 streams. Toby has finally told people, yes, we are close to the release of chapters 3 and 4. Not 5. He changed his mind. Toby Fox changed his mind. Chapter 5 will be released later, but 3 and 4 are ready to go, baby! He explained on a newsletter that there's a lot of things to do for the development of these games. Even after the main games are done, you still need to do bug testing, you still need to do console porting, you still need to do so much to get a game out there. He even like lined this up. He had like a timeline for this. In fact, maybe I can show that. Hold on. Deltarune release timeline. There's like a very specific diagram that Toby showed in one of the newsletters. Oh, there we go. Found it. Because, fucking Reddit is awesome. There we go. No, wait. That's, Deltarune. How game released. I forgot what it's called. Quests? Deltarune release quests? Quests to release Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. Okay, you know what? I will read this out to people so that they can, like, inform themselves. That's a lot. Yes, there we go. Anyways, let me run the super chats before I start. Undertale code is like a farmer not sorting their crops and mixing their seeds and throwing them up everywhere, and a garden just somehow pops up. Not only that, but a beautiful, amazing, wonderful garden of a video game, you know? Anyways, quests to release Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. And as we do this, I am going to tell you how close we are. Hey, Disher, thank you for the $5.
So glad I made it for the Deltarune info dump stream. Also, I'm very normal about the new model, dog emoji.
Hell yeah, what the fuck was that emoji? Thank you, Disher, for the $5.
Deltarune is a sequel. You're literally given the soul you give to Kira at the end of the genocide run of Undertale in the first seconds of Deltarune.
Thank you, Trash Mammal. So, quests to release Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. Quest 1, Guinea Pig Syndrome. That's right! The first quest we have to clear regardless of any way that we want to release anything. We have to be the guinea pig for a brand new function of Game Maker. Yes, Yo-Yo Games, the creators of our engine, Game Maker, are adding a special new function to it just for us. Look at that little Toby running around in the little hamster wheel. Oh my god, it's so cute! This is a new command for Game Maker called game_change. It allows you to separately launch different games you have created in GameMaker, and even works on console. That means that we can create each chapter as an independent game project and swap between them using this function. For Chapter 1 and 2 demo, we initially committed the strange act of smashing both chapters together into one game project. Toby, excuse me, Toby. What do you mean, we? You did that, boy! You did that! But as the game progresses, doing something like that will become more and more troublesome. Here's the kind of trouble that could arise if we didn't have game_change. When editing the combined project, we wouldn't know if anything during the process might have inadvertently affected anything at any point in the game. So, in each game we patched any chapter, we would have to test all the chapters all over again. GameMaker would potentially be slow to run the game with content on the scale of 3 chapters or more. On the player's side, initial loading of the game could potentially take longer and longer as we add more chapters. Anyway, the point is, with this command, we have a solution to all of those issues, with one caveat. The function is new. Brand new. It has never been tested broadly on many computers and platforms before. Therefore, we would soon like to ask for your help in testing it. It's estimated GameMaker will be updated with the new command within next few weeks. At that time, we will put out a version of Chapter 1 and 2 that uses it, along with more detailed instructions about testing. For future updates on this topic, just keep eyes on the official Undertale Twitter. In the case you don't have a Twitter account, I'm happy for you. Yeah, Toby doesn't really like Twitter. That's why he switched over to Bluesky. That's why he's got a Bluesky account that keeps updating people on the game's development. Now, about Quest 1, about the guinea pig syndrome. This is already been done. Chapters 1 and 2 of Deltarune have been updated with the new game_change function. Now, I am actually really happy that we are on this topic, because I have personal experience with GameMaker as a game engine. While I was making, like, my FNAF fan games, I did experience issues with GameMaker when making, like, a larger game. GameMaker is used for, like, platformers, 2D platformers, 2D RPGs, 2D, like, small projects, you know? Like, it is a very limited engine if you want to do big things like what Toby wants to do. Now, in my personal opinion, I gotta be honest. Some people are gonna get mad, but I gotta be honest. Toby did not need this function. Like, game_change is purely a function made because Toby and the team don't really use object-oriented programming. TBH. Object-oriented programming is a way of programming video games that makes, like, each part of your program more modular. It's a way to make instances of a project and make instances of objects that will be individualized, like, and you can adjust, like, larger parts of the code without affecting other parts. You know the problems that Toby explains in this newsletter? Well, those problems don't really exist if you know how to program video games correctly. You know? However, even though this is a thing, game_change is all actually, like, extremely useful. But it's like a way of, like, I don't know, it's like, how to explain it? Like, instead of you like buying a car that is, like, very expensive and, like, very multi-purpose, instead of buying a van, for example, for your road trip, like, imagine that you are going on a road trip through America. Like, you're going from Washington to, like, Florida, right? And To do that trip, you need to buy an RV. Something that it is very multi-purpose and that you will be able to use all throughout your journey. And like, you need to make sure that this RV is like has like the amount of stuff necessary for your trip. You need to buy rations. You need to make sure that it's the right space, that it has enough fuel and stuff like that. Imagine instead of that, instead of making sure that you buy the best RV possible for your journey, you buy like 8 you buy like 8 cars and you sprinkle them throughout the states in America. And like every time you cross over from one state to the other, you just get on a new car. You buy like 8 cars or more. Like for every single state that you're gonna pass through in America, you buy a different car. And then the brand new car that comes like that when you buy that new car, it comes with like new fuel. You know? And it's like 7 cars. Okay, 7 cars. So it's like 7 chapters, 7 cars. You know? It's like Toby, instead of Toby buying a full RV for the entire journey, he is transferring over himself and the saves and all that stuff to like a new car on every single chapter. You know? Like all the data, all the stuff that he needs for the journey is inside of those 7 individual cars. And the only things that he's taking with him throughout the journey are like the save files and like some food and stuff like that. And he's just moving it over to a different car for every single American state. You know? 7 souls, 7 chapters, 7 chaos emeralds, 7 cars! Yes, that's the vibe here. Hey, Luke Nukem, thank you for the $2. Turning 20 in 4 days, and Deltarune is coming. Hell yeah. However, even though I'm roasting Toby for this, ultimately it's good, because honestly, game_change is an awesome function to have. Like, at the end of the day, if this is an easier way to develop these chapters and keeping these chapters like more simplified and easier to make during the future of the game development, then why the fuck not, right? Like, I'm not throwing shit at Toby. If he wants this to be done, then more power to him. And it's not like this is like a exclusive function just for the Deltarune team. This is a new function for Yo-Yo Games to make that is released to everyone out into Game Maker. So every developer that is currently working on Game Maker can use this function for their own games. You know? And now it's finally done. So we don't have to worry about that when it comes to the release of chapter 3 and 4. Quest 2. Oh, also, sorry, Mari says, by the way, Phil, I decided to check. If I'm right, from Season 1, you did over 300 streams. 378 streams exactly between Chapter 2 and 3. You did 378 streams. Fuck me! That is like over... That I have streamed for like a year plus. There's a year plus of content of me talking online. God damn! Thank you, Moshi, for the $2. I've only been here for a few months, and I enjoy my time here. Are you familiar with Molly Star's device theory? Yes, I am a devout follower of Molly Star's device theory. I am inside of the Church of the Device Theory. Most of the theories that I'm going to be talking about the meta-narrative of Deltarune are going to be taken directly from Molly Star's The Device Theory. These are great videos and I totally believe in them. Hell yeah, Moshi. Thank you, Jubian, for the super chat. Toby say he'll release the game on April 1st, but won't. Everyone's a mess, sad and miserable. But suddenly we see him say, Deltarune tomorrow. No, please just release it before that. Please release it within March. Please, 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 please. Anyways, let's continue. Quest 2. Make the console versions. Look at little Kris over here, like playing a video game on like the arcade, like Queen's Arcade. That's so fucking cute. Since our goal is a simultaneous console and PC release, we will have to make console versions of Chapter 3 and 4. It's no problem to get the game running on console at this point, but making sure there's no differences or bugs between the console and PC version will take a bit of time. Each console manufacturer also has their own special rules and standards, so we will have to update the game to reflect those things appropriately. We will begin focusing on this as the PC version is reaching completion. Fun motherfucking facts! Why did I do that? Anyway, I have experience with this. I have experience with making console versions and, like, versions of, like, video games to other platforms. I was the person responsible for releasing releasing One Night at Flumpty's 1, 2, and 3 on Android and iPhone devices for the Google Play Store and the Apple Store. I developed those versions of One Night at Flumpty's 1, 2, and 3 alongside Click Team, and I was also working on the Egg Collection, which was supposed to be the release of the One Night at Flumpty's games on console. That did not come to pass, unfortunately, but I finished them. I finished that project. Like, I got paid and shit for it. Like, it's all done and completed. I'm not sure why it hasn't released, but whatever. Anyways, so I have experience with making console ports and, like, Android and mobile ports for video games. This can be a very intensive process, but not because of the way that you might think. Console versions are basically taking, like, the skeleton of your game and retrofitting a skin suit on top of them. Imagine for a PC version of your game, you have, like, this beautiful horse. Like, this beautiful horse that runs amazing, and oh my god, it can go so fast and so efficiently. But then when you want to turn your horse into, like, a zebra for, like, the console version of your video game, you need to strip that horse clean off, take all of its skin, take all of its flesh out. Take the bones of the project, go up to a zebra, and then take every single organ of a zebra and replace it into the horse's ribcage. You know? Like, you need to make sure that all the organs from the PC version are almost exact to the console version to make the process as smoothly as possible. Otherwise, the console version might be a real pain in the ass. So, for example, if your game is very keyboard heavy, like if you have to type a lot of commands on the keyboard, or you have to do like a lot of actions on the mouse, those inputs have to be translated in a way that will be comfortable to play on a console, or like, you know, like a pad, like or on touch controls on the phone. So if you're for example playing, I don't know, fucking League of Legends, and there's like a billion like shortcuts on your keyboard, you will need to find a way to translate those shortcuts into a gamepad form, which can be a real pain in the ass. Also, stuff like pausing, like game pausing, might be different between PC and console, and some like UI elements need to be changed for like tutorials. If like you have tutorials that show like press A to do this action, you need to replace that with actual input maps, you know? Menus as well. If your menu is not, it only uses the mouse, then you will have to change that into like gamepad controls, which can be really fucking difficult to translate if like you got used to people using the mouse for your project.
I blanked out for like 2 seconds. Why are we talking about mutilating horses and zebras?
Don't worry about it. I'm just making an analogy, you know? Anyways. So, in my opinion, I think that Deltarune as a game is really not that difficult to port to consoles, because most of the inputs that this game takes are inputs that can be done only through the keyboard, and those inputs are not, like, very complicated. A few of the things might be complicated, like, for example, in the Undertale fight with Mettaton, like, I have no idea how they translated the typing of Mettaton's, like, you have to type, like, keywords into Mettaton's, like, in the dialogue box to defeat Mettaton at some point. Like, Mettaton asks you, hey, type words out, make an essay about how amazing I am. I have no idea how that works in the console versions of Undertale. Does anybody know? Has anybody played Undertale on console up to the Mettaton fight? What happens in there? Does it just skip? My Humor Fail says, on Switch, the default Switch keyboard appears. Okay, that's kind of funny. Leon says, pretty sure it pulls up the PlayStation keyboard. Osbus says, you get a built-on screen keyboard from the console. It's easy. Okay, that's beautiful. Deltarune is just a very, like, simple game in terms of input, so I can't imagine, like, that taking too long. However, and this is really funny, this is something that I've had issues with when I had to develop, like, the console and the mobile versions of the Flumpty games. Sometimes when you're making a game for PC and you export that to a console or a phone, there will be functions or there will be effects that you can do on PC that are completely incompatible in console. One such, like, very specific example is, I don't know if you guys have finished. Hey Kronos, thank you for the $5.
It would be really funny if you check your Bluesky notifications right now.
Let me check on Toby Fox's Twitter. No changes. No changes. Oh, we good. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Kronos. I have Toby Fox's Bluesky open just for this exact situation. Don't worry. Anyways. Hey Herbert, thank you for the $5.
If you haven't already watched it, I highly recommend Sock Muppets How Do You Kill a Time Traveler Theory video.
That will be interesting. We will be watching some videos made by the community on the stream, because, like, I want to give, like, I want to check out those things with other people as well. He said your notifications fail. Oh, I'm not gonna do that, like, live on stream. I don't know what the fuck my notifications are about. Yeah, it just shows people following me. Very nice. Anyways. When I had to develop the Flumpty games for mobile, there was this very strange bug that happened in the ending to One Night at Flumpty's 3. Do you guys raise your hand if you played One Night at Flumpty's 3 and have completed Flumpty Nights? You know? Raise your hand if you have played One Night at Flumpty's 3. Me, says Baxter. Glitchy raises his hand. It's just Leo, Kato, Peeblo, Dogman, Kadishev, Arthur, Terry. Okay, so a lot of people. Okay, so you've seen the ending. Okay, good, Devin Nuts. So after you complete Flumpty Night, there is this ending where, like, a door opens in front of you and you zoom in and you go through that door into, like, a landscape, like a hellish landscape. Well, on console and on mobile, for some reason, that effect that happens in the ending is completely glitched up. Like, it's completely broken through the way that it was originally made. There is some kind of function that mobile lacks. There's apparently, like, a shader issue, you know? That causes, like, the entire screen to, like, freak out and, like, the colors to change and glitch out and be corrupted because of the way that the scenery is, like, being warped. Like, the textures are being warped in that scene to create, like, the illusion of depth, right? So what I had to do to develop to get those games out there on mobile, I had to recreate the effect by hand, using more primitive functions and methods without shaders to be able to pull that effect off, you know? So I can imagine that Deltarune has something similar. That Deltarune has, like, effects and, like, functions that sometimes may not be compatible on console, right? So I can imagine that the console versions have taken some time and will take even longer to make as the chapters develop, because of the way that consoles and mobile versions and stuff have like different architecture that may not support certain shaders for the games, you know? Maybe some like colors or visuals will be completely fucked up, and then they have to change them to make sure that they work in the console versions, you know? Anyways, thankfully, the console versions are also done. They ported those games to console, no problem. They're playable on Switch, PS4, PS5, all the other shit, obviously on PC as well. So we are good with that. We're good with quest number 3. Quest number 4. No, quest number 2. Quest number 3. The Legend of Localization. Look at Ralsei. Look at little Ralsei over here. Oh my god. As I mentioned, we are aiming for a simultaneous English and Japanese release. After all, it would be pretty strange if only the first 2 chapters had Japanese and then the 3rd and 4th ones didn't. Fun fact, Toby Fox knows Japanese. I'm pretty sure that Toby Fox grew up in America. But then, he's also a massive fucking weeb. So once he got enough money, he went like out to Japan and just moved into Japan and learned Japanese. So like, everyone in Japan loves him because Undertale is so fucking big in Japan. So he has like a very big like Japanese fandom as well. He's like done multiple interviews for Japanese magazines, and has collaborated with like other Japanese creators like Sun, and has interviewed Japanese creators himself, like the creator of Yume Nikki. Like, Toby is like a weeb through and through, to the point that he's actually been able to pierce the Japanese like culture, and Undertale is like genuinely big in Japan because of it. Genuine so much fucking respect to this dude for being able to take what inspired him, because like Toby Fox is very heavily inspired by old Japanese RPGs, like Earthbound, for example, or like Secret of Mana, or like Chrono Trigger, I'm pretty sure. So like I am so fucking in awe and respectful of this dude for taking his inspirations, making his own game out of them, and that game also being a success in the country that made those original like inspiration games, you know? Sans is in Smash, yes. Not only Sans is in Smash, but apparently Sakurai, the creator of Super Smash Bros., wanted to have Sans as a full-on ass character in Smash Bros., but Toby decided it would be better instead as like a Mii fighter. There's a newsletter, like there's an interview newsletter about this, by the way, in one that Toby Fox made like a year ago, about how you're talking to Sans and you were like asking Sans and Papyrus questions, and one of the questions was, hey, if you were invited to Smash Brothers, what would your moveset be like? And then Sans responded with, I probably wouldn't even go, honestly. Like, I don't really like to fight. I would probably just like I would probably just make a costume of myself and just like give it to just some random guy to go in my stead. And that's exactly what happened with the Mii fighters. I love that shit is canon, because like Sans is so fucking lazy. Like he just gave someone else the go ahead to just do it for him. Actually, no, it wasn't a question for Sans. It was a question for Papyrus. Like Papyrus said, that's what Sans would do. Yeah, I remember now. It was a question for Papyrus. Yes, because Papyrus was being interviewed in that newsletter. Anyways, so quest number 3, Legend of Localization. As I mentioned, we are aiming for a simultaneous English and Japanese release. After all, it would be pretty strange if only the first 2 chapters had Japanese, and then the 3rd and 4th ones didn't. At this point, getting the Japanese script in the game is trivial, but the location and timing of Japanese text always need many small adjustments to make it just as good as the English version. Plus, there's always some lines we forget to hand over for translation. Chapter 3's localization is already amazing. Now that I can read all the Japanese, I've been able to personally review every single line. The absolute GOAT for moving to Japan and learning Japanese. It's so fucking cool. Oftentimes, the phrasing in the English is very vague, so I try to clarify everything I can for the translation team. I know localization isn't something that interests most people that much, but I am really proud. Original creators are very rarely involved in the translation process of their works this closely. Reading the Japanese and English versions side by side could be a great way to study, although Rulk's card might make you stupider. I legitimately don't know how Rulk's card sounds in Japanese, but I'm pretty sure that Toby ensured to make him sound incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, yeah, this is great. Toby also used this opportunity to tease people about future chapter characters and dialogue. This is about El Nina. El Nina and La Nino are the two weather people that were shown in the Spamton sweepstakes. Let me show this here. El Nina, La Nino. Yes. So you can see the dialogue for La Nina and La Nino here. I can imagine that these are the characters. I can imagine that these two characters are going to be similar to like the speaker trio in chapter 2. You know, when once you enter the cyber world, you have to fight like 3 like cool dudes that are like based off of speakers. I think that they're going to be like mini bosses for chapter 3. Like, they're going to be weathermen that are going to be telling you the weather and stuff, you know? Sweet Captain Cakes, yeah, like that. They're going to be the equivalent of Sweet Captain Cakes on Deltarune Chapter 3. I also have a theory. I have a small little theory that these guys are going to be using the orange and blue soul colors in their fights. Because, as you may see, La Nino and El Nina are orange and blue colored. This one is for like, I think this one is for like the moon. No, wait. Yeah, I think both of them are like moon themed. Like gust of wind. Like, this one is a cloud, this is a gust of wind, this is for the sun, this is for the moon, I'm pretty sure. Like, they're weathermen, you know? And I think that their attacks are going to be about moving when the sun is out, and then sleeping or stopping yourself and, like, taking a break when, like, the moon is out. Or maybe instead of being sun and moon, they're about, maybe about the seasons. Maybe this La Nino is supposed to represent spring and summer, and El Nina is supposed to represent like autumn and winter, you know? Craftomon says attacks, not souls, Phil. Well, yeah, no, the bravery soul, the orange soul, is represented by orange attacks, and the patience soul, or the science soul, are represented through blue attacks. This happened in Undertale as well. Like, Undertale had representations for, like, different soul modes, but it didn't have you turn into orange and cyan. And a lot of people believe that those soul interactions are not present in Undertale because of it. But the orange and blue attacks are indeed represented through, like, patience and bravery in the orange and cyan attacks. So, like, I think that La Nino and El Nina are going to use those same attacks in Chapter 3, you know? Blue stop signs, or I guess cyan stop signs, and orange attacks, you know? Hey, Thiago, thank you for the super chat. My theory is that, due to their Valentine letter in Valentine's Day, that they will be lovey-dovey, and Kris/Toriel will be like, oh my god, read the room. Oh, yeah! Okay, that's a really good theory, because Chapter 3 is all about the TV world, but I also believe that it is also going to be very heavily about Toriel, Kris, and Asgore, and their family dynamic, and about how Toriel and Asgore don't love each other anymore. So imagine if this entire chapter is about the relationship between Kris's parents, and then you have Lanino and Elnina being like the sweetest, most love-struck couple ever. Meanwhile, Toriel is like, ugh, I hate my ex-husband. That would be like twisting the knife on Toriel and Asgore's relationship, you know? Gitchy says, Toriel party member? I absolutely believe that Toriel will be a party member. Anyways, one fun fact, by the way, and this fucks me up. This legitimately fucks me up. The orange guy is called Lanino, and the girl weatherman is called Elnina. And if you don't know English, you wouldn't understand why this is fucked up, because in English, you have like gendered speak. La is supposed to be a female way of referring to someone. Like la and el are like equivalents of the in Spanish. La is for female objects or people, and el is supposed to be for male objects and people. Nino is male for boy. Nina is female for girl. So you have female, male, and then you have male, female pronoun shits. And it bothers the shit out of me because whenever I'm referring to these guys, I have to mentally swap out the words so that I don't call them El Nino and La Nina, you know? Like if you took like Spanish translation into account, if you took Spanish like gender like fucking rules into account, this would be called La Nina and El Nino. But because Toby Fox wants to be fucking funny, the genders are like swapped out here, you know? If anything, you know what? Now that I'm saying this out loud, maybe that will be a hint that one of those characters, or maybe both of them, are like trans or like intersex. I'm not quite sure. Tronic says, the genders in their names cancel out, making them both non-binary. That could be a way to interpret that. I mean, like, both of their sprites, like, I'm gonna show their sprites again. Like, both of their sprites are very, like, gendered, you know? Like, the left one is very, like, masculine, and the right one is very feminine. But their names are, like, a fucking mess. It's not like a Kris situation where, like, Kris is very, like, non-binary, like, they don't have many gender traits. They're, like, very explicitly, like, a guy and a girl. Like, the girl even has a skirt, you know? And this one has a suit and stuff. So, I don't know how they're gonna handle that. Oh my god, you know what I just realized? Holy shit, look at the sides of, Lanino's, like, shoulders. These are fire. Like, these are fire particles. Like, he literally, like, behind him, he's on fucking fire on his shoulders. Yeah, okay, that definitely, like, boosts my idea that, like, he's going to say, like, oh, it's hot, 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 don't stop, keep running, and, like, he's gonna throw out, like, an orange attack in his battle, you know? And this one is gonna be rain or maybe cloudy, and she will say something like, make sure to, like, stand still and look at the clouds, or, like, be relaxed or something, and then you'll have to relax and, like, chill while she's throwing out, like, cloud blue attacks or something like that, you know? You're the fucking goat at theories! Thank you! I mean, I'm not the only one that thinks these things. There's a lot of people that also share my ideas. I'm not stealing from the Undertale / Deltarune community, but, like, I have... Like, there's enough people in this community that these theories overlap a lot, you know? But yeah, I do 100% sincerely believe that El Nina and La Nina are going to be the sweet Captain Cakes of Chapter 3. This is a check, like you're checking for El Nina, The weather girl who really makes it rain, like with water though. Yeah, it's a weather girl, so maybe she's gonna throw out like water, like teardrop, like bullet patterns, and those teardrops or like those raindrops are going to be shaped like bullets, and they're gonna be like blue. And La Nino, being alone. That's not a check. What? Oh my god! What if you kill El Nina and then La Nino's like character check is gonna be called being alone? Oh, that would be so sad. Okay, these are other like stuff that you can find in the game in chapter 3 and 4. This is Ralsei talking. Kris, get ready for another fight. Rules card says, "Ha! Quill your mouth, my dearest bimbotu." Rogue says, "We're just here for the snacks." You're probably gonna have to fight Rogue's card on every single fucking chapter. Captain Goldfish says, "Phil, it's the recruit info." Oh. Likes being alone, water ice. Oh. Excuse me. Okay, this makes way more sense. So, the title of the character is El Nina. She is the weather girl who really makes it rain, like with water though. She likes La Nino. Okay, that makes sense. She likes La Nino, dislikes being alone, and her powers, like characterization, is water ice. Okay, that makes way more sense, actually. Dislikes being alone. Oh, water ice! Okay, the ice part is actually also another point for my theory that she is going to be a patience attack. Like, she's gonna be blue attacking you. Nina and Nino are hot and cold air in the Pacific. Ooh! Thank you, Just a Jelly Bean. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. You know what I just realized? Holy shit. You know what I just realized about these characters? You know what other characters can be themed around fire and ice? Whenever Toriel gets mad, whenever Toriel is like very angry with someone, she is very ice cold. She is very very confrontational. She's very like cold to like for example, her husband. And Asgore is very like fiery, passionate, is very like hot-headed. I think that the themes around like fire and ice also support the idea that these are supposed to parallel like Asgore and Toriel, you know? Because like Toriel is very ice cold with Asgore. Meanwhile, Asgore is like still has like that fire of passion within him of like, I need to bring her back. Hey, Skeleton, do you know what types of flowers she would like to make her remember the old times with me? Like, has like that fire of passion within him still, you know? Anyways. We're probably gonna have to fight Rogue's card on chapter 3 and 4. I like this idea of Rogue's card being like a recurring mini-boss on each chapter, and every chapter he throws some random bullshit to like try to win the fight on every single chapter. Lancer saying, "Woohoo! You want some treats for the trade? I love you, Lancer. There's another system dialogue. Ginger Guard. A steel bangle tempered by extreme flame. Shape is humanoid in nature. Its shape is humanoid in nature. For Susie, look, I punched through a guy. Ralsei says, a bigger one could make Kris. Interesting. Hey, Thiago. Chapter 3 OST. It's pronounced card. Thank you, Thiago. And the final system dialogue is Shadow Guy. Attack 10, defense 11? Battling's just a side gig. Playing on stage is the dream. Oh, this is the actual check command. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, the localization of Chapter 4 will need to be completed before the chapter's release. By the time you read this, I hope that we have already started. I think the chapters will be easier to localize than chapters 2 or 3, so hopefully it will be smooth. Fun fucking facts! The Japanese translations for chapter 3 and 4 have been completed. They are done. 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 It's also done. So, the final quest, one of the final quests is Quest 4, Bug Hunting. I love the representation for bug hunting as, like, Susie is trying to hunt one of the, like, Vtuber-kun from Chapter 2. It's so fucking cute. Vtuber-kun is one of the enemies in Chapter 2 that is meant to represent, like, internet, like, viruses and stuff. So, like, this is very appropriate. Releasing a game properly means trying to hunt down every major bug you can find. Unless you're a modern AAA development game studio or, like, you know, fucking releasing unfinished games and then promising people that you'll patch them out later. But Toby is not like that. You know, Toby ain't gonna do that to you.
Already said this but went ignored. Petrolog's card says we're just here for the snacks as in plural. He's not alone.
Ooh, maybe Rulz can, like, gain other party members to his side to battle you with? That would be cool. Thank you, Glueburn. Oh yeah, I didn't read that super chat, sorry about that. Rulz says that we're as in he's with others. Okay, that makes sense. Releasing a game, blah, blah, blah. Fortunately, we have a dedicated company that will test our game and help. A group of professionals will play the game cumulatively hundreds of times, in both English and Japanese on every console. Of course, we can't do this until everything else is finished. After all, any change to a project could inadvertently cause an issue. For example, making changes for console could make bugs on PC. Making changes for JP could make bugs for EN, etc. So this will be one of the final steps. So, about the bug testing. First of all, hey Toby, what is that company called? Can I apply there? Can I apply? Can I apply for that company? Can I be a bug tester? Can I get myself into that company and, like, you know, help you with finding bugs and stuff, please? Hey Toby, what is that company called? Can I apply there for a lower level position and, like, test out Deltarune alongside everyone else? That would be so cool, right? That would be so cool, right? For those that do not know, there are QA game developer, like, branches that help out with bug testing a video game. Bug testing used to be this, like, super professional thing where, like, a company... Obviously, that when you're working on a video game, you won't be able to bug test properly because you know everything about a video game, so you won't know what a first-time player will do. So, bug hunting is usually reserved for outsider companies that will find those bugs for you and will compile them on a big list. Like, there are these giant Excel sheets of, like, different kinds of bugs, where they happen, why they could be happening, and, like, their priority, you know? And then game development companies receive these lists, and then they go through those bugs and send new versions out until they're completely 100%, like, bug-free, you know? Sadly, most modern studios don't do this because they want to save costs. So usually games nowadays come out very buggy. Which is why I'm very fucking glad that Toby is taking the time to hire a real-ass company so that they can do bug testing for him. And you know what? You know what? This is smart as well, because guess what? Those companies have really heavy NDAs. Because if you try to bug test a game by going up to a friend and going like, "Hey friend, can you bug test this game for me?" you don't really have a guarantee that it won't be leaked, you know? Indie developers can't really hire companies to do this because they don't have the funds for it. So usually they gave out the game to like close friends to be able to bug test the game for them. But sometimes things slip through the cracks and people start yapping on like other servers about what they experience in that game. And maybe there can be leaks and like that can ruin projects and stuff like that, and it's very fucking annoying. But for actual professional bug testing, QA testing companies, they have guaranteed NDAs that essentially promise you that there will be no leaks, there will be no content that will be released beforehand, and that guarantee is why there's so many, like... why so many people go to these companies and why you don't see any Deltarune leaks. Because yes, many hundreds of people have played Chapter 3 and 4, not including me, but they have played Chapter 3 and 4, but they can't say anything about it because those NDAs will put them up for like... you risk your job if you tell shit about those games to other people. You risk getting sued for hundreds of thousands of dollars because you signed this NDA. NDA is a non-disclosure agreement, by the way. You promise that you won't reveal to literally anyone what you do and what games you test, and that way the companies like can like sell themselves as like a super safe company that will never betray you and like your content is safe with us, you know? Devin Nutt says, your job, your house, your life. Yeah, breaking an NDA for like a QA place is incredibly fucking dangerous, you know? Thank you, Amadeus the Cat, for the $2. Can't stay for long, but will watch the VOD afterwards. Thank you, Amadeus. Anyways, bug testing. So the Quest 5 bug testing is done. This is done. It's completed. Hey, Toby Fox.
Hello, Phisnom Fig Newton Morg. Deltarune will be tomorrow. It will also be today. And yesterday. This is true.
Thank you so much, Toby. Hey, Thiago, thank you for the super chat. In hindsight, I don't wish this job on my worst enemies. Imagine playing Chapter 3 and 4 and being forced not to info dump about it. Imagine! I could never! Yeah, it would be incredibly fucking, like, stressful, actually. Anyways. So, like I was saying, Quest 4 bug fucking, I'm sorry. Bug hunting, it has been completed. They have managed to bug test all the versions of Deltarune from PC, Switch, PS4, PS5. There was literally only one bug left. Like in the entirety of the reports that they were getting daily for these games, Toby said that there was only one bug left. And I can imagine by this point, after a week of him saying that, it has been completed. Which means that Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 are ready to come out without any bugs. Or at least any bugs that the company can find, you know? And finally, Quest 5. Even more. There's a few more things to think about too. Number 1. Get the game reviewed by the ratings boards. ESRB, PEGI, Zero, etc. How much does that take to do? Fun fact, I know how much that takes to do. That takes maximum a week. You just like write up a report of what contents are in the game to those agencies. And you just send them out and they approve it within a week. So this is probably already done. Complete the soundtrack and get it ready for the release. I'm not sure if you really need to do that for the actual release of the game, but that could take like around like maybe 2 to 3 weeks depending on the company that you're using to put all the soundtrack on streaming services like Spotify and stuff. Hey, Drew H, thank you for the 29
So
months.
do you think it will release after the UT sale?
I think that the UT sale is here because of it! Because of the release! Drew H. Yeah, complete the soundtrack and get it ready for release. Materia Collective is in charge of doing that, and I can believe that they will be able to do that within 1 to 2 weeks. Finally, make the trailer and release materials. I am pretty sure that Toby would probably do that while they're bug testing the game. I can't imagine that he would wait for the bug testing to be done before they make the trailer and release materials. So I am pretty goddamn sure that those are ready to go, you know? And finally, Toby said, and more, ... question mark. And I think I know what that more is. Because it literally happened a few hours ago. If you go to the Deltarune page. Where is it? A few people were talking about this at the start of the stream. But there has been an update to the Deltarune Steam page. Recently, they added trading cards to the Deltarune Steam page. I don't know how to check in. Let me see if I can find SteamDB. SteamDB Deltarune. Let me check if I can find it on SteamDB. Metadata, packages. Update history. March 13th, added capsule, EN, library hero, logo position. Where is it? Someone's gonna pay $100 for a Newbert card. Thank you, Viago. Where are the stupid little cards? People were talking about this at the start of the stream. I think chat lied. No, there were too many people talking about this. Deltarune trading cards. There we go! 5 hours ago, Deltarune now has a trading subforum on Steam discussions. Looks like we'll be getting trading cards, backgrounds, and emoticons like Undertale did. Let me check if that is true. You have to go into Steam, open up Steam, go into... oh, fuck. Go into the community hub. Discussions. I accidentally unfocused everything that I had on my fucking computer. That is awesome. Back again. There we go. Open up Steam again. Motherfucker. There we go. We're back, baby. Yes! There's a trading subforum. Trading 1 mental sanity for 2 Deltarune chapters. Does anyone want to trade Deltarune for money? 3 MS Peepees cards for 1 Bertley frozen card. Does anyone have Rulks? I've been grinding out cards, but Rulks card keeps eluding me. I have 51 unknowns and a hyper rare Gaster Penumbra Whale Shard. We'll give 1 million for a PLUEY card. Welcome to Holiday Girls 1225's Game Secrets Glitches and the Unknown. Urgent need of Oxido. Hello, Trading Spaton. I'm Tranding. Sparm turn G spammed. Anyone got a Sheriff Woody? I'll trade all of my PPs and throw in a Des as well. Yeah, so this literally happened 5 hours ago. I think that this is what more was. I think that more was the Steam credit cards and achievements for console. Which fucking means testing done. Complete untested chapter 4 English PC version done. Console ports Japanese version and other stuff done. Bug testing done. Get the game reviewed by ratings boards done. Complete the soundtrack done. Make the trailer done. More done. It's close. It's so fucking close. Literally the only thing left to do is release. Literally the only thing left to do is release. We'll let you know the progress of each of these things going forward. That's it for this page. It's literally... It's right there, man! We are right there, man! So that's why I'm making this fucking stream. You know why I'm making this fucking stream? Because there's a very high chance that within next week, we will be able to get the Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 release date trailers. If not today, then at some point within the next 2 weeks, there will be a Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 trailer. After that, I don't know when it's gonna come out. Maybe Toby wants to give it like a few days for everyone to prepare. Though considering the release of Chapter 2, that came out like 2 days after the announcement, it's probably gonna be like a week or so, which means that there's a very high chance that we will be seeing Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 release in the first few days of April. There's a very high fucking chance right there! Oh. Cyberwolf says, imagine if he drops the trailer and the game at the same time. I will be there. Minute 1. Literally minute 1. Hey, B and Drake.
Delta soon, real.
Delta soon! Anyways. So that is the reason for why I have been so mentally ill and why I've felt the need to make the stream literally right now. Hey, Toby Fox.
Deltarune now.
Deltarune now! Fuck! I wish! Also, when he says that there will be more updates, he was not kidding, by the way. I gotta be honest, and hopefully Azazel is currently asleep right now, because I don't want her to hear this. But oh my fucking god, Toby Fox is such a better developer than Team Cherry. Like, I'm sorry. Hopefully Azazel is not gonna hear that. But I am so fucking glad that Toby is actually serious about, like, showing progress updates about Deltarune to people in a normal, calm fashion. Because I would not be able to handle the way that Team Cherry does his stuff.
What the roast chicken thing is.
Oh, it's just a dumb joke, Lauren. I will explain it to you, actually. This will be fun. We're gonna spend the rest of this segment going through Toby Fox's Bluesky account, by the way. Like, if you don't know, Team Cherry are the developers of Silksong and Hollow Knight. I am looking forward to Silksong, as Azazel is as well. Silksong is probably gonna be a really good game when it comes out, but holy fucking shit, the radio silence of Team Cherry has made the Hollow Knight community absolutely miserable. And I am so thankful that Toby is not like that Toby cares about his community, and that he gives progress updates about Deltarune semi-frequently. Have you ever seen anyone in the Deltarune community be legitimately angry at the way that Toby Fox releases the game? Like, we're all joking around. Like, you know the Deltarune tomorrow meme? That is a meme. That is something that people do for fun. It's not a genuine criticism of Toby Fox or the Deltarune team. you know? Silksong, on the other hand, people have been legitimately pissed off at the radio silence of Team Cherry and the way that they just won't give any updates about how the game is going, you know? But for Deltarune, everyone is happy. Everyone is, like, super chill, because, like, we are being fed constantly with newsletters and, like, Bluesky updates, and Toby just has this casual, like, vibe to him that is, like, super good for community, for, like, the community's, like, patience, you know? Even though it's been, like, 4 years, it still doesn't feel like Deltarune has been left abandoned, you know? There was once upon a time, Toby said that he wants to complete Deltarune, but he will probably cancel it if he takes longer than 7 years to make it. Well, this is currently the 7th anniversary of Deltarune Chapter 1. It's pretty obvious that the game is not going to be fully released this year, but it seems that Toby is chill about it because he actually has a team working on the game with him now. So, I don't think that we're going to have to worry about that, you know? I'm very glad how Toby develops his games and how he informs the community. In the very fucking fact, let's go through his Bluesky right now. Holy shit, there's a lot here. So if you want to know what the roast chicken is about, it's just the stupid meme that Toby was doing, like, when he made his Bluesky account about 4 months ago. Because this is the sprite of, like, a dog climbing, like, a wall, and you're seeing his back. But for some reason, Toby believes that this looks like roast chicken. Toby says that this was originally drawn by Temmie on June 18th, 2021. Jesus. And there's a high chance that we're going to be able to see this sprite in chapters 3 and 4 as well. Time to just show, like, the stupid fucking Bluesky posts of Toby. Did you drop one of these? Be honest. Ah, yes. The gold roast chicken. Or the silver roast chicken. He made a fucking whole song about this. Imagine someone coming into the stream right now and thinking that this is chapter 3. Just a little tune. This is me waiting in my house as I wait for Deltarune chapter 3 and 4.
I'm in the house like carpet, like carpet, carpet, carpet. I'm in the house. I'm in the house like carpet. Check it out. I'm in the house like carpet, like carpet, carpet, carpet. Check it out. I'm in the house. I'm in the house like carpet. Check it out.
Diego says, our level of brain rot in a nutshell. Someone has tried to find Gaster's theme in carpet! Yeah, seriously! Wait, is that... Wait, is that the freedom motif? Wait. Within the dark. The dark. I'm with you
house like
in
carpet,
the dark. Maybe.
carpet.
I'm with you. The carpet is with you in the dark. Don't you hear it though? I kind of hear it. Though. That's the Freedom motif though. I'm with you in the dark. It's there though. We are not crazy. I heard it too. I'm with you in the carpet. Hey, Loopback. This is just how it feels to have cabin fever. I love you, Toby. You're so fucking weird.
Carpet.
God fucking damn it. Oh yeah, this is the Happy Halloween, everybody! Shit, this was back in October? Oh my god! Time fucking flies! Anyways, I will be skipping around a little bit here, because like these are just like regular Bluesky posts. Stand undetained. Very good. Very good. I appreciate this. Okay, yeah, this is when 3 months ago they released the LTS version patch. This is the one that had like game underscore change. The 2024 newsletter came out. Interview with the guy that made Cave Story. Happy New Year, friends. Don't forget, Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 will release this year in 2025. Don't forget! Ooh! We're gonna have to talk about that in the theory section of the stream. We're gonna talk about Don't Forget. Toby Fox eating a lemon. I love the JPEG artifacting on this. It's so fucking good. Oh, actually never read this. New Spamton shirt idea. Rules for dating me, Spamton. Number 1, get a job. Number 2, understand I don't like you. 3, realize I am everywhere. 4, you hurt me, I hurt you. 5, be home 30 minutes early. 6, get a lawyer. 7, if you lie to me, I will find out. Number 8, I am your princess, not your conquest. 9, I don't mind going back to jail. Number 10, whatever you do to me, I'll do to you. Number 11, whatever you do to me, I'll be going back to jail 30 minutes early. Number 12, I am your conquest, not your conquest. Number 13, if you lie to me, I will risk your lawyer! No. God damn it, Toby. So, you wanna know why Toby is doing this? Okay, but genuinely though, you wanna know why Toby's doing this? Because this is the look of a man, this is the behavior of a man that has too much free time on his hands, has completed Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4, and he's just waiting for its release. This is a sign of mental illness and boredom, because the chapters have not released yet. Because guess what, motherfuckers? Toby is just as mentally ill about us, about wanting those chapters to come out. It's a cry for help. Yeah, Bone the Cat. You want to know why I know this? Because Toby literally says it himself after this. I showed my family and friends a minigame that I've been working on for Deltarune, and they all described it as a cry for help because your game is not out. My family later clarified that that was a good thing. My other friend didn't clarify, but they did laugh for about 10 minutes straight hearing me play it. Same friend who played Chapter 3 like over a year ago and also told me they miss Tenna. And I was like, man, that's something no one in the world has ever said, huh? We need to talk about Tenna later, by the way. Tenna is the main boss of Deltarune Chapter 3. And there's a friend of Toby's that has played Chapter 3 through to completion, and they missed that motherfucker! And yes, as in Antenna, says Poochie. Yes, because Tenna is supposed to be the queen and king equivalent in Chapter 3. They're supposed to be like the big boss that is controlling the TV world. That is what the main boss of Chapter 3 is going to be. Not the secret boss, keep in mind. It's not going to be like a Spamton situation. Tenna is the person that is running the TV world, and he's running it like a mafia. You know, like a mafia boss? He's the one that is controlling the broadcasts. He's the one that is probably gonna kidnap Toriel at some point during Chapter 3, and it's gonna be your overall main antagonist in Chapter 3, you know? From what I understand of Tenna, from the Spamton sweepstakes and this post, he's going to be like a very unlikable villain. Probably gonna be like a mob boss type scenario where he's like gonna make deals with Kris. What I'm imagining is that you are going to come into the TV world, and Tenna is gonna like kidnap you and gonna like keep like Toriel hostage or something for the start of the chapter, and he's gonna be like, "Yo, Kris, you work for me now, you understand? You're gonna come in here, oh, your likeness, oh, I don't really care about your likeness. You know what you're gonna do for me? You're gonna come in to my establishment and fuck my shit up? Fuck you. I'm gonna take you, and you're gonna become an actor, baby. You're gonna become an actor for me, baby. I'm gonna take you and I'm gonna make you a star, baby." And it's gonna be like a very, like, has anybody here played, Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door? You know? Have you ever played Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door and gone to Chapter 3 in that game? Because I very much believe that it's gonna be like the Glitz Pit in Chapter 3 of Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. I think that for Chapter 3, you're going to be in a TV studio, and the entire chapter is gonna be based around you being actors for Tenna's different like TV shows that he's gonna be like broadcasting throughout TV world. You know, that's why I believe Toby said that Chapter 3 was gonna be a very weird chapter. Because it's going to be a situation where, like, you're gonna be in this green room, this literal green room that we saw in the Spamton sweepstakes, of, like, that's gonna be your hub world, and you're gonna be, like, waiting around in there, you're gonna be talking with the characters and stuff, and that's gonna be you talking to NPCs and other characters and stuff before you go into these minigames, into these TV show segments, you know? It's gonna be like, "Yo, Kris, so like, reality TV shows has been like really successful nowadays, so you're gonna be the protagonist of this new reality TV show." Or like, it's gonna be, you're gonna go in a romance, like, drama novel, and like, you're gonna be like the actor, you're gonna be like the hero of like this romance drama novel thingy, this adaptation for a novel. And like TV, or like a telenovela. That was the name of it. You're gonna be like the protagonist of a telenovela, and like the guy that you're gonna romance in that telenovela is gonna be Ralsei. And it's gonna be really awkward between the two of you, Because, like, you're gonna have to act out the part of you being, like, the big, like, hero to Ralsei, and Ralsei is gonna act, like, very cutesy and gonna act very feminine, you know? And, like, the player can play into it, or you can choose to go, like, no, ew, I don't want to see it, ew. Because the whole idea is that Ralsei reminds Kris of, like, you know, their brother, Asriel. So, if the players want, they can try to do that romance shit with Ralsei, or they can choose options to, like, prevent that shit. Like, maybe, like, you're holding Ralsei, like, by the arms and you can just drop him on the floor or something. This whole idea of, like, a telenovela where, like, Ralsei is, like, the one that, like, the protagonists are, like, pining for and stuff, you know? And, like, Kris is like, I don't want any of that shit! And but the game can allow the player to choose if you want to pursue that romantic action or not, you know? Same way as, like, the boat scene in Chapter 2, where, like, you and Ralsei go on, like, a romantic boat ride with the swan and stuff, and you can, like, take photos and stuff, like, with each other. Like, it's gonna be something like that, in my opinion. You can just yeet Ralsei if you want to. What else? I feel like it's also gonna be like, Tenna's gonna say, yo, kid, we initially had this cowboy segment that we were gonna do, but, like, audience testing showed that cowboy shows are actually very, very bad right now. Like, we don't want to do cowboy show segments because, like, nobody's watching them anymore. So, like, we're gonna cancel that and we're gonna replace it with spy. It's gonna be a spy show, or it's gonna be like a space-faring sci-fi show, you know? Maybe what other stuff? Like, you'd have a kaiju battle. You could have a Godzilla-like kaiju battle where, like, Susie dresses up as, like, a monster, and, like, you have to fake fight Susie and stuff. There could also be you know what it could also be? A courtroom drama with Toriel and a fake version of Asgore. Like a courtroom drama about who gets to keep Kris. You know? Like, to symbolize or to, like, dig in deep about, like, Kris's divorce, you know? And you have to choose who to go for. Do you want to stay with Asgore? Do you want to stay with Toriel? Or maybe the telenovela is about forcing Toriel to get back with Asgore as well. Like, you could, instead of having, like, you romancing Ralsei, it could be, like, Toriel being forced to romance this fake version of Asgore, you know? Like, there's so many opportunities for mentioning or, like, talking about Kris's home life in the TV world, you know? Maybe the reality TV show can be about family drama as well. In general, though, there's so many opportunities for cool minigames and cool sequences in Chapter 3 that are, like, based around these TV shows, you know? Based around courtroom drama, based around telenovelas, based around sci-fi spacefaring shows, based around cowboy shows, based around reality TV shows, pawn shop. You could work at a pawn shop for one minigame, you know? Breaking Bad, stuff like that, you know? Toby could add so many references to those kinds of things in Chapter 3. And I think that it's gonna be a Glitzbit scenario where, like, you always go back to that green room, and then Tenna calls you back for, like, another show. Like, yo, Kris, we got a new show up and running. You want to take part of it? Actually, no, you don't have a choice in it because you're my slave. Ha 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 ha. And then you, like, get forced to do, like, another part in one of those shows, you know? And as you increase in popularity in the TV world, you become more and more and more popular. And so you become a star. So you get, like, better, like, equipment, and you get adoring fans. And maybe at some point, once you become, like, successful enough in the TV world, you will be able to go on a talk show with Tenna. Like, Tenna is also the host of a talk show, like a Jimmy Kimmel fucking scenario, or like a fucking, like a late night show. And so you and Susie go into that late night show, and as you are being interviewed by Tenna about how much of a success you are, you get the choice, or you get the chance to, like, attack Tenna in that room. And so you can end the chapter by beating Tenna, like, live on stage, you know? You need to cancel Tenna live! Or maybe it will be like one of those things of, like, you gather evidence about Tenna being a corrupt mob boss, and then you present that evidence, like, in a courtroom show, or you present that evidence in a late night show, you know? That's what I think Chapter 3 is gonna be about. Live show final boss fight, yes. Anyways. Fuck. I already went off on my thoughts for Chapter 3. Sorry about that. I was gonna save it for later, but like the moment that Tenna as a concept was uttered, I immediately fucking went off. Hey, M25, thank you for the 15 months.
Tenna will be the Deltarune equivalent of Metadon.
Yes, except instead of being like a twink, I think that Tenna is gonna be like way more bulky, maybe like a box-shaped character, like more of a brute, like a mafia boss type of deal, you know? Like a, yo kid, you're messing up with my game show? Fuck you! You get to be part of the game show now. You work for me, capiche? Type of deal, you know? Hey Jubian, thank you for the super chat. Hey Tenna, wanna see something funny? Shit. You get what you fucking deserve! Fatal Natal says, Kingpin shaped. Yeah, exactly like that. Anyways. So, before we can end this section, it's time to talk about the ongoing thread that Toby Fox has made to update people on the release of Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. After this, you know what we should do after this is over? We should go and look at the Deltarune Theory survey made by Shibuya. Because I think that will be like a nice way of like transitioning us into like theory mode, so that we can talk about the different theories that people have for like Deltarune, you know? Yes, we will do the Deltarune Theory survey. So, let's begin. So, first post starts with, Happy New Year, friends! Deltarune Chapter 4 is now being bug tested by a professional team on PC. Then, same month, not sure when the next newsletter will be, so I'm just gonna try to give a small status updates as they become relevant. So instead of newsletters, we get this, like, Bluesky thread with news about Deltarune. The next news is, translation, text and implementation are done, working on fixing some last issues. Testing, still ongoing. One tester said players will find it very inconvenient that you cannot save or load in the light world. I was initially resistant, but I decided to add save points there in Chapter 4. So hear me out! We need to talk about that. We need to talk about this. We actually need to talk about this. This is very important for the lore of the story, because it seems to me that, unlike Undertale, there is a reason for why you can't save in the light world. From what I understand, the segments in Chapter 4 are going to be inverted. Instead of having a dark world that consists of most of the chapter, Chapter 4 will mostly be about the light world and characters going about their lives in the light world, you know? Which means that we may see the Dark Fountain in Chapter 4 be something related to those light world struggles for other characters aside from Kris. I believe that Chapter 4's Dark Fountain will be created by Noelle, not Kris, because of a drama or an issue that will happen in the light world throughout Chapter 4. In my personal belief, I feel like Chapter 4 is... in my personal belief, I feel like Chapter 3 is going to take place entirely in the Dark World. Chapter 3 is set to be one of the shorter chapters of the game. I think that it's going to be all about the TV world and, like, Toriel and, like, Asgore's marriage with Toriel and maybe trying to fix up some of the issues with their marriage. And then the chapter will end with us sealing the fountain and something fucked up happening in the light world. Hear me out. This is gonna be a really out there theory. But I think that once Chapter 3 ends, once the Dark World has been sealed in Chapter 3, you're going to get a call, or you're going to get the news, or maybe Toriel will get a call, or get the news that Rudy has either died or has fallen down. That Rudy is passing, that Rudy is dying, or like Rudy has fallen down. I think that will be the cliffhanger for Chapter 3. Why do I think that? Because it seems that Toby refuses to leave Chapter 3 alone. Toby needs to release Chapter 3 and 4 in conjunction with one another. It seems like the reason why is because I think that at the very end of Chapter 3, things will turn way darker and way more serious for the characters. Chapter 3 is going to be fun. Toby said that Deltarune Chapter 3 is going to be just very fun and, like, lighthearted, and there's going to be, like, a lot of silly moments and stuff. And once you turn off the TV, once you've finished the chapter, once you turn off that dark fountain, you're gonna get the news that Rudy is fallen down and that he will die soon. You know? And then Chapter 4 is going to be all about how the characters feel about Rudy passing, about Noelle, about Noelle's mother, about how the town is sad about, like, Rudy's passing. It's going to be like a very much more mature chapter that is going to be about these issues. And then you're going to be able to visit Noelle's house to be able to give her support through these dark times. And you're going to find out, you're going to discuss the Dark Worlds with Noelle, and she's gonna realize that creating a dark fountain is possible, and she will create that dark fountain to escape the reality of her father passing away. Either to save her father, or to escape the reality that he's going away. Because Deltarune is about you retreating into fiction to avoid the problems of your daily life. Noelle is gonna be so fucking distraught that Rudy is passing or has died or has fallen down that she's gonna create a dark fountain in her house to avoid the news of her father's passing. She's gonna deny it. She's gonna disassociate. She's gonna go, no, this can't be it. This can't be it. This can't be it. And she's gonna remember the speech that Queen told her at the end of Chapter 2. She's gonna realize, oh wait, I have the power within me. I have the power within me to be able to create a dark fountain. I will use this power to either save Rudy or to escape the idea of my father going away. And the theme of Chapter 4 is gonna be video games. It's gonna be like, you know that hand pocket, like handheld console that Noelle has that was playing like Dragon Blazers on? I think that she's gonna create a dark fountain in a room full of video game stuff. She's gonna create like full of like consoles and like old consoles that her and Rudy used to play. You know? And then you're gonna be able to see the actual ice palace that Noelle was talking about in chapter 2 when she was playing Dragon Blazers with Rudy. Because she's at that point in Dragon Blazers that she is having a tough time getting through the ice palace. And Noelle, is going to become the main boss of chapter 4 because she will become, like, the ruler of that dark world. She's going to be the one that is going to rule over this dark world and will have the power. She will have ice powers. And chapter 4 is going to be all about trying to help Noelle and stop this and get her out of the delusion and get her out of the idea, because she can't live in this world forever. She can't live in delusions forever. She has to come into the real world. Remember how, like, Noelle hated Queen? Hated the character that resembled her mother in chapter 2? Hated Queen? I think that she will become the new queen of chapter 4 of that ice palace, of that video game world. So she will start to resemble, like, her mother a bit. And that will be, like, awful.
Wait, imagine if she creates the fountain in the hospital itself to delay her father's death.
That could be cool, G-Star. That is a really cool idea. However, the reason for why I don't believe this is true, G-Star, is because Deltarune chapters are all about escapism and forms of fiction and escapism. I don't think that Toby would make an entire level themed around hospitals. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's right. I fully believe that instead it will be in the holiday household and it will be in a room with Noelle that has a lot of old video game consoles that she played as a kid, you know? Because it makes much more sense to have a video game themed dark world than like a hospital themed dark world. Keep in mind, every single chapter so far is about a form of escapism. Tabletop video games for chapter 1. The internet for chapter 2, and TV for chapter 3. So I fully believe that it's going to be in the holiday household, and it's going to be in a room filled with old consoles that Noelle used to play as a kid. And you will have to go into the ice palace of Dragon Blazers and get Noelle out of there and make her realize that she can't hide in this delusion forever, and she has to accept her father's death. What do you think? That's my theory for what 4 is gonna be about. Because I think that that would be a perfect sequel to Noelle's character development from chapter 2. Hey Matrix, the games her dad played with her. Yes! The stuff that her dad played with her, like the old consoles and stuff. You know? Hey Thiago, this is also supported by Toby saying that the Lost Girl motif will play in various places even if Noelle isn't there when he first released it. Yeah, the Lost Girl theme could be a theme that you hear throughout the Ice Palace in Chapter 4 as you go through that Ice Palace. Thiago says, so Dark Worlds are about escaping shitty situations, right? I would like to propose Pizza Pants for an Ice Ease Dark World. You joke! But that might be chapter 5. I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much. I've only thought about chapter 3 and 4. I have not thought too much about chapter 5, 6, and 7. Chimeral Fruitcake says... donates $5 and says, if your theory is right, imagine how it'd combine with the Snowgrave route. Oh god, oh god. Hey, yo. Hey, Chimeral. You wanna know something? I think that it would make perfect sense with the Snowgrave route. Because imagine... remember what you fucking did to Noelle in chapter 2? If the player chooses to, they can abuse Noelle psychologically in chapter 2. Making her into someone that will follow the player's commands to the letter. And then after chapter 2 ends in a Snowgrave route, Noelle comes out of that experience traumatized, and if you visit her in the hospital, you will find that Noelle is extremely apprehensive about handing control over to anyone, including her own father. You will find that she has become obsessed with gaining back control because of that traumatic experience in the cyber world. So in Chapter 4, I believe that if you did the Snowgrave route in Chapter 2, she will become a super mega hard boss, like a really powerful boss in Chapter 4 by comparison. I think that she will not become a secret boss, but she will become like a tyrannical ruler, you know? She will become someone obsessed with gaining power. Maybe in the good version of Chapter 4, the Ice Palace is like nice, and there's like cute little snowmen, and it's like, oh man, I love Queen Noelle. Queen Noelle is so good. I am sure that Queen Noelle will help us out with our government. But in like the Snowgrave version of Chapter 4, Noelle rules the Ice Palace with an iron fist. You know? She's like not an evil ruler, but much closer to her mother. Very distant, very angry, very like essentially like queen, you know? Like an ice fist, yeah, sure, you know? And she will become a much more tougher fight so that the player can get some like extra challenge if they did the Snowgrave route, you know? Thiago says, and I point Pizza Pants specifically because the nightmare drawing in the Undertale as a fun event. No explanation to this day, but if secret boss though, have no idea what you're talking about, Thiago, sorry. Weasel says, what if the Ice Palace is a callback to Death's Snowstorm? Maybe. I think that maybe once Noelle has control over one of the Dark Worlds, maybe she will use the Dark World to try to find Death again as well. Like, she will try to both save her dad and Death, you know? It will... her father falling down will be a trigger for Noelle to become an active, proactive character in the story, and trying to find Death through the Dark Worlds, maybe, you know? Anyways, that is what I feel is going to happen in Chapter 4. I think that that's legitimately what might happen, because Noelle seems like an extremely important character, and I would be so fun to see one of your older party members become a boss in future chapters. Imagine having to fight Noelle in Chapter 4 with the Thorn Ring. You gave her that item, you gave her the Thorn Ring in Chapter 2, and she uses it against you in Chapter 4. That will be like an instant kill, right? It will be so fucked up. Cheese Wizard says, like how you fight Susie in Chapter 1, but even more? Yes! I also feel, because, you know, Noelle is very, like, mage, like she's wearing white robes in Chapter 2, right? She's supposed to be a white mage, right? Like a healing white mage, right? I feel like her form in Chapter 4 as a boss is going to be angel-themed. Like, she's gonna have wings, like icy wings, you know? Maybe, if she's the boss on the regular route of Chapter 4, she's going to be like a queen in her throne, and she's gonna be healing, like, really powerful enemies that you have to defeat to get past to her in her throne. But in the Snowgrave route, she will deal with you herself. Like, she will deal with you with the Thorn Ring, so she doesn't have, like, ads to, like, keep you busy, like she would in, like, the normal route of Chapter 4, you know? But yeah, she will have, like, an angelic theme, or, like, an angelic dress for, like, her queen form in Chapter 4, you know? This is making the Persona comparisons go full circle. Yes. Hopefully you guys like that theory, because that was one of the bigger theories that I wanted to talk about in this stream. I wanted to talk about Noelle and the fact that she may be a boss in Chapter 4. And the way that that ties into, like, Snowgrave, right? Because I feel like it's impossible for Noelle to be a party member again. Because she is so traumatized by what happened in the Dark World in Chapter 2. But I feel like Toby wants to keep Noelle involved in the story, right? So how do you involve Noelle in the story back again without making her a party member because she's afraid of what Kris can do in the Dark World? Oh, you make her into a boss. You make her into someone that wants to gain control in the Dark World. You make her into one of the main bosses of the world. Why is she a boss of that? Because the Dark World is going to happen in her house, in a room full of video games that she's already played with her dad, and she needs to create this dark fountain in order to either cope with the loss of Rudy or try to bring him back in some capacity, you know? That's something off my chest. Hopefully I will call it, like, this is a very interesting stream, because this stream will either be fucking gospel when Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 releases, or it's gonna be the worst, most badly aged shit ever.
What do you think the twisted sword, crafted from the thorn ring, is about?
I am not sure, Witherstone. Hey, Dr. Joker, thank you for the $5.
Noelle has also said that she feels that Kris is one of the only people she can say no to. Felt that this might be important to note.
Interesting. Witherstone, I don't really have enough information for the Twisted Sword, because that seems like a Chapter 6 and 7 item. There's not enough information right now to know what it'll be about.
Why do you have the Katalyka Kickstarter bookmark?
Oh, fuck! Right, I have that. I forgot about that. Hey, Grim Tidings, thank you for the $2. Hey guys. Do you know what Katalyka is? Hey guys, do you know about Katalyka? No, what? No, what? The what? No, what? Alright, let's take an aside from, Deltarune just a little bit to talk about Katalyka. Let me tell you about Katalyka. Now wait, don't worry. I'm gonna tell you what it is, and you're gonna click off, but don't worry, trust me. This is the funniest shit ever. Oh, Ash says, ooh, it looks so interesting. Katalyka is a strategy game for 1 to 4 players that focuses on building a successful stellar culture that spans across the entire galaxy, created by Molly Friedrich. This is a Kickstarter that went live and gained around, like, almost $8,000. It's a board game, right? It's a board game that Molly was developing that is supposed to be a board game about Earth and the way that Earth interacts with the solar system and the sun. But sadly, according to Molly Friedrich, she had to stop making Katalyka because the sun told her to stop. The sun and the government were harassing Molly and telling her that she needed to stop developing Katalyka. The sun was legitimately threatening and harassing her. And the police were being assholes, and everyone was out to get her. The sun told her to stop. Now, why is that? Well, let's go to the update page of Katalyka. There's various updates about Katalyka, but I want to read 2 specific ones that I feel like would illuminate the why this lady had to stop. So this update was on 2018 by Molly Fredrich. Hey y'all! Some of you may have seen the video claiming this Kickstarter is a failure and generally painting me up to look completely insane. So I wanted to respond here and also let you all know to still expect a copy of Eternal War of the Candy Realms, printed and sent at my loss, to apologize to everyone that didn't get a copy of Katalyka. I've already sent out some copies of Candy Realms to you, and will be sending out more in a few weeks. If your address has changed recently, please message me to let me know. So she's like, oh, I'm gonna change this game because Katalyka couldn't been made, because the sun told me to stop, and like blah 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 blah. I'm gonna make another game called Candy Realms, blah 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 blah. So what went wrong? You know, I put some cool stuff in Katalyka, but it was too ambitious for my first project, and deciding to print it myself was probably the main mistake that led to the budget problems and partial failure. I do admit that I wasn't able to send finished copies of the game to everyone before the budget ran out, but I never used the sun or the voices as excuses for my partial failure on this Kickstarter. What about the sun, Molly? Please tell me about the sun. As for the sun, it did actually harass me a bit, but it also ended up communicating clear enough that I understand why the sun harassed me. So there's no hard feelings on my part. Me and the sun are chill. As for the accusation that I'm racist, yeah, I am. I firmly... Oh my god. Molly Fredrich says, I firmly believe that blacks are superior because I've burned in UV rays as far back as I can remember. I'd love to be able to run around outside and not burn, unlike black people. My mom has a sun allergy worse than I do, to the point that where she takes medication for it. I didn't invent race, so please don't expect me to pretend I don't burn in UV rays. Maybe that light sensitivity is what led to the argument I got caught up with between part of the sun and carbon? I don't know. The sun is harassing me because I get burnt in UV rays, unlike black people.
Thank you.
If the Amigams parallel the people in the graveyard, would Rudy be memory head?
Astral, we're gonna talk about this later. I'm sorry, I'm talking about Katalyka right now. C-Max says, measured head back this game. So a recap. If you haven't gotten a Katalyka, you won't get one, but I have already started sending out copies of Eternal War of the Candy Realms. Please accept it as my apology and attempt to fulfill my promise to you. The sun and the CO voice was not the cause of Katalyka's partial failure. My mistake and budgeting problems was. I did not go crazy and run off with the backer money. Sorry so long, hope everyone is doing well, says Molly. That's not the good bit. That's not the good bit of this story. I'm sorry. This is not the update that is the most important update. She says, Molly Fredrich says, I did not go crazy and or run off with the backer money. I want to read you the final update of this. I want to read you the final update of Katalyka. Because apparently, Molly has been caught up in the conflicts between the pink tribe and the green tribe. And she lays it out for you in this final Katalyka update. about how the evil green death tribe is trying to take down the good pink tribe. I feel like this has to be the final update.
Thank you.
Hey, Ostimus Alex.
CO is not how you write carbon monoxide, but I feel like there's a more prevalent to
To point out, yeah.
Ha, ha, ha.
Thank you, Alex. So, update number 31. I feel like this has to be the final update. It called me to Katalyka today. The sun called me Katalyka today. So, let's do a little imagination exercise. Let's say I did everything perfectly. I designed the game just right. Kickstarter took their $1,800, and I used the remaining $6,000 to buy supplies, and I didn't have the paper thickness problem or the printing issue. Let's pretend I didn't have to buy a second printer, or it's more expensive ink, and you didn't announce a huge postal rate increase a couple of months after the Kickstarter ended. The Seymour family didn't betray me that December, telling me that they were moving to a new house in 3 weeks, leaving me essentially homeless at Christmas of 2012. Let's pretend I didn't lose hundreds of dollars of shipping out copies that did go out. Instead of only producing and sending out 54 copies of the game, some even with free copies of Eternal War of the Candy Realms, I was able to make all 85 copies of Katalyka, and everyone who got it loved it. How would that ideal Katalyka be different and improved over the actual game as it was published and sent out to my backers? Hold on. The truth is, you accused me of racism because I had worked through the false accusations against me that I was, quote-unquote, unsafe for children in 2011. But you still wanted me to fail, because you couldn't handle that I had exposed the evil black racists who falsely accused me, the Horton family, beating the crying 2-year-old upstairs from my apartment with a bop, which they had blamed on me to avoid consequences. Yeah, so this lady lived next to a black family called the Horton family, and she was caught beating a 2-year-old from that family, and she blames this assault on them. I was that annoying white person who figured out that evil black racist people were dominating UV's chlorophyll narrative. I had documented in detail that I wanted to be a natural fair huntress of the garden, that I identified as an intersex angel without functioning sex organs, as the opposite of plants having both, and that I supported parthenogenic cloning of my tribe's children, instead of children being sexualized to break the holy seals, laying with beasts called husbands. I demonstrated exactly what the stellar culture was hoping someone would eventually learn. So she believes that she's part of the fair huntress of the garden tribe, aka called the Pink Tribe, which is supposed to be a super pure race of female human beings without any functional sex organs that she wants to create, that she wants to reproduce by cloning instead of sexual acts. And she thinks that people that are intersex are evil because they have 2 sex organs instead of 0, and that they are sexualizing children, and they are using men, aka beasts, aka husbands, to continue creating children the wrong way. I single-handedly introduced this planet to the idea of the Pink Tribe and the Green Tribe, or Green Tribe, being the rightful division of life and death. So hear me out, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out! Hear me out! So she is part of the Pink Tribe. You know why the Pink Tribe is pink? Because they have pink fair skin, right? She's a female huntress of the Pink Tribe, which is like a white, very pink, very fair white skin. The green tribe is part of the death cult that worships the sun and is part of responsible of infecting the planet with plants that are green. And they feed themselves using the powers of the sun, right? So, hey guys, if she says that she's part of the pink tribe that has white fair skin, who do you think? Who do you fucking think is part of the green death tribe that can use photosynthesis to get powers from the sun? Who do you think? Black people! I single-handedly introduced this planet to the idea of the pink tribe, the white and fair pink tribe, or green, the death cult of green that worships the sun, and because they have black skin, because black skin is better against the sun, being the rightful divisions of life and death, that plants are an essential function of inward moving death pressure! As part of our planet's relationship with each other. That the pink throne is supposed to be the position of free will earned by hunting and eating their darkers who have been rightfully death pressured into a food source. You wanna eat black people? What the hell does that have to do with Deltarune? This is cinema.
This is cinema.
She invented 4D racism, says Loopbag. Darkers? Oh, that kind of sounds like Darkners. Oh, come on. They're eating the Darkners.
This is some shit you'd hear in an AI Undertale mod.
They're eating the Darkners. They're eating the Lancers. They're eating the rules cards.
Thank you.
All jokes aside, I hope she gets help. She sounds mentally unwell.
Clearly!
She's just plain racist. Like, this is hurting my brain.
That's not mutually exclusive. You can be mentally ill and racist. Mango the Fox says, what the fuck did I just join back into? I thought this was Deltarune.
Thank you.
I didn't realize Deltarune lore was inside there.
This is chapter 5! She's an alien in disguise, I tell y'all. That the pink throne is... Okay, let me continue. Let me finish this up and then we can go back to Deltarune, okay? That the pink throne is supposed to be the position of free will, earned by hunting and eating their darkers, who have been rightfully death pressured into a food source. What? There could be only one disease of full plant reclamation, and that the ring revolt is building enormous ceramic icosahedrons like this planet to turn suns into fuel sources. And it got millions of views on the internet. I was the lady that made everyone racist. I exposed black culture! I exposed that black culture was using its influence over UV to attack anything on the planet that got too close to being a pink fair huntress, which was the ultimate goal of animal evolution in the stellar culture. there was no chance that Katalyka was going to be successful. And since we know no white or Asian people have ever turned into black people naturally, and since we know that no white or Asian people have ever turned into black people naturally, and this planet only has one race of females on its pink opposite of plant throne, you are essentially accusing me of being a normal woman on the pink throne. You set me up to fail because you didn't want to deal with the success I already had. Goodbye! Miss Molly.
Thank you.
Congratulations, this broke me.
I already have a headache from earlier, and I'm getting a new one from this. What the fuck?
Thank you.
Hey, Matrix.
Physnom's theory video turned into the History Channel at 3 a.m.
I'm so fucking sorry. Well, this was certainly an interesting direction for Chapter 4. Not sure what Toby was thinking here. Oh, my fucking god. Hey, Lugigi.
Man, the Deltarune 2 Kickstarter seems to be going well.
Holy fucking shit. Fart face. Moss Eater Tribe versus the Bat Inspector of Tribe. Oh my fucking god. Thank you, Spaton, for the $2. Now this is how Get Out started, isn't it? Bro, how do you find this stuff? I'm just way too bored and click on random internet articles, TBH. Are we fighting the sun in Chapter 5? Ah yes! The sun! The leader of the black people! Oh my god, I feel so bad just saying that.
Thank you.
Hey, Chalice.
No chapters of Deltarune for more than a year have led UT/Bluesky plans to the worst places.
Oh.
Thank you.
Hey, R-War.
So this is the famous
No,
divorce
no, no,
theory that
no!
I've heard
No,
so much
don't do
about.
that! Don't do that! No, no, no! Don't give shit to Molly Stars. Just because this crazy person is called Molly, that doesn't mean that you should give shit to like Molly Stars. Please don't. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Thank you, Juanma. Jesus fucking Christ! I have tears in my eyes right now. Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
So whites and Asians are okay but not black people? What about Hispanics?
Oh!
How do you feel about you, Phil?
I don't know. I don't know about that actually, because like my skin is like looking at my skin. So like I'm not black, but like I'm not white either. So like I guess the green tribe has infected me with their chlorophyll or some shit like that. Thank you, Fickle, for the super chat. I gotta go fall down my stairs. Thank you, Octa Joker. You see, that's why I'm green and black. That's why Phi is green and black.
Building and all that, but involving D20 Dyson spheres alongside cannibalism and tribes. This is out of my league.
Dude, I am a herald of the green tribe. That's why I'm a green slime with like neon black colors. I am pro chlorophyll. Hey, fart-faced, red/green color blindness be like. I am a green tribe member officially. I can say it. I can say the word. They gave me permission to do it when I took this job. Slime man, I'm scared. What the fuck is this? Oh yeah. this Kickstarter update has one comment by Mark Tietsort. Wow, this a lot. Still waiting on the game, though. Mark Tietsort is a super biker that has still not gotten his own copy of Katalyka. Dude, what happens if you take, like, a knife and stab it into a copy of Katalyka? What kind of fucking dark world would come out of that? Alright. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. That was a good, like, that was a good, break from the Deltarune brain rot, I suppose. I'm sorry, Phil, but you're only half cultist. Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking, like, blocking out the cult from me, you motherfuckers. Back to Deltarune, I suppose. Back to Deltarune, everybody. Sorry about that aside. So yeah, that's why I had Katalyka in my tabs. Thank you to that one guy that made me remember I had Katalyka open on my tabs. One guy derailed the entire fucking stream. That's me. I'm sorry. Alright. Oh. Back to Deltarune. So, that was my, that was my theory about what Chapter 5 was gonna be about. I mean, what Chapter 4 was gonna be about. Not Katalyka, I just mean, the stuff about it being, like, in Noelle's house and stuff, you know? Not Katalyka. What was I... Hold on. Why the fuck did I go on this rant in the first place? Oh, because... Okay, but because of the saving and loading. Okay, wait. Okay, yeah. I was talking about saving and loading in Deltarune. I was saying that in Chapter 4, there's gonna be very little save points, you know? The reason for why I think this is happening is because I feel like the Dark World of Chapter 4 is going to take a back seat to the character, like, the characters in the Light World. Therefore, Chapter 4's concept is going to be very small. It's going to be video games. It's going to be focused around the Ice Palace and the games that Noelle used to play with her father, with Rudy, you know? So, because Toby only allows people to save in the Dark World instead of the Light World, that's why the playtesters were finding it difficult to play that game, because there were no Light World saves, right? But now, as Toby says, still ongoing, one tester said players will find it very inconvenient that you cannot save or load in the Light World. I was initially resistant, but I decided to add save points in there in Chapter 4. You know how I think these are gonna play out? I think this is gonna be, you're gonna walk around the Light World, and then suddenly, in parts of the Light World, you're gonna find new spots to go into. Like, imagine that you're in, like, the forest, like the orange forest, and you're walking around, and then suddenly you find, like, a clearing, like a small little crack in, like, one of the walls of, like, the forest, like the trees, and then you go inside this room, and there's darkness in that room. You know? Like, imagine that you're, like, in an alleyway in the city, in the city part of the hometown. And, like, you go into that alleyway, and you find yourself in a dark room with a save point in it. Like a mini dark world, you know? I think that this is going to be foreshadowing that the darkness is bubbling from the depths, and Hometown is slowly getting more and more corrupted by darkness. There are pockets of darkness around in the light world that is going to contain these save points, you know?
Maybe you have to go back and forth, change something in the light world to solve puzzles in dark world. I'm a sucker for that stuff.
Could be Fartface, but considering that initially Toby didn't want to add save points to the light world, I think this is going to be his compromise. I don't think that he's going to add straight up saving in the light world, but I think that he will add little pockets of darkness here and there that you can go into, and inside of those pockets of darkness, because there's nothing like fiction themed in those areas, there's just gonna be little pockets of darkness that you can go into and save your game in, you know? Like, and that is going to be like, oh, home is slowly being invaded by the roaring. It's slowly bubbling from the depths. Like, everything around Hometown is slowly being covered in darkness, you know? Hey, Grim Tidings, thank you for the $5.
To repeat my question from before, in
Thank
your
you.
Boss Noelle scenario, could Kati be a party member since she seems to particularly care for Noelle?
That is not a bad idea, Grim. I don't think that we're gonna have an extra party member in Chapter 4, though. Mostly because I think that Chapter 4 is gonna be very, very, very small Dark World content-wise, you know? Like, I think that the Dark World in Chapter 4 is going to be the climax of Chapter 4. It's gonna be like, Noelle creates the Dark Fountain, and it's gonna be the Ice Palace. But it's gonna be a very, very, very small version of a Dark World, only containing, like, a surrounding area around the Ice Palace, and then the Ice Palace itself, and then you fight Noelle in it. Because, one, Noelle is not the knight, so she can't create full-on Dark Worlds like Kris can. I think that Kris is the one that holds the most determination within them, which is why they're able to create fully fledged Dark Worlds, and Noelle is going to be able to create one, but only in a smaller scope, you know? That way, the knight is still the same person. It is still going to be Kris, but Noelle will have a more proactive actions in Chapter 4, and she's going to create the Dark World, and it's going to be way smaller compared to everything else, you know? I think that also will make Ralsei freak out, for example, because I think that Ralsei knows that Kris is the knight, and he's just playing along to make the prophecy come true. And so when Noelle creates a Dark World, Ralsei's gonna be like, this wasn't supposed to happen, what the fuck? What the fuck? What? Noelle, what did you do? Like, it's gonna be like that, you know? I think that Noelle is not supposed to create a Dark World, only the knight is supposed to create a Dark World. But Noelle, through her grief and determination to be able to rescue her father, will end up creating a mini Dark World that you're gonna go into at the end of Chapter 4, and you're gonna have to fight her because of it, you know? Okay, but what if Kris isn't the knight, though? Yeah, but Kris is the knight, so, like, fuck you. Yes. Anyways. I still think that in Chapter 4, you're gonna get these little pockets of darkness to be able to save your game. And that's gonna be Toby's, like, way of, like, caving in to their requests of having, like, multiple save points in Chapter 4. Because otherwise, imagine going into Chapter 4 and then not being able to save for the entire motherfucking thing until Noelle opens up the Dark Fountain at the end, you know? And the Dark Fountain is just gonna be like the size of, like, maybe like the Red Forest plus the card castle, you know? Like, it's gonna be that size. It's gonna be the size of one of the areas from the first area of Deltarune Chapter 1 plus the card castle, you know? Anyways, moving on. Chapter 4 PC testing / translation winding down, no longer looking for new issues, only fixing and checking the remaining ones. Console testing starts tomorrow. The goal is to test Chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4 on all platforms: PC, Mac, Switch, PS4, PS5. Hey, Trash Mammal.
I think Gara is the knight taking control over Kris like they did in Undertale.
I mean, I'm not gonna be mean, but like, I don't. I mean, you would have to be stuck in like 2018 to believe that, honestly. Like, did Chapter 1 just come out for you? Do you still believe that Kara is like an evil demon that makes you want to do the genocides in Undertale? Like, come on. This is like, wow, you're out of date. Don't bully this person. They're just genuinely trying to give out their thoughts. Trash Mammal, thank you for giving out your theory. It's wrong, though. Thank you. I do remember your genocides, human. Bro, it's stuck in 2016. I appreciate the theory crafting. Wow, you did not cook. Get out of the kitchen. Imagine he's right. If he's right, then Toby Fox is a hack. Anyways. Let's continue, please. Next post is... PlayStation makes it a requirement to have trophies, achievements, so those will be one of the things that have to be tested. I don't think they're going to like testing the trophies, though. Still console testing, there are fewer bugs, but there's a lot to go through. Haven't tested PS5 yet. Hey, Aura Warrior.
I think multiple saves will factor into the ending, since the Twisted Sword has to be crafted with mutually exclusive items and the save box feature.
That is a very good fucking point, Aura Warrior. For those that don't know, you have 3 save slots in Deltarune as opposed to 1 in Undertale. Hey, Ferris.
I agree with Trash Mammal on the Kara thing.
I'm sure you do, Ferris. We have 3 different save files in Deltarune as opposed to Undertale, and many people believe that those save files will have differences to one another. Because if you open the cupboard on the left side of the room that you start in Deltarune, that cupboard has different stuff depending on which save you're using in that Deltarune chapter, in Deltarune chapter 1. A lot of people believe that that is a test to make sure that you are on the right timeline for when Toby will eventually add differences that are major in those 3 save slots. And maybe you can get a more powerful item, or you can get a different ending, or you can get something that will be significant by the end of chapter 6 or 7, you know? That's a really cool possibility, by the way, Aura Warrior. And like, Toby has absolutely fucked around with metagame like stuff like that, like meta elements like that. For example, the fun values in Undertale. So I think that your theory has genuine legs, yes. Anyways, still console testing, there are fewer bugs, but there's a lot to go through. Haven't even tested PS5 yet. In addition to fixing Chapter 3 and 4, we also need to implement having saves from the demo carry over to the main game on consoles. We only received the technology to do this now. Hope it works. Fuck yeah. Grim Tidings donates $2 and says, how do you think Undyne will come into Chapter 3?
Dominate!
Oh my god! Thank you, Necromancer Kobold, for the $50.
No.
This is gonna get cut off because there's too much
A
words.
theory I have regards the point of Deltarune as a game. It's going to deal with the concept of a real world versus a fake world, but the message being it shouldn't matter, because what makes a world real is that we care about it and its character.
Characters, yes.
Thank you.
Hey, fairies, add water.
I want everyone to try convincing Phil of this.
No, because you're wrong and nobody believes you. Necromancer, I think that you are confusing Deltarune with Undertale. I think it's less about the message, because that theory makes sense for Undertale. But Deltarune is more about the bonds and experiences that you get with other people from fiction. Like that you're able to connect to other people with the fiction, and that you're able to affect the real world based around the experiences that you get with others in the fictional world. Like Undertale was way more about stuff not mattering if it was like real or not, and treating like fictional characters well, and like being moral even if you didn't have like a reason to be moral, you know? But still, I think that you are onto something. Like it's still there, you know? Anyways, you're still like following the thread, I believe. Finally, the one fucking post that made the internet crazy again was Toby Fox posting, "We implemented PLUEY." For those that do not know what PLUEY is, there is no more information about PLUEY than just this post. Nobody knows who the fuck PLUEY is. Some people have made, like, artist renditions of what PLUEY is. And honestly, they're pretty good. This is what people currently believe PLUEY is. If you want my personal opinion, still concept testing, there are a few bugs. In addition to fixing chapter 3 and 4, we also need to implement PLUEY. I think PLUEY is the night! Thank you, Ferris. If you want my genuine, like, idea of what I think PLUEY is...
Thank you.
Hey, Fartface, thank you for the $5.
PLUEY is just gonna be either a new bird clone or a new title.
What I believe PLUEY is a character that you have to find in the PS5, PS4 console versions of Deltarune. Like, I think that this is going to be a console-exclusive character that is there for you to gain an achievement. And he will only be like, he will be like a rare find throughout the game.
Nah, Papyrus has to be the knight.
Of course, Maddest. Anyways, thank you for the 24 months. Like, because, you know why I think that? Is because the name PLUEY is PlayStation Ooey, like Bluey, from, like, fucking, like, the show Bluey. I think it's gonna be like a blue dog for a PlayStation, and he's gonna be like, "I'm PLUEY! Thank you for finding me!" And then he will, like, disappear, like fucking Gaster. He's gonna, like, plink out of existence. And he's only gonna be available in the console version because he's just there to give you an achievement. That's literally my... That's literally my thoughts, because Toby was talking about implementing PlayStation trophies, like, a few weeks ago. And then, like, literally 4 or 5 days after he was talking about PlayStation trophies, he talked about PLUEY, you know? Dactylowski says, like a platinum trophy. Could be as well. Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god! Yeah, actually not PlayStation. PlayStation, but also PL for platinum. PLUEY trophy. PLUEY trophy, like platinum trophy. Maybe he's like the representation of the platinum trophy. Like, if you get the platinum trophy on PlayStation, then PLUEY will appear somewhere in Castletown. I think that's it. Yeah, like, oh, made sure that if you made sure to get all the PlayStation achievements, then PLUEY, the PlayStation trophy character, is going to appear in the dark world in Castletown. You know. That would make sense as well, because Castletown in Deltarune is supposed to be, like, your Castletown. Like, player town. Like, whenever you name yourself in Deltarune at the beginning of the game, that name is what Castletown is called, right? So, if that is meant to represent you as the player, maybe PLUEY, aka the PlayStation trophy character, is going to appear in Castletown because that's the only place that he would be in, you know? As a representation of like, oh, the game is like responding to your achievements, to your inputs, to your commands. Oh, if you got the PlayStation achievement, then that will be reflected in the game inside of Castletown, you know? Maybe there will be a room in Castletown where PLUEY is. Or maybe he will be one of the NPCs, like, around the shops in Castletown, you know? Anyways. That's my theory for PLUEY. Let's continue. After Toby Fox gaslit everyone with PLUEY, he said, "Wearing a hat crashes the game. We fixed it. Tomorrow we start testing PlayStation 5. Now hear me out. Even though that's very fucking silly, you know what I think this might point towards? This is the time of the stream where everything becomes fucking mental illness. I fucking think friend inside me is real! You know about hats? I think Toby Fox is talking about the hats that you're wearing in the cowboy segment of Chapter 3! We are going to be going into a cowboy-themed TV show in Chapter 3. That cowboy segment is at risk of being cancelled, but if you go into the secret route in Chapter 3, you're gonna be able to find the set of that cowboy show. And inside of that cowboy show, you will be able to find the secret boss for Chapter 3, which is going to be a combination of an old sheriff that is being possessed by a bunch of Asgore's flowers from the fucking trash can. That cowboy is going to be basically themed around Woody from Toy Story. Woody from Toy Story is a cowboy toy that was whose TV show got discarded in Toy Story 2. Toby Fox made a fucking meme about, like, friend and me. Shit. And he put it on his Tumblr, like, years ago. And people believe that this is hinting that a cowboy-themed secret boss is going to be in Chapter 3. Because, according to Toby, in the newsletters, there was a cowboy segment in Chapter 3, but this was at risk of being cancelled. People thought that maybe this was gonna be like, you know, oh, like he's gonna remove it out of the game. But no, I think that this is like a secret code, meaning that Toby is giving you to explain that this is a room in the TV world that you're gonna have to find to be able to find Woody from Toy Story. But he's not gonna be called that, he's gonna be called something different. And this is going to be the way that you're gonna be able to get the fucking shard, like the Shadow Crystal shard in that thing. And then you're gonna be able to use the Shadow Mantle against them. You know, like the mantle of a sheriff. And also, like, Susie's gonna be there, but Ralsei is not gonna be there. Because Ralsei wants you to continue, like, Ralsei wants you to continue the normal story. So like only Kris and Susie are gonna be fighting this Woody character, which is gonna increase the difficulty, and he is going to be like, the Woody character is going to be like trying to come back on air, and he hates Tenna because like his cowboy showing got cancelled. So a cancel due to leak situation? Yeah, Mango Fox. It's supposed to be like a cancel due to leak situation where like we're actually getting teased about the story about the whole show getting cancelled live on air, and then what Woody is going to try to do against Tenna is that he is going to try to come back from cancellation by hijacking the signal, and he is going to force everyone to watch him fight you so that he can desperately go back into the spotlight. But then, like, he's gonna break like a toy. In Toy Story 2, like, in Toy Story 2, Toy Story 2 TV scene, Toy Story 2 TV scene cowboy show, there's a story in, there's a thing in Toy Story called Woody's Roundup. If you watch Woody's Roundup, you can see that Woody finds out about his old TV show. And it's like a show about like puppet cowboys that have like fun in like a black and white segment. And like Woody is like so excited to find out that like he was in a TV show and he's so famous. He's like running around with a horse and shit. And there's like merch and stuff of the show of Woody's Roundup. But then like the show got cancelled, which is why like Toby Fox is so fucking obsessed with like fucking Friend Inside Me, to the point that he did like a cover of it, but instead of calling it like You Got a Friend in Me, it's called Friend Inside Me. And like everyone's gonna go thirsty for Woody from Toy Story, but it's actually gonna be like the Deltarune version of Woody from Toy Story, and it's gonna be like a black and white version of him. There's an entire rendition of that concept that also mixes in like a bit of analog horror in there to create this like creepy version of Woody from Toy Story. You can see like some concept versions of this and some like music videos for people. And he like, it looks like Woody, but he's like black and white, and he's like weird analog horror face. And he's gonna have like weird attacks of him like cutting the screen, or like moving like the little fucking like stick like to get party members like out of the screen and shit. And it's gonna be like a Western type of deal where like you have to like use like a gun and like you do a sheriff thing and like shoot him in the face and stuff. Anyways. So yeah, that's what I think Friend Inside Me is going to be about. As you can see, I am very excited for the release of Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. And I thought I was autistic about this game. But yes, I think that it's gonna be a cowboy. The secret boss of Chapter 3 is gonna be a cowboy. Thank you, Echo, for the $3. Oh yeah, Pedally. There's a character, fan character called Pedally, in the community that is very cute. I am a huge fan of Pedally. That's like the concept that one of the people had for like, well, one of the members of the community had for the Deltarune Chapter 3 secret boss, and honestly, I think they got it pretty close. I think that the Deltarune Chapter 3 secret boss is going to be a wooden cowboy that is going to have flowers coming out of him to signify the flowers that are in Toriel's like waste bin in Chapter 1 and 2. You know the flowers from Flower King that you can give to Toriel, and then Toriel tells you that, oh, I will appreciate them, honey, don't worry. And then you go and inspect the trash bin, and like the floral scent of the trash bin has increased. I think that will play a part in Chapter 3. And maybe the Chapter 3 secret boss is going to become stronger if you actually give those flowers to Toriel. I think that, because like there's already flowers in the trash bin, right? If you decide to put more flowers in the trash bin after giving them to Toriel, then the secret boss will become stronger and will have stronger flower-based attacks, you know? Thank you, Drew H, for the super chat. I also liked Mike R. Wave being the microwave. Oh, that could be cute. Hey, Juby Bean. Phil, you sound like me, like a 6-year-old student trying to explain FNAF. Yeah. Max says, what do you mean? I swear there was no flowers already. No, Mac. If you inspect the trash bin at the beginning of Chapter 1, you will... the dialogue says that there was a pleasant floral smell from the trash bin, but if you give the flowers to Toriel, and then you recheck the trash bin, it will say that the floral scent has increased, which means that there are still flowers in the trash bin regardless of what you do, but that the amount of flowers in the trash bin will increase if you give those flowers to Toriel, which means that the boss could be made harder if you decide to give those flowers to Toriel, you know? Bumble says his theme song will be Friend Inside the Dark. That's a pretty good one, actually. Hey, Thiago. Thiago says, you'll hate it, but Mike Rook, because Crook pun. Yeah, Thiago, but Tenna was already confirmed to be the main boss of Chapter 3, so it doesn't really matter. Like, a lot of people are trying to use chess theory in 2025, and I think that theory is kind of lame, because chess theme was already Chapter 1. Like, Chapter 1 already dealt with, like, board games. It makes no sense to, like, extend that to the rest of the cast and the rest of the story. I think that Tenna will be the main boss of Chapter 1 and will be the head of the TV world, because antennas usually are placed above a TV, you know? Anyways, next one. This is the one that got me really frenzied up as well. It says, they only reported one bug yesterday. We've received over 500 individual reports since we started testing Chapter 3 PC. Feels like they are slurping the last drops of soda from between the ice cubes now. This post got everyone freaked out because Toby himself is saying, it's so close, it's almost there, it's almost there, guys. We're almost finished. It's right there, man. It's right there, man. And then after that got finished, he started like just doing like very small posts, like very embarrassed because I had to explain to the testers what magical glass is. Now, do I have to explain what magical glass is to people here? Because it's like a very like small thing in the Deltarune chapters, and it's like even smaller in Undertale. Magical glass. There we go. Let me show it right here. Yep, there we go. So, this is what magical glass is, if you don't know. It is like a sprite that appears below characters if they end up going outside of bounds in the game. It is like a cheeky, like, in-universe explanation to explain away why these characters are going out of bounds, you know? The glass floor. The glass floor is really hard to, like, you know, discover if you're, like, a regular player, but if you're, like, a speedrunner, or if you're someone that, like, wants to break the game's movement, you'll probably be able to find it. Most people find magical glass at the beginning of Chapter 2 when you're going in that long conveyor belt. And it's not even about you, it's about Susie and Ralsei. Like, Susie and Ralsei will create, like, magical glass underneath them if they go out of bounds while trying to follow you. you know? Swan Command donates $5 and says, "Bro, Woody plus flower equals Flowey?" That's such a... I think that's just a coincidence, but that's kind of funny, actually. Anyways, so Toby was very embarrassed that he had to explain what magical glass was, because it was probably reported as a bug by the bug testers, you know? Finally, in the next chapters, all character-flavored tea items held in inventory and storage become the item Rotten Tea, which heals only 10 HP. Now, that tea... This is another post that you may think doesn't have much lore significance, but I think it actually points towards something that I've wanted to explain to people for a very long time. So, Deltarune tea. So I'm gonna have to go into the Deltarune wiki, but I guess I will just like read the Deltarune wiki to explain this to people. Tea is a consumable item purchased for $100 dark dollars in Cyber City. A Pink Addison sells the name-flavored tea based on who is currently in the party with Kris. The amount it heals and party responses change depending on which tea is given to whom. Notably, each character's own flavor heals them the least, and is commented to taste like water to them. Tea is not available on Snowgrave Route or blah 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 blah. So, this is an item that is based around the characters that are currently in your party. And it's very, very interesting because it reveals what other characters think about the party members. So, like, for example, if a character really, really, really likes another character, then that tea will heal them the most. Which is really funny, because if Noelle drinks Susie tea, she will gain 400 HP. And if Susie drinks Noelle tea, she will gain 120. So, based around that information, we know for a fact that Noelle is way more horny towards Susie than Susie is to her. 400? I didn't know that. Yeah. She's down bad. Okay, don't say it like that. No, but it's true, though. But yes, this like reveals like how each character feels about one another. This is also like the different flavor text that appears like in the game if you drink the teas. So for example, this is so fucking cute. This is so fucking cute. I love the way that Toby writes these characters. If Susie drinks the Kris tea, Susie will say, "Hell yeah, apple juice!" So for some fucking reason, Susie, like, equates Kris with apples, you know? If you want to know more details about that, like, Kris's hair smells like apples because of apple-scented shampoo that they have in their bathroom, you know? So Susie, like, equates fucking Kris's hair and, like, the way that they smell with apples, you know, with apple juice. And if Kris drinks Susie, if Kris drinks Susie tea, Susie will say, "Stop looking at me!" They seem into it. Like, Ralsei will say, "Oh, like, Kris seems really into Susie." If Kris drinks Ralsei tea, there will be, like, almost no reaction from Kris. If Kris drinks a Noelle tea, it's not sure if, like, they like it or not, but they're drinking it. They're not sure if they like it or not, which is interesting. It seems that Kris's feelings towards Noelle are very mixed, you know? But holy shit, Kris loves Susie! Actually, how much does Susie tea heal Kris? 120! Wow, the most out of anyone in the party! Kris really doesn't like themselves, though. Like, it only heals 10 HP? Oh my god. Kris fucking hates themselves. Kris hates themselves. It's kind of indifferent towards Ralsei, likes Noelle a little bit more, and fucking loves Susie. Fuck. Let's see. Ralsei likes everyone. Apparently, Ralsei thinks that Kris tastes like blueberries. According to Ralsei, Susie tastes like grape juice. And according to Ralsei, Noelle tastes soft and sweet. That's interesting. Oh my god, when Noelle drinks Susie tea, she says, I wonder if they sell this in gallons! Oh my god, you fucking addict! Oh, that is so fucking dumb. Oh my god, you thirsty, thirsty bitch! But literally, though. Anyways. What Toby is saying here is that he will have all the tea items become rotten tea, like in chapters 3 and 4. And the reason for why I think he's doing this is because Toriel will become a party member in chapter 3. And I think that Toby doesn't want to write the interactions between all the other T's and Toriel, you know? I don't think that, like, Toby is going to be able to handle having, like, all those different, like, blurbs of text and what Toriel thinks about each one, you know? I also believe that Toriel, and this is a theory that I've talked about before, but because we're in the Deltarune Theory stream, I'm all gonna talk about it again. I think that Chapter 3 is going to have Toriel as a party member, and you're gonna be able to do a Snowgrave route with her. Now, why do I think that? Hold on a second. What is this? Is this one? There we go. I think that the way that this is going to play out in Chapter 3 is you are going to have Toriel join you as your party member in Chapter 3, and she is going to be throwing out magic fireball attacks, like in Undertale. Like, she's gonna be a fire-based magician. And she is going to be protecting the party. She is not going to listen to your commands. Like, because Kris is the party leader, right? But Kris is Toriel's child. At the end of the day, Kris is a teenager, right? So what I believe will happen is that it will be the opposite of Susie in Chapter 1. You know how Susie wanted to, like, oh, like, I want to fight, I want to kill, I want to destroy my enemies. I think that Toriel will be the opposite. I think that Toriel will want to end things peacefully and won't allow you to attack enemies, or, like, will protect you from enemies. So, like, a wholesome Susie? Yes, Brian. I think that Kris is not going to be able to control Toriel, and Toriel will want to command the party instead. Because Toriel is a very religious, very, like, a pacifistic, very motherly character, and she's like so much more older than Kris, so she's gonna take command of it. She's a teacher, for God's sakes. She's a fucking teacher. So she's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna step in, I'm gonna protect my child, and I'm not gonna let them get hurt. Right? But you are gonna be able to corrupt her, just as you could Noelle, but in a completely different way. Toriel is all about, don't touch my child! So what happens if don't touch my child goes too far? What happens if during battles with Toriel in them, you purposefully hurt yourself? What if you purposefully run into the enemy's bullets? Instead of, you know, trying to survive, you actively try to hurt yourself and make the enemies, like, hurt you. Toriel will get so fucking pissed that she will use fire magic to kill what is harming her child. And that is going to make Toriel stronger. Just like Noelle, but it's like the opposite. Noelle uses ice magic, and you have to force her to use deadly attacks on enemies. This is the opposite. You're gonna harm yourself, and Toriel is gonna protect you. She's gonna initially make the enemies fuck off, like she's gonna be like, shoo, away, like, don't harm my child. But the more that you put yourself in danger, the more she's gonna be willing to resort to violent means to be able to protect you. She will become stronger and deadlier, and she is essentially going to become like a deadly enforcer, like a deadly bodyguard that is going to destroy everything in her path so that you, her child, stay safe. Eventually, this is going to cause Toriel to become so strong that she's going to be the one that kills the main villain in Chapter 3 and gets you out of that nightmare. And maybe will kill the second person that goes into the dark world with you. It could either be Undyne, or it could be Napstablook, or maybe even Asgore. I don't know. There's a possibility that Asgore will be in Chapter 3, that instead of the police coming in, Asgore will come in to make sure that Toriel is alright, and will fall into the dark world. I don't know which one it will be. I don't know if it will be Undyne, or if it will be Napstablook, or if it will be Asgore, but there's a possibility that it's probably Undyne, based around the soul color, like, stuffs, you know? I'm giving it a 50-50, it's either Undyne or Asgore. But she will kill the other person that exists in that Dark World chapter because she's so blinded with rage. She wants to protect her child. You know? Anyways, that is my theory about what is going to happen with Toriel in Chapter 3. I'm going through all of my theories now. Like, I'm going through it, man. Arumaka says, question, why Napstablook? Oh, because Napstablook is part of the police force, just like Undyne. And if Undyne doesn't want to come, like, Napstablook would be there, you know? Like, Police Chief Officer Undyne is not the only person that's part of the force. Napstablook is also there, you know? Cyberwolf says, how will Toriel react to Ralsei? I don't think that she will meet him. I think that, because, like, when you encountered Noelle in Chapter 2, you encountered her while you were alone, right? Without, like, both Susie or Ralsei. I think that in this case, in Chapter 3, you will find Toriel and will rescue Toriel when Susie and Ralsei are being, like, used by Tenna for another show, and they will be out of service, like, they will be out of commission, because they will be called out to, like, other TV shows, so you will be sticking with Toriel, you know? I don't think that Toriel will ever be able to interact with Ralsei. Or it will be a situation where Ralsei will hide away from Toriel, you know? I don't think that she will have much of a reaction to Ralsei, you know? It could be really tragic if she finds him, but I don't think that she will. Skello says, it would make sense if Asgore went to check, because not only does he want to make sure that his family is okay, but it's also because he's had enough police training to help them if it's dire. Yes. And it also could be a thing of, like, Skello, it could also be a thing of, like, maybe Asgore, like, listened in to, like, a police report or something, like a police radio, about, like, Undyne going into the house of Toriel during the night, and then Asgore got there first, or something like that. Because, like, Asgore was a policeman before, so maybe he still has a police radio in, like, his place, you know? I feel like thematically, Asgore makes more sense to be the second Lightner in the Dark World. But also, I think that it could be Undyne based around the soul color, because it is very likely that we're going to be using the green kindness soul color in Chapter 3. Because we used the Justice yellow one in Chapter 2, you know? Or maybe it makes more sense for Asgore because Asgore is also extremely kind. I'm not sure. Either way, we're going to be using the Shadow Mantle in Chapter 3. So many think that the Shadow Mantle is going to be the item that, like, because, like, kindness is, like, completely still, right? Like, kindness doesn't move around, so it needs some kind of shield to be able to protect themselves. In Undertale, it was, like, Undyne's Spear. But in Deltarune, it will either have to be Undyne again, or maybe the Shadow Mantle, you know? Carrot says, oh, hell yeah, he's still going. Yeah, I told you this is gonna last a while. Hey, C-Mac, thank you for the $2. Karen Grave route, where Toriel bans all TV content. Gitchy says, I feel like Asgore would be the type of guy to check on his family every now and then, especially if they are gone for a while. Yeah, especially if he hears a police report about troubles going on in the Dreamer family, like the Dreamer household, you know? Necromancer says, Asgore also has some sort of symbolism due to the flowers and tea. Yes! Basically, my personal interpretation is, it makes sense for Undyne to be there because Toriel called the police. But there is a really, really good chance that Asgore could be there as well. You know? Anyways. That was the last of Toby in Bluesky. I guess, like, there's this meme, I guess, but there's not much after that. Hey, Sickany?
Have you considered Asriel may be a human in DT?
No, not really, Sickany. It doesn't really make sense. Thank you for the 27 months. Ralsei is very clearly a Darkner. The whole thing with Ralsei is that they are the Prince of the Dark, and that they were born for the purpose of fulfilling the prophecy. So he's obsessed with making the prophecy happen, and to be able to enjoy the time that he has with his friends during the prophecy. Asriel's whole character arc is about finding agency aside from just being someone that carries the prophecy through. That's why Ralsei is, like, thinking about, like, I wonder what being Ralsei-like means, you know? Like, the character arc for Ralsei throughout these chapters is going to be trying to find himself and trying to find an identity for himself that's not just the bearer of the prophecy, you know? Also, I guess to finish off this segment of the stream, Undertale is on sale for $1! $1. $1. And this also, like, you know, this is like Undertale, like, there's a fucking, like, 90% discount for Undertale. Ooh, it's like half a buck in my country. That's fucking nice. $1. $1. The offer ends on March 20th. I feel like this is very, very, very telling that Deltarune may release after March 20th. I feel like this... Shut up, Undertale. I very much believe that Undertale being in a special 90% promotion right now is meant to be a way for people to experience Undertale before the release of Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. Because, like, companies also do this, you know? Like, when a new Resident Evil game gets announced, the other Resident Evil games go on sale as well. We saw this in the Silent Hill transmission as well, by the way. When Silent Hill F got announced, like, when Silent Hill F got revealed in that Silent Hill transmission. Not revealed, but, like, when they started talking about Silent Hill F, there was a new special Silent Hill 2 remake promotion that it was like 20% off. Like, the Konami told you that, please buy Silent Hill 2 remake while you wait for Silent Hill F. It's kind of the same thing for Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. Thank you, Mario Fan 997 for the super chat. Question: what do you think Ralsei is talking to Kris about when you're following Susie in Chapter 1 and 2? I think that Ralsei is telling Kris, hey Kris, I'm sorry that your body is currently being controlled by a weird outside entity outside of us. Hey Kris, I am so sorry that you are being a unwilling puppet for this heart entity that is controlling every single one of your movements in battle and in the overworld. But you kind of have to deal with it, because without this heart-shaped object, we kind of can't finish the game and we can't fulfill the prophecy. So while you're currently, like, you know, immobile because, like, the player is not controlling you, I need to tell you, please be patient. Please be patient with me and the player, because otherwise we won't be able to finish this story. I am so sorry that you may be doing things that you're not used to or that you may not like, but we kind of have to accept it, otherwise we won't be able to save the world. Another gal says, does he know that? Yes, I 100% believe that Ralsei knows that Kris is being controlled in Deltarune. I 100% believe that Ralsei knows because he has higher knowledge on the prophecy, and when Kris is very clearly traumatized by Spamton at the end of his fight, Ralsei wants to brush everything under the rug, you know? Also, Ralsei is the tutorial character. He's the one that is specifically telling you about the save system and the fucking, like, the controls and the act and attack commands and using items and pacifying enemies. Ralsei was put there to fulfill the prophecy and help the player fulfill the prophecy. I fully believe that Ralsei is in the same level as the other secret bosses, you know? Hey, Amadeus the Cat, thank you for the $2. I'm back for the rest of the stream. I was at work. Welcome back. We talked a lot about a lot of different topics. Anyways, I fully believe that Ralsei is like a good version of the secret bosses. I think that Ralsei is a successful version of the secret bosses. I think that Gaster was trying to grab Darkners and indoctrinate them to be able to help out with the prophecy, you know? But every single one of the Darkners that become the secret bosses are like failed versions of Ralsei, you know? Like, characters that Gaster basically helped around and helped and he gave them, like, cursed knowledge. He gave them the knowledge that they're inside of a video game and that they are fake people and that their purpose is meant to fulfill the prophecy of the game, you know? Gaster basically told these, like, secret bosses, hey, your world doesn't matter, but the heroes will come out. The three heroes will rise and will save the world and stuff. And none of the secret bosses could fucking handle it. They all went insane because of that knowledge. You know? Except Ralsei. Ralsei is the one that Gaster made himself. He is the prince of the dark. He is the leader of the biggest fountain of the dark worlds. He is probably, in my opinion, the little devil horns that Kris wore when they were, like, a child. In my opinion, like, the reason for why, like, fucking Ralsei's horns are like reddish is because Ralsei is meant to be the Darkner version of the devil horns that Kris wore as a child, and that's why they are in the supply closet that's right next to the unused classroom. Because the unused classroom used to be for tiny children to play games on, and then one time Kris went into the supply closet and put like their little devil horns in the closet and then went out, and then they forgot that they had placed those devil horns inside of the supply closet, and then Gaster used those devil horns and made Ralsei to be the ideal Darkner to fulfill the prophecy, you know. This happened when Kris was very young, you know. So like when young Kris was like playing around in the unused classroom, they forgot the little devil horns inside of the supply closet. And that's when Gaster made his move and turned those devil horns into Ralsei. Abandoned. In the supply closet. That's why I think that Ralsei is like in the same level as the secret bosses. Because just like the secret bosses, Ralsei was abandoned. He was forgotten. He was discarded. Just like Spamton, just like Jevil, just like Woody, I think that Ralsei had the same deal. He was left alone in that supply closet for so long, and he was essentially groomed by Gaster into being the one to help the player to fulfill the prophecy. That's what I think happened. That's why I think that Ralsei is not like mad. Like, that's why I think that Ralsei didn't go insane. Because Ralsei is the only one in his world. So it doesn't fucking matter that he received the revelation that he was in a fake world. Because to him, there was nothing in this world in the first place. There was nothing, no one to play around with. No one to sell items to. No one to, like socialize with. So he was the perfect target for Gaster to become the third hero, the one that guides the player throughout the Dark Worlds. He had no other life before Gaster. Therefore, he gladly accepted the prophecy. He gladly accepted the knowledge that he was in a video game, because to him, it was either follow the prophecy or nothing. Ash says, Chad only knows one definition of grooming and it shows. Yeah. Anyways, that's what I believe Ralsei is. He is essentially the successful version of the secret bosses. And that's why the secret bosses exist in the first place. The secret bosses are there because they are failed experiments by Gaster to create a Darkner that would be successful enough to help the heroes complete the prophecy. That's why there's so many of them, because every time there's a new Dark World, there is a character in there that Gaster influenced, and not because Gaster is like evil. It's like, I hate so much this interpretation of Gaster that people have of like, oh, he's like this evil person that is going to fucking kill you, and like, he's like the version of Satan, and he's gonna like take over the entire Deltarune world. It's like, no. Gaster is essentially a game developer. He created Deltarune for you. He wants you to have the best experience in it, and he wants to use you to determine, like, free will and your relationship with fiction. Gaster is not evil. He's just curious and wants data, and wants to inspect you, and wants to toy with you to see what makes you tick.
Thank you.
That's why he created Deltarune.
Who's to say he wasn't already mad before Gaster found him? That's why he was successful. It was logically the best candidate, malleable.
He's malleable. Fartface, like a lot of people are like saying like, Phil, why are you saying grooming? It's because Ralsei is the perfect candidate for this. Because he was lonely. It's not that Ralsei was mad. He was lonely. He was the lonely prince of the dark. That's why he was successful where other secret bosses were not. Gaster, it wasn't evil. Gaster didn't turn the secret bosses mad because of the lols. Gaster turned Gaster wanted to gift this knowledge to the secret bosses, and in turn, use them to help you throughout the game. But they denied that. They denied Gaster. They realized, oh, well, if my entire existence doesn't matter, then I can do whatever I want, right? And so that's why Jevil had to get locked up, and why he became mad and started killing people. That's why Spamton, like, became disillusioned, and then eventually wanted to use you to, like, reach, like, heaven and stuff like that. Because they realized that their world didn't matter, and instead of following Gaster's commands, they became depressed, cynical, mad, and just generally disobedient. Meanwhile, Ralsei is the most obedient boy ever. He is the thing that Gaster put in there as a tutorial and as a companion to make sure that you fulfill the prophecy. A success compared to any other secret boss. Which means you're gonna have to fucking kill him at the end. If you beat all the other secret bosses before you. If you play the game normally, without beating the secret bosses, Ralsei will be there with you, and he will be nice, and he will be loyal, he will be a good little Ralsei that is not hurting anybody. You know? He will follow the prophecy to a T. But if you kill every single secret boss and get their shadow crystals, there will be a confrontation with Ralsei at the very end, because he's the last holder of the last shadow crystal. Because he's also part of the secret boss entourage. And in chapter 7 or 6, it depends, I'm not quite sure if it's 6 or 7, you will eventually have a confrontation with Ralsei, not because he's evil, but because he will go mad from how you treated the other secret bosses. Or there will be some kind of confrontation or knowledge because of all the secret bosses that you fought up until this point that will make Ralsei turn on you, or the other characters will turn on Ralsei. I'm not sure how, keep in mind, because it's way too early to tell why. But I am so sure that if you beat all the secret bosses before this point, you will get to fight Ralsei at the end. Does that make sense to everybody? It doesn't make sense until you realize that this little goat boy is basically a perfected version of the secret bosses. Sadly, yes, says another gal. Non-creative says, yup. Wyatt says, we can't kill the boy. You have to. You have to. I'm 100% into this theory. Hell yeah, Loris. Skello says, I can absolutely see it. Fuck yeah. Melody Bug says, how do you think Sham will fit into the story? Well, Sham is just a shopkeeper. I think that they will create the shadow mantle for you, or maybe they will create some kind of sword from the shadow crystals. But other than that, I don't think that Sham will be like that big of a deal on the story moving forward. You know? Also, I kind of wish that if this theory became more popular, I wish that we could have had, like, AUs, like, swap AUs with, like, the other secret bosses. Like, I really, really wish that people saw this theory and, like, accepted it. Because, like, this is, like, what I think, right? There's some other people think the same in the Deltarune community, but, like, I don't see this theory being very popular. But oh my god, wouldn't it be so fucking cool to have Deltarune AUs where, like, the secret bosses get put in Ralsei's place? You know? Like, instead of Ralsei the Lonely Prince, the person that helps you throughout Deltarune is Spamton. Like a friendly version of Spamton. Or like, Jevil. Jevil helps you throughout your adventure. Because they are, like, the good, successful versions of themselves. You know? Like, that would be so fucking cool, right? Imagine, instead of Ralsei the Lonely Prince, you get like Spamton, the good businessman, or like Spamton, the CEO, or Spamton, the successful businessman, or something like that. Like a good version of Spamton that makes clean deals with you and like does not try to fuck with you or does not try to scam you, because he actually got success and he's able to like do good deals and stuff like that. Or like Jevil being like a Joker, but like a pacified Joker that is like super nice and friendly and wants to make you laugh and like juggles and like and uses like balls and stuff as like weapons and stuff like that. I think that will be like a really cool versions of those characters. Whenever like you get to the end of Deltarune and like people see that Ralsei is supposed to be a secret boss, but like a good version of it, I would love to see like people's AUs for like other secret bosses but turned good, you know? The secret bosses, but they actually accepted Gaster's advice and accepted Gaster's deal, you know? Holy shit, I've been talking for 4 hours and 30 minutes! Spamton the Deal Maker. Yeah! Tree Lambo. I think right now, what we have to do is... Where did I put this? Where did I put it? Where did I put him? Where did I put him? There is a Deltarune Theory survey by Shibuya that I want to do with you people. No, by Shiruba, not by Shibuya. I want to take this live with you people and see what you guys think.
Well, I've been working more for an album of mine and making another Deltarune theory that was unplanned. I've also been working on something else. Let me introduce you to the Deltarune Theory Survey Program.
Ooh.
This is a survey I made where you'll rate almost every single Deltarune theory. You'll get a summary for every theory, even unknown ones, so anyone can take this. And then you rate it from a scale of 1 to 10, and how you feel can vary.
Oh!
The man behind the tree and Woody theory. I wanted to make this theory because I'm really curious about what the consensus really is on these theories. With this, we can see what theories people like the most. It's probably not every single one, but it's as many as I could find. It's a bit long though. This survey has
291
theories in total throughout
21
categories. Yes, I've counted every single one while listening to music. It wasn't really a doozy. If you're gonna take the survey, then music could help, but the survey doesn't necessarily need to be taken in one sitting. So take your time, go through it at your own pace. At the end of it, you'll get asked questions like how much you're in the fan base, or if at all, which will give us an insight into what groups believe in what. So yes, even if you're not a super fan, then you can take this survey.
Yeah!
In the release window of Chapter 3 and 4, then you'll no longer be able to submit your answers. When the entire game is actually finished, I'll be going over the summary results, comparing it to what actually happens, doing my own little analysis, and talking about my process. You can laugh at those older theories, but I want to take that deeper dive. This will be a sort of time capsule to look back on, so I really hope to get as many results as possible. If this survey sounds familiar, then you might be one of the 100 people that have taken it. I've shared it on my Tumblr, Twitter, and Reddit before this video, but it didn't get that much traffic, so this is my last resort. Saying that Friend Inside Me was a theory on the survey did not spawn those supposedly annoying Friend Inside Me accounts, so it would be really nice if, instead of them, you could share this around to people, you know, that like Deltarune.
Yo!
Errors with the writing or the survey, like typos and for maybe forgotten something, then please let me know in the comments. I had to go in favor of every theory here, so leaving out counter evidence in their summary is necessary, but if there's something that's objectively wrong, like Ralsei saying don't forget in one of their attacks, then please let me know. Alright, thank you for coming by. Bye-bye.
Hell yeah, Shiruba! Alright. Take your time when writing the theories. Don't write too much for the text answers. Forums don't seem to like that. Here's the Deltarune Theory Survey. Alright, well, This is gonna be interesting. Alright, everybody! Let me go check some stuff. Alright, good shit. Okay. I'm gonna take this link and post it on the pinned comments. There we go. And I'm going to unpin this. Deltarune Theory Survey. Take it now. And put it there. And pin it. Your email is there. Oh, I don't give a shit. People know my email. Let's fucking go. Oh! Okay. This is gonna be the entire rest of the fucking stream. Be prepared, by the way. This is a long one. Is there any way that we... Hold on. Let me take this off. Is there any way that we can do, like, dark mode? Because, like, TBH, this is starting to hurt my eyes. Dark mode. Oh! There we go. Alright! Welcome everybody to the second half of the stream, in which we will be doing Shidoba's Deltarune Theory Survey. If you want, you can take the survey yourself. I will be responding to every single motherfucking question throughout the survey. And we will see what we think. Maybe we can take a pause during some of these, and we can, like, talk about the theory and see if you find it plausible or not. But otherwise, I'm going to be here for the entire rest of the night. Does that make sense? Everybody in agreement? Everybody good? We're just gonna be talking. Like, we're gonna see these theories, and if they're interesting enough to talk about, we will talk about them together. Okay? I did this survey a month ago, and it took me like 4 hours. Fuck yeah! Alright, let's go. Starter pack theories. Theories so popular that they're treated as fact even if there's a 1% chance that it's not. If you don't believe one of these, then do your own thing. Rate darkness are objects brought to life theory. When a fountain is made, it creates a dark world with darkness, and we can see that they're based on inanimate objects in the room that they're made in. It's fucking canon! What the fuck? Yeah, it's canon. Tea theory. In Cyberworld, there's a shop that sells tea based on the main characters, but they heal each other differently. Some think that the amount of health it gives is based on how the characters feel about the character that they're drinking the tea off of. Basically canon. Birdley is dead after Snowgrave theory. You can take damage to Birdley during the Queen battle. His arm will be hurt after leaving the Dark World, and it will be pointed out if the arm is hurt. It shows the damage is still there when leaving the Dark World. Since he gets frozen to death by the attack Snowgrave, he would still be dead afterwards. Not only do I find that this is basically canon, but it also, there's another piece of evidence towards this. The description for the Snowgrave attack is titled Deadly. Or Fatal, one of the two. I don't remember quite, but the name of the attack, the description for the attack is Fatal. So yeah, it's basically canon. Gaster is Mystery Man theory. In Undertale, you can come across a room with a weird character. There's a chance of finding this room. The chance of finding this room is really, really small. When interacting with them, they will fade away and play a short jingle. If you slow the jingle down, you can... Yeah, obviously Gaster is Mystery Man. If you slow the jingle down, you can actually hear the same notes from Gaster's theme that can be found within the game. Gaster is the previous royal scientist before Alphys. Entry number 17, which seems to be written by him, is written in Wingdings. His full name is W.D. Gaster and is based on Wingdings. He is named after a font, just like Papyrus and Sans. Mystery Man even looks like a skeleton too. Not only that, but the website Deltarune.com was purchased by Toby right after Undertale's release, And the first version of that website archived in the Internet Archive is a plain black version of the website with secret text that describes the 3 heroes at the world's edge, basically the prophecy of Deltarune, which means that not only is Gaster Mystery Man, but he is also the one that is guiding the heroes and making the game and telling Ralsei about the prophecy. Gaster is the person in the opening theory. The motif found in Gaster's theme can be clearly found in the opening music. The files used in the opening are labeled as Goner Maker, and the Gaster followers are called Goners. The speech patterns of the voice is pretty close to what was in the entry 17 of Undertale, which people think is Gaster. What could this all mean? It means that the person that talks to you at the very beginning of Deltarune is Gaster. 10%, 10 points, basically canon. However, there are 2 voices in the intro to Deltarune. Hold on a second. In this intro, are we connected? Excellent. This voice is Gaster. This voice also helps you make the character. However, your answers, your wonderful creation, will now be discarded. This is not Gaster. This character here is not the same one as the one talking to you in the character creation screen. I have my belief that this character is Kris Dreamer. I have full belief that the person who is talking to you in this screen is Kris Dreamer. Not only because it is a different font from Gaster, but this line, no one can choose who they are in this world. I believe that this is Kris, the Kris that is depressed about their life in hometown. I believe that Kris, all throughout their life, has felt that they can't choose anything. Like I told you before about Kris feels alienated from the rest of hometown. They want so desperately to be a monster. They had the headband with the horns when they were a kid, right? They desperately want to be a part of their family, but their family is falling apart. Asriel went to college. Toriel and Asgore are divorced. The entire hometown, like, they feel disconnected from the entirety of hometown. I feel like this is what Kris believes. No one can choose who they are in this world. This world is not good. That's why Kris willingly took us into their bodies. Kris made some kind of deal with Gaster, or an entity that they found within the bunker when Kris went into the bunker, and this entity offered Kris the chance to be a hero, to play the part of a hero in a tale, of becoming the savior of the dark world and the light world, to be the one to fulfill the prophecy, to be the hero, to be the leader. But in exchange for that, they have to let in an entity inside of them to control them. Wyatt says, wait, that's how Kara talks. Yes, so in the Japanese translation of Deltarune, the voice that is talking here has the same talking mannerisms of Kara. Now, some people use that evidence to explain that, oh no, actually Kara from Undertale is in Deltarune, and they're actually possessing Kris, and like both Kara and like the player is possessing Kris, and Gaster is also influencing Kris, and like both Gaster and the player and Kara are inside of Kris, and like there's like multiple influences like affecting Kris all at the same time. No. Kris is the Deltarune version of Kara. Straight up, like that's it. Like Kris is the grown-up version of Kara in the world of Deltarune. They have a similar shirt pattern. They have the green shirt. They have the fascination for like knives, the fascination for chocolate. Like they are Kara. It's just a version of Kara in a world where they were adopted by the Dreamer family ever since they were a kid. So instead of being named Kara, like the name that the humans would give Kara, they were instead named Kris, because the Dreamer family named them Kris. And they just grew up as themselves, as Kara would with the Dreamer family in Hometown. You know? I fully believe that Kris is just Kara. That's it, like plain and simple. Kris is the version of Kara of the Deltarune world. That's why they speak the same. You know? That's why they have similar mannerisms in the way that they speak in Japanese. And that's why they can talk to you as well. Because Kara in Undertale was able to talk to you in the same way as Kris is talking to you, the player, right now. You know? And in this version of the story, Kris is just depressed. They feel stuck in life. They feel no drive to continue forward. They're not the leader. They're the weirdo, you know? Kris is not the hero type. They are an outcast, a nerd, someone that is not seen favorably in the class. Birdly and Noelle are like the leaders of the class. Kris is just the weird person that like hangs around and plays pranks on other people, but has never made any genuine connections with anyone else, you know? Like, Kris is just kind of there. Especially compared to their, like, brother Asriel. Asriel is like the star. Asriel is the prince. Asriel is the one that wins all the trophies. Is the one that, like, is the hero. That's why Kris is so obsessed with becoming a hero. Because Kris is living in their brother's shadow, and they don't resent Asriel, but they definitely want to get out of that shadow. So Kris makes this deal with the entity inside of the bunker and accepts us into their body. They say, I can't be the hero, but I will be the vessel that allows this entity, us, the soul, the red soul, to become a hero. And I will gain the notoriety of it. I will gain the prestige. I will gain the title of hero because I'm doing these actions. Because everyone else thinks that I'm doing these actions. But in reality, it's us. Like, Kris is stealing all of our glory. You know? That is what the deal is. Kris will be seen as the hero, but they will have to go through this journey without agency, without autonomy. Because we are controlling them. Phil, please read the chat. If you haven't realized, the big flaw is that Kris equals Kara is the skin color. That doesn't really matter. I mean, could be a combination between Kara and Frisk. Either way, they talk the same as Kara from Undertale. Hey, Trash Mammal.
If Kris wants to be a hero, why would they let us do Snowgrave if they can tear us out?
Because they're gonna die! They're gonna fucking die without a soul. they can rip us out and like put us like in between the couch cushions for like a bit, but eventually they're gonna like completely die out without the soul. It's a deal. It's been made. We have to be in Kris's body. And you say, oh yeah, but like, you know, like we're doing really fucked up things in the dark world. Doesn't really matter, because at the very end of the day, the deal was that we were going to save the world. And Kris needs to make sure that they become the hero of the prophecy. That was the deal. That was the deal! They're going to become the heroes of the prophecy. So they need to make sure that we are together until that happens. They literally cannot live without us. You know? Sure, fucked up things may happen along the way, but at the end of the day, we will complete the prophecy. And that's all that matters. If people die, doesn't matter. They will be brought back anyway at the end of the day, because we will be the heroes. At least that's what Kris thinks. We have to do it. No one can choose who they are in this world. And then, finally, as this character finishes talking to us, they say, your name is Kris. Because that's their name. They're talking to you, they're saying, you are going to be me. You are going to take my name. You are going to do these things for me. You're going to take control of my body and we're going to go on this adventure. Your name is Kris. Your name is mine. Anyways, that's what my belief with Kris, what's going on with Kris is. Right, Gaster. Gaster is the person that drove the secret boss's insane theory. Basically canon. Is there anything you want to say in regards to these theories? No, not really. How much do you care about this aspect of the game if these theories came... That these games... How much do you care about this aspect of the game that these theories came out of? A lot. How much knowledge do you have about this aspect of the game that these theories came out of? A lot! A lot. Remember to take your time. No problem. Big theories and others. Here are some big theories in the community that might not have a specific category. Some do, but they're here now. A few Undertale ones, because I want to know what people think of those too. Chess theory. Some believe that the main bosses represent chess pieces and the next ones will represent ones too, in a specific order. King, queen, rook, bishop, knight, pawn, chess player. This theory is fucking awful. This theory is absolute fucking dog water. It's shit. I hate it. It can go fuck itself. Fuck that theory. You wanna know why? Chess theory was made back in chapter 1, where like the entirety of the Dark World was made out of chess pieces and like checkers and cards and other tabletop games. It's an old theory made from old information. Because Jevil was talking about the queen in his fight, and then the queen appeared in chapter 2. And also there's the Roaring Knight. But guess what, you dumb fucks? You know where kings and queens and knights appear as well, aside from chess? Kingdoms! You know, because these Dark Worlds are based on kingdoms and, like, rulers and, you know, knights that are supposed to carry out the will of, like, kings and queens. Like, it's not because it's chess. It's because these are old RPG customs. Because the entire game is inspired by Toby's old fascination of RPGs. This shit is so outdated it hurts. And once chapter 3 and 4 come out, you will see how fucking useless this theory is. Because chapter 3 will not have another chess boss. The boss of chapter 3 is Tenna! You know, Antenna? The thing on top of the TV? It's so obvious that he will be the main boss of chapter 3. It's so fucking obvious it hurts! Antenna is not gonna be fucking chess themed, you know? Anyway. Maybe some people will go like, oh yeah, but like, Tenna will be like very blocky and very like, big and very like imposing because he's a mafia boss. So he will look like a rook. And the only reason for why people will say that he looks like a rook is because he's big and muscly. That's about it. Fuck you.
The king and queen look like they have a lot of inspirations beyond just chess.
Not really! Why? Because King has like a crown on his head? Well, he doesn't. Wait, does he? Hold on a second. King Deltarune. Yeah, he does. Guess what? Kings wear crowns, motherfucker! Come on! Ugh. Anyways. You gotta remember Kris made this fountain and there's a non-zero chance that they aren't the knight and therefore the fountains are different from the knights. No, Kris is the knight. I will not have this fucking Kris slander in my timeline. Kris is the fucking knight. There's no way that they're not the knights. Anyways. What would you think if it turned out chess theory was true? Nah. If chess theory was true, then it would be like, I'll eat a sock. That's... If it's true, I'll eat a fucking sock. There we go. Toriel kills Undyne in Chapter 3 Weird Route Theory. Oh, wait! Some believe that there will be a weird route in Chapter 3 where you take control of Toriel. You would manipulate her by intentionally getting... Oh my god! By intentionally getting hurt, and then Toriel would get more and more overprotective. Wait! My theory... Oh my god! Really? Who did this? Swanky Box? Oh my god, I've never seen this video. Thumbs up. Good job. Good job, Swanky Box. 10 out of 10. Basically canon, in my opinion. I didn't know that Swanky Box made a theory about this. Very, 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 very good. Jesus Christ. What would you think if Toriel ends up killing Undyne in the Chapter 3 route? I called it! Choosing between Ralsei or Noelle theory. Some believe that some specific events that take place in the game Noelle plays, Dragon Blazers, are about a mage leaving the party. Could be foreshadowing to choosing between Ralsei or Noelle's side at some points. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. I think that you know, that's gonna be foreshadowing of her leaving the party in Chapter 4. But whatever, I think that that's a pretty good theory. Pretty good. Weird routes only happen when Noelle is in the Dark World theory. Noelle has a lot of thematic connections with liking creepy things. In the Spamton ARG, it's brought up that Noelle is really into video game secrets. This continues that the weird is a creepy thing within the game. It's not something you could easily find yourself, so you would have to look it up like with other video game secrets. In the first chapter, there was no weird route, just a somewhat changed ending. It shows that maybe this is something that is only there when Noelle is present. I don't think that this is true, mainly because Chapter 1 was kind of like a proof of concept. Chapter 1 didn't have a lot of things. Chapter 1 didn't have, like, the recruiting system from Chapter 2. I think that that is because Toby wanted to release the chapter, like, pretty fast, and then add those elements later on. Also, I don't think that it's because Noelle is special. I think it's because Susie is special, because Susie does whatever she wants, you know? I think that it's because you can't corrupt Susie, unlike the other characters. So I don't think that this is true. Hey, bowl of noodle soup, thank you for the $2. Just got off work. How's the stream going? Perfectly. What would you think if weird routes only happened when Noelle's in the dark world? I don't think this is true. It will be disappointing. You know what? It will be disappointing because I very much would like to see a weird route based around other characters. Raid Spamton sings the wrong number song in Undertale theory. Some think that since the person that sings the wrong number song in Undertale mentions someone that starts with G, and Gaster is assumed to have made Spamton crazy, and Spamton talks about calling someone that this could be Spamton. That's pretty good. Honestly, I give it a 50-50. Like, that's not bad. That's not... I mean... That depends, because would Spamton get his, like, speech quirk before or after Gaster, like, abandons them? I don't think it really matters. Maybe, though. That could be fun. I'd give it a 50-50. It will, like, I would not really care, honestly. But that's, like, a really fun theory. Thiago says, going crazy here, but what if to do a weird route in chapter 1, you need to go back to a previous chapter in the select screen due to context or item? That could be fun, but that would have to be retroactively added into it, and the only person that you would be able to corrupt is Susie, and I don't think Susie would stand for that bullshit, honestly. So, I think it would kind of make Susie's character, like, worse retroactively, so I don't think that, like, Toby will do that. The chapter intros are flashbacks theory. These scenes are already pretty mysterious, so they could maybe be some flashbacks. We would then get more info later, which reveals that these were flashbacks. This isn't the first time Toby has done something like this. In Undertale, there was the game over screen when Kara was dying, the opening story being when Kara fell down to the underground, and the fall from the bridge onto the yellow flowers being when Kara met Asriel. This could happen again. No, I don't think so, because I don't think that Toby would repeat the same stuff. It wouldn't be a surprise if he did that again, so nah. Universal Mother Theory. Some think Queen can be seen as this mother figure that the Light World characters can project their own feelings about their mothers onto her. Despite being an antagonist, Queen isn't really hurting anyone, either, unlike King. So there could be more to her than it seems. It seems like she is trying to make Noelle happy, like a mother figure. I mean, yeah. Like, Queen is supposed to be an analog to, like, Mayor Holiday. So, yeah, it totally makes sense. Memory heads and Undertale foreshadow Deltarune. In the True Lab in Undertale, there are some enemies that say some weird lines and so on. Some think this could be related to Deltarune and don't forget in some way. Interesting, let's see. This is a 13-minute video. What are the... like, I actually know Half-Bread Chaos. I've seen, like, a lot of their theories. I don't have time to, like, look at an entire 13-minute video. I would say 50-50. I don't really mind this one. Noelle's mom is called Carol Theory. Asgore got an email from someone that starts with a C, something that it's the mayor, Noelle's mom. Because of the Christmas theme in their names, her name could be Carol. I think that's basically guaranteed. Because Carol is such a good name by itself. It's such a, like, normal name compared to, like, Rudy or something like that. Carol is such a good name for, like, Noelle's mom. It's basically, it would be good preferable. Rudy will die! That motherfucker's gonna die! I 100% believe that bitch is dead. I'm sorry, Rudy, but you're cooked! I am so sorry, Rudy, but you're gonna get hella fucking cooked. At the very least, he's gonna fall down in Chapter 4. Like, between Chapter 3 and 4, he's gonna fall even more ill, and that will create, like, a lot of strife and conflict in Noelle. And that's why she will create the Dark Fountain of Chapter 4. To either cope with the fact that her father's gonna pass away, or try to save him in some capacity. Either way, Rudy is cooked! We'll explore more of the town theory. If you take a map, if you make a map of the hometown of the places we've seen so far, then you can clearly see specific houses and such cut off, and the map does not match completely. There could be places like this we could explore. There are other places like Noelle's house that we might get to as well. Who knows? 10 out of 10? Absolutely. No question about that. Lancer is the third hero in the Legends theory. If you tell Ralsei you don't want to hear the legend, you'll get a special dialogue from Lancer. Lancer says that he's the teardrop-headed kid from the legend, when Susie asks who he is. What if he's one of the three heroes? A Prince of Darkness. Ralsei has been pretty suspicious, and he might want to put himself in a role that he can't have. Fun fucking fact about this, I think that this is canon. But it depends. So, okay. A lot of people are saying one. Hear me out. Remember what we talked about, like, a few hours ago, about Ralsei being a secret boss? Remember when I said that if you beat every single secret boss, you might have to, like, get rid of Ralsei as well? I think that this depends. If you go through the game normally, without fighting the secret bosses, then Ralsei will be the Prince of the Dark. But there's a contingency plan if Ralsei goes rogue. Because the whole thing with Gaster is that he has put Ralsei in this position to be the tutorial guy. He's the guide that will take you to complete the prophecy. But if Ralsei goes rogue, and you have to fight him, just like all the other secret bosses, then Ralsei will be gone. You won't be able to complete the prophecy with only 2 heroes. So Gaster put Lancer in there as another Prince from the Dark, just in fucking case Ralsei goes rogue. Why do I think so? Honestly, have any of you guys here seen or read Disco Elysium? In Disco Elysium, there is something very similar. In that game, at the very end of the game, there's like a climax. I'm not gonna spoil Disco Elysium because I'm eventually going to play it on the channel, and I want you guys to not get spoiled by it. But in that game, you have a partner, right? And that partner may not be present at the end of Disco Elysium because of stuff that I don't want to spoil. So, the developers of that game have the idea of, okay, you're gonna go into the final fight with your partner, and your partner's gonna back you up and help you, right? But if your partner ends up not being there for whatever reason, we're gonna have an extra character help you through the climax instead. You know? Like, there's this idea of, like, there's this joke character in Disco Elysium that is usually, like, a side character that is kind of funny and, like, not really that interesting. But if your actual partner is unable to help you at the end of the game, he will be replaced by that joke character. I don't want to spoil it because I'm going to play Disco Elysium on the channel after this, like in a few months or something, but I think that it will be the same deal as in Disco Elysium. If Ralsei is not available to help you complete the prophecy, then Lancer will be the one that will be the Prince from the Dark. That's why both characters got introduced as the first 2 Darkners in the Dark World in Chapter 1. Those are literally the first 2 Darkners that you see. Both are princes from the Dark. And at the end, if you do all the secret bosses and you defeat Ralsei because he will have a fucking breakdown or whatever, Ralsei, Lancer will be there as like the replacement to complete the game. You know? That's why Lancer is so dummy and so stupid and so like innocent. Gaster specifically made Lancer to be like, you know, like a fool, like a little chubby boy, like a little innocent innocent sunshine boy, you know? He wouldn't, like, go crazy, like, he never interacted with Lancer, he never did anything to Lancer. He's just, like, there as a backup plan in case Ralsei goes rogue, you know? Anyways, 10 out of 10, it would be good preferable, because it helps my other theories. Hopefully I convinced you guys, because some of you were saying 1, honestly. I think it's both. The legend is vague enough that it can be both depending on the choices that you make throughout the game. You know? We will get soft-locked in the weird route. In the Spampton sweepstakes, there is a page you can find where Noelle is talking about a maze in Dragon Blazers where you get soft-locked. Some believe that the events that take place in the game Noelle plays is about getting stuck could be foreshadowing the weird route in Deltarune. We would also get soft-locked as well. That's our punishment for abusing the power we have over the game. After all, there is only one ending. I think that is foreshadowing that we will go to the Ice Palace in Chapter 4, and that we will have to solve some kind of puzzle, like some kind of like Legend of Zelda, like forest maze puzzle, you know? Like a Super Mario RPG forest maze where like you have to go in very specific directions to be able to escape the Ice Palace or maybe find the secret boss. But I don't think that we will get softlocked, no. Oblivion Theory. A huge theory about the vessel, themes, and the meta-narrative of the game. Kris and the vessel would be Deltarune's Frisk and Kara, but with the themes of this game. Seeing everything a game has to offer is the same as destroying it in Toby Fox games. The character have to go against you after they're done with the knight because of this. But the knight is also there because you are. It is part of Gaster's plan. I don't fuck with Oblivion Theory, honestly. That's okay. Sans, Papyrus, and Gaster are all the same family tree theory. Since these characters are all humanoid based on fonts and white, then they could be in the same family. Sans also uses an attack called the Gaster Blaster. Why would they be called that? Yeah, they're family. Not only that, but like in Toby Fox's game design notes, there is a specific blurb for Papyrus, like an early version of Papyrus, that talks about like Papyrus's family tree, and it says that they have a brother named Sans and a grandpa named Blank. I believe that Blank is Gaster, or like Grandpa Semi, as he was called like early on in development. Anyways. Kara is not the first fallen human's canon name theory. Kara is short for character, and they represent how we put ourselves within the game. Some say because of this, their true name is Kara on a meta level, but it's not their actual name. No, it's their name. Come on. Sans isn't bleeding theory. In the No Mercy ending of Undertale, we see Sans bleed, but we know monsters can't bleed, so maybe it's not blood. We know Sans likes pranks and ketchup, so this could be the ketchup. Could just be ketchup. It's probably ketchup. It's probably ketchup. Ketchup because we see Sans drink ketchup. And also because we know that Sans and Papyrus are from Deltarune, and Papyrus turns into dust. So, yeah, no, I think it's ketchup. It's definitely ketchup. Besides, even if you think that for some reason Sans can bleed, he still turns into dust at the end of the day, because when he goes off screen in his final fight, you can hear the dust sound effect play when he goes off screen. So, you know, it's ketchup. Frisk and Kara are the same person theory. Frisk and Kara have the exact same silhouette. Frisk seems to have the memories of Kara. Flowey thinks Frisk is Kara. Frisk once wakes up after falling from the place Kara was buried. That must mean something. No, because Frisk has a different personality than Kara. Frisk is shown to actually have thoughts and emotions aside from our own in Undertale. So, no, I don't think... Frisk are their own person. In fact, Undertale says it as much at the end of the game. Like, Flowey, when Flowey is talking to you, the player, Flowey is saying, hey, let Frisk live. Let Frisk live their life, you know? So, like, taking Frisk and basically erasing their autonomy is like, no, that... Yeah, no, thank you. Besides, Asriel literally says, I am so fucking stupid for confusing you for Kara, Frisk, I'm sorry. Hey, someone, thank you for buying the stickers. Thank you so much. Ash says, wasn't the whole point at the end being like, hey, I know you're not Kara, they've been dead for a long time? Yes. I think that this is like, no. Frisk is their own person, 100%. Kara isn't evil theory. We know humanity has been cruel at points, so their hatred for them might be less black and white than one might assume. Kara was just a kid. They made drawings and such for their king dad. There are points where it seems like Kara is laughing in an evil way at Asgore being poisoned by a cake they made with Asriel, but laughing is a common coping mechanism in Undertale. Toriel and Undyne laughs when getting killed. The people in Snowding laugh away their sad feelings, and Sans makes jokes all the time despite how he actually feels. At the end of the genocide route, they say that they were first confused at you doing what you were doing. Why was I brought to life? But then they realized what it was. Power. You were the one who did everything. The whole point of Undertale is to show how we put ourselves in the game and how we'll do anything to see everything. Kara is the only character that actually gives you consequences, and all people say is that they're evil. You made them believe this. You hurt everyone. 10 out of 10, basically canon. Like, yeah, obviously, like, yeah. Evil Kara theory pisses me the fuck off. Absolutely. Nara Kara Undertale theory. Some believe Kara is the narrator of Undertale. In the pacifist route, they talk in third person. The descriptions can feel personal, as if someone's been there before. In the genocide route, they talk in first person, because they get more in control. The text becomes read, etc., etc. Honestly, this is like... It's not necessary for the game to make sense, but it's something that I like, even if I don't think it's 100% intended. So I think it's like a 6-7 for me. I think it would be preferable if it was the case, but it doesn't have to be true for it to be a good game, you know? Toby Fox narrator in Deltarune Theory. The narrator seems to be really inconsistent. It shows that they don't exist in universe and it's just Toby Fox writing whatever he feels best. Sometimes it mentions stuff as if it's from Kris's mind or the NPC's mind. Sometimes it knows just as much as us. Sometimes it knows more. Sometimes it knows less than Kris. It also breaks the fourth wall, makes reference to Undertale, and changes when fighting the secret bosses. Yeah, no, like... I mean... Toby Fox made the video game, so yeah, no, yeah, like... Obviously. Hey, Thiago. Thiago says, Kara is evil people be like. We have mom goat, sad goat, brother goat, and scapegoat! Narrow wall theory. Some people believe the narrator is the actually whatever device we seem to be connected to. It's the what we're connected to, so it could be what we're reading from. It would also make sense in universe. It seems to explain why it seems inconsistent. The name for a lot of the code seems to be related to the opening in Gaster. The device is reading the world in its own way. Oh. Whatever, man. I don't care. Depths theory. Some believe that the darkness that builds up the dark world comes from a sort of lower realm related to water and ocean in some way. There's water-related imagery here. The opening that's related to Gaster and is considered some sort of darker dark world has a background image that's actually an ocean. The file is even called Depths, as in the depths of the ocean. They're called dark fountains after all. Yeah, no, like... Dark worlds are, like, very analogous to water and, like, the sea and, like, the depths, like, water. So, yeah, no, like... It's a very obvious, like, symbolism for how dark worlds behave. So, yeah, like, obviously. Dark worlds have been made before theory. At the start of Chapter 1, when Kris and Susie fall into the Dark World, they enter this weird area that seems to be in ruins. The same eye symbols that we see in the story about the roaring is present in this area multiple times. The statues have all melted over time. That's what the weird goo is. This shows that Dark Worlds might have been made earlier and almost caused a full roaring as well. We're also told Gerson got a lot of ideas for his stories and dreams. Ooh! The Dark Worlds are also described as dreamlike. Maybe Gerson actually got his ideas from Dark World. Ooh! I did not hear of this. Some even believe the adults in the Dreamer and Holiday explored Dark World at some points when they were younger. Ooh! Okay. That's really cute. This doesn't really have any bearing to, like, the main story of the game, but that's actually really cool. Like, before Gaster came along, Dark Worlds were a part of the world, and, like, adults, like, indulged in Dark Worlds. That's really cool, actually. I think 8 or 7 around this point. Like, Dark Worlds are just a natural, like, law of the Deltarune universe, but it was like Gaster that hijacked them to do what, like, he wanted. But before that, Dark Worlds were a thing that other people could participate in. Yeah, no, that's actually really cool. I would love to see this canonized, actually. Is there anything you want to say? No. How much do you care about this aspect of the game that these series came out of? A lot. How much knowledge do you have about this? A lot. Next. Controversial theories! Give me some of that. Some of these might have hot discussion. Some of these are outdated depending on how you look at them. Some of these are jokes. Yeah, I know there are some I could have put here. The ones that still fit here are there, but some of these would be a bit out of place there, so they're here instead. If you like any of these, then do your thing. I believe in you. Sans is Nest theory. Fuck off. Sans is Steven Universe theory. Fuck off. The gas leak theory. Kris did not make a fountain, but actually started a gas leak. Some people say that Kris only ate a pie, and that the last ending was a bait and switch, so this trend would continue. Nah. Ralsei is a girl theory. Ralsei looks more feminine, so Ralsei might actually be a girl. That is fucking awful. That would be really disappointing. I hate that. Go fuck yourself. Rulks is Gaster theory. Nah! Nah. Annoying dog is the night theory. Nah. Nah. Temmie is the night theory. Go fuck yourself. Toriel is homophobic. Toriel stops Undyne and Alphys from kissing in the Undertale pacifist ending and says, "Not in front of the human." She also bought this one shampoo that's manly, according to the theory. She also shows resentment towards Asgore, and some think it could be because of his possible romantic feelings for Rudy. It shows that Toriel could be more conservative. She's also religious. You know what? You know what? You know what? Like, it has some legs. It has some legs. The theory actually got some evidence going on. Like, I would not care or mind. Like, that's a pretty good theory, honestly. Imagine, like, the sexy goat lady that all the people have been obsessed about making porn and shit for the past 10 years, turning out to be a hardline conservative. Phil, watch the video. It's 8 minutes. No. I'm not gonna watch an 8-minute video. Oh, that's perfect. The fact that Toriel is homophobic, but she also has a non-binary kid. Woo! Woo! Alright. Rate the Dark Worlds are not real theory. The Dark Worlds are just the kids playing around. All the darkness seemed to be based on actual objects after all. What? Do you think that Noelle suddenly, like, fucking got a concussion and started, like, role-playing with Susie and Kris? Come on now. Undertale is a game on Deltarune Asriel's PC theory. If you interact with the computer in Kris and Asriel's room, then it says that there's a folder there called Epic Game Stuff. Maybe that's Undertale. It explains what the characters are all different versions of the ones in Deltarune. He also has files called Giant Rainbow Wings, which is similar to the form he takes in his battle. No, not really. Because Sans recently moved into town, and Asriel wouldn't know Sans. So it's cute, but I think this is just like Asriel making like an OC that is ended up being like the similar God of Hyper Death form that he took in Undertale. Like, this is a cute theory, but it actually just does not have legs. Deltarune is a direct sequel to Undertale. At the end of Undertale, we see the monsters living in the human world. That's why we see them overground in Deltarune. No. There's even a similar school there. Fuck off. There's no way. There's no way. Because, like, what do you mean Undyne and Alphys don't know each other? Are you stupid? Come on. Deltarune is a direct prequel to Undertale. According to this theory, Deltarune takes place before the Monster War. That's why we see them in the overground in Deltarune. No, you fucking dumbass! No! What do you mean? Fucking... If that's the case, fucking... How is Gerson still... Wait, how is Gerson still alive in Undertale? Are you dumb? Whatever. Sans is a dark nerd theory. Nope. No. Alphys didn't write the True Lab entries theory. Nope. That would be disappointing. That would take away Alphys' agency in the True Lab completely. I completely disagree with that. Naked Ralsei... What the fuck? Naked Ralsei theory. Some believe that Ralsei will take more and more of his clothing off... shut the fuck up. How much do you care about this aspect of the game if these theories came out of? How much knowledge do you have about this aspect of the game? A lot. Weird ass theories, man. Upcoming content theories. This part is about the locations and characters for the upcoming chapters and such. Flower Shop will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. No. You know why? Okay, I've said this before, but I'll say it again for the people that just joined this. I am 100% of the belief that every single Dark World will be based on some kind of entertainment media. Or ways of escapism. That's why I don't think that there will be a Dark World in the hospital. Because you can't really escape reality in a hospital. In fact, hospitals just remind you of the inevitability of death. So I don't think that there will be a Dark World in the hospital. It's some form of escapism or entertainment media. That's why I think that the entire festival will become a Dark World eventually. Like, the roaring will be in the festival. Because the festival is an activity that entertains an entire town. I think that the festival will be one of the final locations in Deltarune, because it is essentially an event that everyone performs together in order to escape from their modern, like, regular life and have fun all together. So, no, I don't think that the flower shop will be a Dark World, because do you use a flower shop to escape reality? Phil, Asgore has comics in his shop. I don't think it has... Gardening, Phil. That's nah. Gardening is basically escapism. Okay, but, like, say it with me. Like, tabletop games, the internet, video games, TV, gardening? Like, come on, there's so little possibilities that you could draw out of that, you know? Asgore is trying to escape his shitty life the most. Yeah, but I don't think that he's gonna escape his shitty life by making a Dark World in his shitty fucking flower shop. Unless, like, past that door, like, above where the flowers are, like, the 7 flowers are, maybe that double door is gonna have something. The comics. It's only, like, a few comics. Like, it's not enough to be an entire fucking Dark World. Like, Chapter 1 had, like, a fucking, like... Chapter 1 had, like, an entire fucking, like, unused classroom. Chapter 2 had a fucking computer lab. Chapter 3 has, like, a living room with a giant TV. I don't think a few comics are gonna make this happen, dude.
Thank you.
Hey, Noodle Soup.
It would be interesting. It's a 50-50. I can see playing in the dirt, playing with bugs. As you said, there's not much.
I mean, okay, I would put it at 1, but you guys are kind of convincing me because of the comic stuff. It's just, I think it heavily depends on what is behind those 2 big double doors, you know? The Asgore man cave theory. Wait, Juby Bean, okay, maybe you're actually cooking. What if there's, like, what if you go through those 2 double doors above Asgore's room, and there's, like, a giant man cave? Maybe Asgore is just really into comics. Maybe, actually. What if Asgore has a collection of comics? The man cave! The man cave, though! Okay, maybe. Actually... Thiago says, if a single TV counts, 10 comics are beyond enough. Oh, you guys are kind of convincing me, though. The Asgore man cave, though. Man cave full of comics and magazines. It would be cool to run around a garden dark world with plants and flowers and stuff, and man cave is equally as good too, though. I think the church can absolutely be a dark world. Yes, Grim Tidings, I fully believe that the church will be a dark world, because guess what? Religion is a form of escapism.
Thank you.
Hey, bowl of noodle soup.
Wait, what if that's chapter 4? Toriel first, then Asgore's man cave.
No, I think it's gonna be centered around Noelle and Rudy, but maybe for the future, maybe chapter 5. But yeah, like, hey guys, I'm sorry to tell you, but religion is a form of escapism. Having a nice little sky daddy that is watching over you and making sure that nothing wrong happens to the good people is a form of escapism. And it would be really interesting to see the religion that, like, is happening in the world of Deltarune, like, what the angel is about. So, you know. Anyways, I'm going to put this... I think, you know what? You know what? Because of the man cave comment, I'm gonna put this at 8. Police building will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. What the fuck you mean? Thiago says, religion can be escapism, but gardening, never. I just mean in terms of, like, how popular they are in modern culture. Don't tell me that religion is a smaller form of escapism than gardening. Come on. Also, what the fuck? What kind of fantasy can you have in a police building? Don't answer that. QC's Diner will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. Pizzeria. Freezeria. Restaurants. It will be really funny. Cooking counts? Nah. Cooking escapism? Nah. It would be really cool, though. I would say I will give it a 4, but it would be preferable. IC's Pizza will be an upcoming Dark World location. Wait, what? Oh, shit. I confused QC's Diner with IC's Pizza. Never mind. This would be disappointing. IC's Pizza. That would be preferable, but it's probably not likely. Restaurants with mascots can 100% be escapism. Maybe. I think that's just because FNAF fans just really love Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and want to have a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza level in Deltarune. But who am I to tell? Sans shop will be an upcoming Dark World theory. I don't think that you can use Walmart as an escapism option. No. Sans's house will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. No, I don't think that Toby would put too much focus on the Skeleton Brothers. 4. I would just say 4. Hospital? No, absolutely not. This one, I refuse to entertain this one because hospitals remind you of death. It is the opposite of escapism. No one feels comfortable in a hospital. Fuck off. Town Hall will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. No, government buildings are not there for escapism. Bunker will be an upcoming Dark World theory. Yeah, that's basically fucking canon. Basically fucking canon. Essentially motherfuckingly canon. Church will be an upcoming Dark World. I really think that that would be cool. So yes. Graveyard will be an upcoming Dark World theory. No. Even worse than the hospital, honestly. Though maybe if it's like combined with the church, maybe that could work, but not by itself. The lake will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. There's a lot of water imagery in regards to Dark Worlds. Nah, I give it a 50-50. Probably not, though. Thiago says, explain the escapism of the bunker to me, please. Whenever people are anxious about the end of the world, they will create places where they can be safe in. People that create bunkers behind their houses are trying to prepare for the end of the world and are escaping reality by making sure that they have a safe place in which they will be able to live after the world has ended. Go fuck yourself. The festival will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. 10 out of 10, basically fucking canon. I'm shooting these out one by one, baby! Noelle's house will be an upcoming Dark World location theory. I think that's basically canon. Caddy's house, nope. Absolutely not. Brady's house? Nope, absolutely not. The apartments? Nope, absolutely not. Write what you think the Chapter 4 Dark Worlds will be. Damn. Okay. Chapter 4 Dark World, Noelle's home. Write what you think of Chapter 5 Dark World will be. The church. Chapter 6 Dark World will be the festival. Chapter 7, the bunker. There we go. Or you could swap these out, honestly. You could swap these out, honestly, in my opinion. TBH. There we go. Only if you think there will be a chapter 8. Fuck off. What? No. No. Wait, what? 8, 9, 10, 0? What the fuck? No. What new characters do you think will appear in Dark Worlds from chapter 3 to 7? Alphys? Probably not. Not QC. Gerson is dead! What the fuck? Caddy? Maybe. Jockington? Maybe. Monster Kid? Nah. Snowy? Nah. Temmie? No. Asgore? Yeah. I'm going by the ones that have, like, fucking portraits and stuff. Rudolph? Rudy is gonna die, bro! But probably if he lives in some sort of, like, Dark World form after he dies. Napstabluke? Nah. Undyne? Yes. Pizza Pants? It will be really fucking funny. It will be really fucking funny. Sans? No, I don't think so. Brady? No. Caddy? No. Father Alvin? No. Asriel? No. Toriel? Yes, guaranteed. Des? No. Yes. I think she's gonna be the final boss. People are gonna crucify me. I think that Des is gonna be the final boss. Noelle's mom? No. Mew Mew? No. Gaster? No. Papyrus? No. Hey, Glitch Boy, thank you for the membership.
Holy fig Phil, 12 hours? I've slept then wake up.
Welcome. Rate, there will be 10 chapters. No, fuck off. Absolutely, absolutely not. There will be 5 chapters. What the fuck? Some believe that since Toby hasn't talked about chapter 6 and 7, there's only going to be... What the fuck? No! No! Toby hasn't talked about chapter 6 and 7 because he was working on chapters 3, 4, and 5. What? No. Chapter 8 will be in the game theory. Since there has been only one single audio file in each chapter, WD, that could spell WD Gaster, which would be 8 letters, which would mean there are 8 chapters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. No, not really. Rate chapter 0 will be in the game theory. Some believe that the placeholder animations really are just placeholders, cause there is only code in the menu for chapters 1 and 7, but also a 0th, which would be the 8th chapter for some. Ooh. No, as a programmer, Like 0 is like the first number in an index, so no, it's probably just for coding purposes. But it would be cool. Dark World locations are the Undertale locations in reverse order theory. I don't think that... This is just people being obsessed with Undertale. Dark Clock theory. While the clocks you can find around Hometown are broken based on how they never change, some believe Toby is using these broken clocks to foreshadow future Dark World locations. You have to look at where the clocks are pointing. The Grand Fountain, unused classroom, and the Dreamer House are confirmed Dark Worlds that are being pointed towards by the clocks. Really? The closed cool door to the right of the Grand Fountain and Asgore's house. Asgore's shop becoming a dark world is a popular theory, so this only adds to it and vice versa. Interacting with the door, it will only say it's closed. Really? That's a fucking pull, but that's interesting, actually. How much do you care about this aspect of the game that these theories came out of? I'll give it out 4. Next one. Susie Theories. Ooh, 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 ooh. Susie Theories. Susie is the mean reptilian bully monster that befriends Kris, the secondary main character if you could not tell. These are some theories about Susie. Susie had a bad home life theory. Obviously. Like, yo. Obviously. Susie is from a human community. Something that Susie is from a human community, and that this would help parallel her with Kris even more in the story. Susie doesn't seem to be in the best place either. It could be why she's mean to Kris because they're human. She's reminded of where she came from. We see that she embraces being a monster, the most out of everyone. Could be because she feels like she doesn't fit where she came from, and here she can actually be a monster. Ooh, so that came out of nowhere, but like that's actually really interesting. Basically, they're like a foil to Kris, and they escaped the human community, like the human town, and they are like trying to fit in with monster society now. That is... Honestly, there's not much evidence to this, aside from the fact that Susie hates Kris, or like hated them at the beginning. I give it like a 8, 7, honestly. It would be cool as like a little bit of like backstory to her. Not canon, but interesting. Susie has no home theory. After Toriel tells Susie to call her parents to say that she's staying over, she doesn't. It could be because she has nobody to call home to. It would explain why she acts like a rebel, since she wasn't taught how to behave. I mean, it could also be that she has a shitty parents. I'll give it a 7. I think that would be nice. Susie is half human theory. Nope. Nope. No. Kris likes Susie romantically theory. Kris and Susie seem to have a pretty good friendship. Kris even protects Susie from King. But could it be a little deeper too? If you give the Susie tea to Kris, then that's the tea that heals them the highest. If given outside of a fight, Susie will say, "Stop looking at me!" I don't think that it has to be romantic, honestly. Like, it seems that Kris really likes Susie as, like, a best friend. It would be kind of funny to have, like, a love triangle between Kris, Susie, and, like, Noelle. But, I mean, Birdley already said that he liked Susie. Noelle obviously has a crush on Susie. I don't think that Deltarune is gonna become a fucking, like, harem comedy anime for Susie. I think that it's just being buds, you know? I don't think that... I don't think that this is true. How much do you think about this aspect of the game? That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Susie fucking pulling everyone! Ralsei Theories! Ralsei is the fluffy, lovable goat prince with no subjects. Asriel is Ralsei in disguise! Nah, that's what do you mean? What do you mean a young adult slash fucking... what do you mean a college-aged adult is running around acting like a fucking, like, prince boy instead of a closet? What the fuck? No. Ralsei is the green crayon theory. No, that's way too non-specific. Just because Ralsei is wearing green, that's not enough. Ralsei is Kris's red headband theory. After the Card Kingdom in Chapter 1, if you go to Toriel and pick one of the dialogue options, then she'll bring up the red headband Kris used to wear when they were younger, but it went missing. They really wanted to fit in with the rest of Monsters, but mostly his family, but mostly his brother. Their brother! Come on. The whole town talks about Asriel and all the amazing things that he has done, while Kris is seen as the weird kid. They're in the shadow of their brother. It explains why Ralsei looks like Asriel and has a similar name. It explains his adoration for Kris. Yeah, like 10, basically canon. Basically motherfucking canon. Like, I fully 100% believe that Ralsei is Kris's red devil horns. Ralsei is Asriel's... Ralsei is Asriel's piles of ashes theory. Yes, the Asriel's dust theory. Hey guys, have you heard about Asriel's dust? Ash baby Asriel. Asriel got killed when coming back from college by Kris in an accident and became Ralsei. They are now trying to hide their death. It explains why characters, for example Pizza Pants, have to tell Kris to say something to Asriel when they could just call him. If the info goes through Kris and only them, then they would have the chance to be hiding something. Asriel being dead and their sibling trying to save them would also make it more of a parallel story to Undertale, like it says on the Steam page. They've also been hanging out with Caddy, who likes magic and also looked up magic at the library. They could be trying to save him through magic, even though it's fall and Kris was looking up summer college vacation when at the library. How come he isn't home yet? Ralsei is Kris's knife theory. No, not really. Ralsei is hometown as a darkener theory. No, not really. Ralsei is special because of the Grand Fountain theory. Absolutely, that makes ton of sense. And also, they're special because they're a secret boss. Whatever. Ralsei is special because of something else. What do you mean, something else? Not really a theory. Well of the Fountain... whatever. Ralsei is the river person from Undertale. No! Ralsei is evil. No. Ralsei cares about the player, obviously, basically canon. Ralsei cares about Kris theory. I mean, they care about their friends. Basically. Ralsei hates... Kris hates Ralsei theory. I don't think that Kris hates Ralsei. I think that Kris is just massively weirded out by Ralsei. Because, you know, he looks like their brother. Like... Okay, you know what? Okay. Does anybody on this chat have siblings? Imagine if you go into a closet and then suddenly you find like a small version of like a living toy of like your sibling, and then they go like, I'm like, let's say that your sibling is called Tom, and then that weird little toy goes like, my name is Mott, and I'm a prince from the dark, and I will help you throughout your adventure. Oh my god, we're gonna be best of friends. It's like, So it's like, I think that Kris is just weirded out by Ralsei. How much do you care about this aspect? I care a lot about Ralsei. There we go. Kris is Kara theory. Kris has a lot of... Kris Theories. Kris is the main character you're playing, as if you couldn't tell. They're human of hometown. Kris is Kara theory. Kris has a lot of similarities to Kara from Undertale. They wear a similar shirt and have somewhat similar behavior. They're both kids of Toriel and Asgore, adopted of course. That might mean that they're the same. Yeah, basically canon. I mean, not literally Kara, but like they're the Deltarune version of Kara. Kris is Frisk theory. Kris has a lot of similarities with Frisk from Undertale. They look alike a lot more and have a close-looking name. Same hair and skin color, different clothing doesn't mean it's not Frisk. All the other characters from Undertale have different clothing too. 10 out of 10, basically canon. I think that it's both. I think that, like, in the world of Deltarune, like, Kara and Frisk are basically just a combined character. Like, all the features of Frisk and Kara are, like, mixed together in... Oh, there we go! Kris is a mixture of both Frisk and Kara theory. With the amount of similarities Kris has with both Frisk and Kara, they just be a mixture of both. In the light world, their colors match Kara, but in the dark world, they match Frisk. The identity might have been left vague on purpose. 10 out of 10, basically canon. Kris, Frisk, and Kara are all the same person. I mean, not literally, so no. Kris is a new character theory. I mean, yeah, they are Kris! Kris is Kris! They're not literally actually, like, Kara and Frisk. They are their own person. It's just that they are the Deltarune equivalent of these characters. Raid Kris is one of the other human souls theory. Nope. Kris is a vessel theory. When going down the bunker in Chapter 2, you'll get a cutscene where two characters from class are talking about the bunker being scary and they mention Kris. Kris has some kind of connection to the bunker, but they don't say what it is. Maybe this is where they came from. There are gastro connections between the bunker and the gunner maker, so something it would make sense. They do look similar to the vessel we built. It would... No. They're just a human. They're just a human. Come on. Come on. Kris is half human. No. They're just human. Kris is a walking corpse theory. Kris is a walking corpse. Some believe Kris is a walking corpse. Susie calls Kris the school zombie and says that they slept like a corpse. Yeah, cause they're not being controlled by us at that time. Kris seems to be unstable without their soul and isn't able to move on for long. Yeah, cause we are their soul. Like, no, it's Kris is still alive. They're not an actual zombie. It's just that they can't move too well when we're not controlling them. The red soul is Kris's soul theory. No. Wait, what? According to this theory, we've taken control of Kris's soul, and that is still Kris's soul. Spamton describes Kris as hearts on a chain. If the soul was your soul, then that description wouldn't make sense. You're the chain, not the heart. Well, yeah, we are the hearts. Like, the chain... No, like, it's our soul. No, it doesn't make sense. Hey, Luca. Super chat. Thank you for the super chat. One last small donation for today. Just here to remind you to drink water because 5.5 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, we are the hearts. The red soul is us theory. According to this theory, we've taken control of Kris and with their soul being replaced with the one that we control. Gaster invited us to download survey program. When we open it, he'll say, "Are you there? Are we connected?" And then the heart appears and he says, "Excellent. You were the one connected. It's your soul." Yeah, no, like, that's basically canon. What the fuck? Yeah. The red soul is Dessa's soul. What the fuck? Wait, what? No, what? What? Des is a monster! According to this theory, we play as Des in Deltarune, and Des is in control of Kris for whatever lore reason. Get the fuck out of here. Player is controlling Kris only in the meta-narrative theory. It's a metaphor. Ah, come the fuck on. Kris themselves summoned something and now it's controlling them. No, I think it was like a direct deal with Gaster. Kris is trying to save Death Theory. Yup, that's probably canon. Kris knows what happened to Death Theory. Yup, that's basically canon. Terra Theory. Terra is the name for the Deltarune version of Kara. Fuck right off! Player is bad theory. Player bad. We see that Kris is not enjoying their time being in control. We see them scream after the Spamton secret boss. We see them ripping out their soul to do their own thing. They didn't ask to be taken control over. That makes us bad for controlling them. No, it just makes us us. Like, that's our nature. It's in our nature to control video game characters. That doesn't mean that we're bad. We will do good if we want to, or we will do bad if we want to. That's the whole point of the fucking thing. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Main antagonist theories. Who do you think is the main antagonist of the game? Antagonist does not equal evil, by the way. They could be morally gray. Who knows? Gaster is the main antagonist theory. Some think that Gaster is the real main antagonist, the man behind everything with a big master plan, just like Flowey and Undertale. Gaster is supposedly the first character we meet in the game. There are a bunch of connections to the characters throughout the game, Easter eggs or a setup. Outside the game, at least on the Twitter, it looks like Gaster is putting us within the game and watching us. He's not evil! But he did create Deltarune for us. Like, he is not going to take over the world or some shit. But he's just great, man. Like, he's not an antagonist. He is the one that is stringing us along in this adventure. So no, not really. He's not an antagonist. The Titans are the main antagonist. Something that the Titans will be the antagonists for the game because they're so heavily tied to how the Dark Worlds and Fountains work. Ralsei seems to be really scared of the threat that they could create based off how he talks about. Yeah, no, like, I fully believe that one of the final bosses of Deltarune is going to be a version of the Titans. Yeah, obviously. Neon the Cartoon says, antagonist doesn't equal evil, Phil. I know, but it also... Antagonist equals an antagonistic force that is going against us in the story. And no, Gaster is not going against us. Gaster is creating the things in front of us for us to beat because he wants us to succeed. He wants to see what we do in the world. He is not like going against us like for a good or a bad reason. He just wants to see what we do. He created the path in front of you, you know? He's just there, like you're not gonna fight Gaster at the end of the motherfucking game. He is the creator, good and bad. The Knight is the main antagonist. The Knight is someone we don't know much about. We know someone has been making fountains. It seems that they've manipulated the darkness in some way to do what they want. The roaring could happen if they keep going. It's hard to know why they're making fountains. We have been going after the fountains the Knight made so far, so it's probably who we are going to go against in the end. 10 out of 10, basically canon. C-Max says, have we learned anything at all about the Titans? No. Just that when the roaring happens, they will rise and that they will cover the world in darkness. Also, I 100% believe that there will be a point at the end, like near the end of the game, like around like maybe chapter 6 or 7, where Kris permanently rips the soul out of their body. And they will get enough power to be able to be their own person outside of us. I 100% believe that Kris will find some way to become strong enough to stop needing us. To break the control, to break the deal with Gaster. And they will toss us aside permanently. And they will fully become the Knights. Then we will control the vessel that we made at the start of chapter 1. I fully believe that this will be the case. I don't know how, I don't know the exact details of it, but I do know that we will fight Kris at some point. The angel is the main antagonist. The angel is a mythical being we know even less about, but there's a bunch of imagery laying around. This must mean something. In the story, Ralsei tells us he mentions the angel's heaven. Those sound like positive words, but in this context that they're not. The angel's evil or good, who knows? No. I believe that the angel is us. We are a metaphor for the angel. The angel's heaven is the box that we use to look at Deltarune from a top-down perspective. We're literally looking down into the world of Deltarune from heaven. Heaven is the place we live in, and the box that has the entirety of the Deltarune world inside. We look through the angel's heaven into Deltarune, and that means that when we are banished from Deltarune, that will be the end of the game. You know? The player is the main antagonist. Some think that the player is bad. No, it just depends on the actions that we take throughout the game. There is no clear main antagonist character. Not every story needs an antagonist. No, I think this one will, because it's tying back to traditional RPGs, so there will be some big main antagonist at the end of the game. I think it will just change depending on our choices. It could be Susie, it could be like Des, it could be Kris. It all depends on the choices that we make throughout the game. But at the end of the day, after everything's been said and done, the Angel's Heaven will be banished and we will be locked out of the game. Anyways, is there anything you want to say in regards to these theories? It's okay. Remember to take your time. No. Night theories. Yeah, baby. Here we go. Here we go. The Knight is making a bunch of fountains. Who are they really? Some think that it's obvious who it is. Some think otherwise. What do you think? Rate Asriel Knight theory. This theory states that Asriel isn't actually in college and he's going or in the light world without being seen making fountains. We know that Asriel is very religious. He went to the church a lot and was even part of the choir. It shows that he would make the fountains for religious reasons. He was even a big antagonist force in Undertale as well. If it's fall, and Kris was looking up when summer vacation for college was, how come he isn't home yet? Nah. No, because Asriel was already the main antagonist of Undertale, and it would be repetitive to have Asriel be the main antagonist again. No, not really. Papyrus is... no. No. Oberon Smog... no. Kris! There we go. Some believe Kris made the computer lab fountain along with eating the pie and plugging in the dusty TV, which can be seen by interacting with the TV between chapters. The laptop in the library was also something that was left on, and here they're doing it again. And them eating the pie gives them the chance to jump out the window while Toriel and Susie are busy making a new pie. Toriel ends up calling Undyne that you can make Kris tell about the Dark Worlds as if they planned on her being there. It shows that they planned making it since the start. They're the only person we've seen make one, so why would it be someone else? Each chapter is setting up the next one, so it would make sense. They use a knife just like what Queen shows before the Giga Queen fight. Yeah. Kris is the knight. You stupid motherfuckers. Like, it gives an interesting spin because the character that we're controlling is technically one of the antagonists. It makes sense because in the whole deal of the story, there needs to be someone making the fountains in order for Kris to be able to be the hero. Kris is the knight. Also, Egg. Egg in Wingdings is up, left, left. Or what was it? It was one of those. And that is the same movements of like a knight in chess. Kris is the knight. There's no way that they're not the knights. I will eat a sock if they're not the knights. It will be obvious that they're the knight after chapters 3 and 4. It was left up. Okay, yes. Oh, so now you like chess theory? I don't think that the entire game is based around chess, but I do think that it's, like, specifically made to, like, foreshadow Kris being the knight in this very specific situation. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, chess theory is not about the entire game, but the chess motif is just meant to push the idea that Kris is the knight as a foreshadowing device through the eggs. Why would Kris open the fountains just for them to close it after? Because they want to be the hero of the story.
Not that I am against this idea, but can I ask?
Yeah?
In that same speech by Queen, she says that if someone was determined enough, anyone could become a knight. So is that still a possibility?
Yes, which is why I believe that Noelle will open a dark fountain in Chapter 4. And Chapter 4 will be very fucking different compared to every single other chapter, because it will take place most of the time in the light world, and then Noelle will make a dark fountain at the end of Chapter 4, like near the end of Chapter 4. That doesn't mean that Noelle is the knight, though. Noelle just makes a fountain on her own because of what Queen said, you know? But the main knight is still Kris. Hey, Thiago, I find it better that every knight is a different person looking for escapism. No, because at that point, the title of the knight is fucking meaningless, and that would make no sense for the way that the story is being told.
Obviously, PLUEY is the knight.
Obviously, Fighter Builder, obviously. Also, Alvin is a side character. He doesn't even have a portrait of his own. Like, Alvin is not really that important to the story. TBH. He's just the loser son of Gerson. Like, I'm sorry. But people that are fans of Alvin is like, that dude doesn't really have the best design or the most, like, interesting backstory. I think that they're just one of the characters in the fucking, like, town. Talking about his own, like, issues and problems, just like any other town member. Anyways, Kris is the knight. There's absolutely no question about this, and people are gonna fucking eat dirt when Chapter 3 and 4 come out, literally in a few weeks. If Kris is not the knight, then why has every single fountain so far been made by Kris? You know? Like, come on. How does Kris even know how to make a dark fountain in the first place? Come on! Why does nobody talk about what Toby wrote about the knight in the Undertale 6th anniversary stream? What did they wrote about? I don't know that. I don't remember that. Queen told them. Dark Pursuit, look at the screen. Kris has known how to make dark fountains ever since the first chapter. Even before the first chapter. There's no way that's just because Queen told them. Like, Kris has planned to make every single dark fountain up until this point. In the library, in the living room, it's been something that they've planned to do, like, constantly, and it can be foreshadowed early on. Flare Rabbit says, he wrote about Kris and the knight interacting in a scrapped intro. I mean, that's why it's scrapped. Like, cut content is not canon, guys. Scrapped, the word scrapped is in there for a reason. Anyways. Wraith Vessel Knight. Kris is a subversion of a silent protagonist. They have their wants separate from you. If the vessel was the knight, then we would have yet another character like this. Someone you made, but they have their own goals. The character we create is the character making the game for us. They go around making fountains to keep us entertained. It would explain why the Castletown theme is called Player Town, because maybe they made it. Honestly, this is preferable. Not preferable, but this is like a good alternative. Like, if If Kris Knight is not true, which it is, it makes sense for the vessel to make the fountains for us. But I think that it's more preferable that the vessel will be the backup body that we will use once Kris gets rid of us permanently. Gastronite. No. No. Everyman Knight. No. Mayor Knight. Carol is not gonna run around dressed as a knight stabbing shit into the ground. Death Knight? No. Death is like trapped inside of the code. Rudy Knight, he's in a fucking hospital bed. New character Knight? No. Then it would not be a mystery. Susie Knight? Come on, don't treat poor Susie like that. Noelle Knight? Nah, she's too good. Asgore Knight? Asgore is too much of a dumb boy to do that. Toriel Knight? Come on, she's a conservative homophobic. She would not be... she would not be the knight. Sans Knight? No, Sans would not even bother to lift a finger. Undyne Knight? Undyne doesn't know about Dark Worlds. Alphys Knight? She's too nerdy. Caddy Knight? Calm the fuck on. Miss Boom Knight? Calm the fuck on. Ralsei Knight? What the fuck? No. Rulks Knight? Ices Knight? No. Birdly Knight? No. Karen? Oh, Kara Knight? No. Frisk Knight? No. The Knight is one of the 7 human souls. No, thank you. Knife Knights? What? No! Multiple Knight Theories. A group working together. No, thank you. Which characters? No, not doing that. No, thank you. No, thank you. Wait. Anyone that creates a dark fountain is the knight of that world. Nah. Different knights for different routes theory. No, but that sounds like a fun idea. Which character you think could have made the grand fountain? Kris. Which character do you think could have made the chapter 1 fountain? Kris. Could have made the chapter 2 fountain. Kris. Which characters do you think will make a fountain at some point? Noelle? And Kris. Pint says, Phisnom, if Kris truly was the knight and wanted to be the hero of the story, why would they back away from the school's dark fountain? Susie even commented on them being scared. Because they didn't think it would fucking work. They woke up in the middle of, like, the nightmare of, like, the soul going into their body and stuff. Like, I think that Kris was not aware that it would even work. Maybe it was just a fantasy of them. Didn't know that it would actually be successful until they woke up the next day and realized, oh wait, shit, what I did actually worked, oh my god! And then, like, they go on the adventure then. Questions about the actions of the knight. The knight isn't manipulating the darkness specifically by entering the dark worlds, but is moving objects in the light world theory. The knight could have moved the king cards in the light world to trap them. The story is left vague enough that it could be true. All they say is that the knight appeared in the dark world or the light world. Darkners are aware of the light world and their histories. We also see that the library laptop was left on, just like what Kris with the TV at the end of chapter 2. 100% basically canon. The knight was hiding in the computer lab closet theory. No. Absolutely not. Because even if that was the case, like, Birdly and Noelle would have seen the fucking smoke coming out. Like, that would have been alerted to it. It's not like they immediately fell asleep before the Dark Fountain was created. Calm the fuck on. Absolutely not. The knight is making fountains because they wanna cause the roaring theory. Queen calls the knight the roaring knight. That could mean that they want to do the roaring. Well, they want to do the roaring because they want to stop it. So yeah, like, I guess 50-50. The knight is making fountains because they want friends theory. mean, yeah, basically. The knight is making fountains to keep the player entertained theory. Basically true. Do the roar! The knight is making fountains for a misguided reason theory. Yes! Basically true. The knight is making fountains for a different reason. I mean, that's not a theory. That's just a what if. Like that's just a non-statement. What the fuck? The knight will never be revealed. It was revealed at the end of chapter 2, so no. In which chapter is the knight reveal? 2. I'm making some people super fucking mad by being so sure of myself right now. Oh, that's so delicious. Gunner Maker Theories. Gunner Maker is the opening for the whole game. The name for the files tells us that it's called the Gunner Maker. Rate there's a second voice in the opening theory. Yes! Agreed! The second voice is Des. No! Disagree! The second voice is Kara. No! Awful! The second voice is Kris. Since Kris has similarities to Kara, it could mean that Kris is Kara in some kind of way. That means Kris is the second voice instead. There are different ideas as to why they were saying it. Maybe it's from a different scene, or this was some sort of chant one had to summon the player. Some believe Kris tried to summon us, not with the intent of getting controlled, so this could be related to that. Yes, basically canon. The second voice is the knight theory. I mean, yeah, it is. Cause it's Kris. Lugigi says, well, if you're wrong, then we get more funny edits. Hey, Lugigi. Take a look at this shit. Who do you think was the one that called it back before Chapter 2 released that Kris was getting a slice of pie? Hold on a second. Let me look at this. There we go. Hey, motherfuckers! This was a post that I made back in... let me see... Blah, 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 blah. This was in January 4th, 2024. When did Scott Falco release his video? Let's see. Scott Falco Deltarune. Because I called it even before him. Let's see. No, this one. No, not this one. Yeah, there we go. So, I released this post in November 5th, 2018. Scott Falco premiered his motherfucking video 5 days later! So he ripped me off! My original theory was, I just solved it all. That end cutscene at the end of Deltarune Chapter 1 is just one giant jape for everyone obsessed about Kara. Mark my words and hold me to this when Chapter 2 comes out. This is the truth! It's not Kara, it's just Kris! This is all just one big play on the expectations of Undertale players, leaving Chapter 1 in a cliffhanger with the implication that Kara from Genocide is back. In reality, Chapter 2 will just start like normal, with you back in the bed, and Toriel will be like slightly mad at you because you snuck into the kitchen and ate a piece of pie. The joke is telegraphed a miles away by the way that Toriel specifically remarks not to touch the pie just seconds before the whole ending cutscene plays out. Toby's playing all of you like the shitty dog he is. Mark my fucking words! I have authority! I have authority in this motherfucking subject! I called that shit nearly 10 years ago! I was so fucking right. Mark my fucking words! Anyways. The second voice is the angel. No, thank you. The second voice is Astral. No, thank you. Ark the Green Wolf says, Phisnom, riddle me this. When did Kris open the Dark Fountain if he was just getting pie and seemingly can't stay for long without their soul, and how no one noticed until Noelle and Birdly walked in? Very simple. When Kris took out their souls in Chapter 1, they went to the library and the computer lab and just made the Dark Fountain and just came back home. There is no reason for why you need to limit Kris's movement. Just because they walk kind of weird and they're very, like, frail, it doesn't mean that they're not able to just walk over to the fucking computer lab and make the fountain, like, after the cliffhanger in Chapter 1, and then went back and got the pie. Or they ate the pie, got some strength from the pie, and just went to make the fountain in the computer lab. Trash Mammal says, the computer lab was closed, it was the night. Yeah, like, they just went to the computer lab, broke into the computer lab, and then went back in. No problem. There's absolutely no problem. Why did Noelle and Birdly, like... Why did Noelle and Birdly fall into the fucking, cyber world, if that was the case? Because they thought that it was just, you know, dark in there, and they wanted to look for a light switch. I mean, that's literally what happened in Chapter 1 with Susie. Susie fell into the Castletown Dark World because she just thought that it was just dark inside of there.
This is super funny. Always enjoy the streams.
Hell yeah, Ethan!
Super excited for chapters 3 and 4.
Hell yeah!
Super excited to see Kris do more night stuff just so people complain on Twitter lol.
It's so exciting! Anyways. Right, the second voice is from a different scene theory. Some believe that this scene doesn't really fit here with any character aborting the survey. I know, it's okay. Right, the second voice is a partner of the intro voice theory. Not really. The second voice is Mike. No, thank you. The second voice is Image Friend. No, thank you. The second voice is Someone New theory. No, thank you. The character names you can get a reaction from are the characters who will enter a dark world, while the others that get a separate special reaction are characters who will make a dark world theory. That's kind of fun. I fuck with that. The vessel was not discarded theory. Obviously, it'll definitely come back at some point in the game. We will control the vessel theory, absolutely, once Kris discards us. The vessel is the unused code in the game theory. No, that's Des. Man, this is fucking fun. Man behind the tree theories. Let's see. Papyrus is the man theory. No. Gaster is the man theory. Yeah, obviously. A different piece of Gaster is the man theory. Probably. Hey, Boo, thank you for the $5.
Okay, new question now. If there is seemingly no limit to Kris movement without the soul, why do they keep putting it back inside of their body?
1, because they need to fulfill the prophecy. 2, it probably really fucking hurts. And 3, just because they have no limit to their movement, it doesn't mean that they won't eventually perish without the soul. There's a time limit probably in there, where like they have to make the fountain really fucking quickly, otherwise they will die. But doesn't mean that they can't, like, move out, like, throughout town. Like, it's not really that big of a deal, you know? Temmie is the man? No. Image, the image is friend. The man is image _ friend. No, probably not. The man is Mike. Nope. Every man is the man. Maybe, actually. That would be kind of fun. The man is just the man. The man is just man. Okay, good. How much do you care about this aspect of the game? It can be option. It's completely optional. This survey, I think, is a bit, like, artificially long. If you just took these, like, these are not really theories. Like, if you took this and just made it like a select which character you think is the knight or which character is the man behind the tree, this survey would be like a lot smaller because a lot of these theories are like exclusive to one another. Like, these should be like different options instead of just different questions, you know? Sham will be the secret boss theory. No, I think it's just a helpful shop, like, person. Ralsei will be a secret boss theory. Yes! Ralsei will be a main boss theory. No. I think that there will be a secret boss if you defeated all secret bosses. How to Draw Dragons book will be the Chapter 3 secret boss theory. Awful. Absolutely not. What the fuck? Knockoff Controller will be the secret Chapter 3 boss theory. Nah, probably not. Secret boss in Chapter 3 will be the Garbage Flowers theory. Yes! 100%. The Woody theory! The secret boss in Chapter 3 will be a reference to Toy Story, a cowboy from a cancelled western. A western is a genre that has gotten way less popular over time and has been forgotten. A cancelled show in a less popular genre falls in line with the secret bosses being forgotten and it being related to television. This idea came from a newsletter. Toby said that the whole cowboy section could get cancelled and, well, that's how cowboy shows go, I guess. This is exactly what happens in TS Toy Story 2. He compares something in Deltarune concept art to something in Toy Story, and there even exists a photo of Toby next to a Woody standee. Toby has even posted a couple of "You've Got a Friend Inside Me" memes, Pregnant Bee from before Undertale, and some YouTube poop edits, typed edits on his Tumblr not so long ago. The one important here is friend inside me. Who else has a friend inside them? Kris has the soul, like us. He likes the films enough that he could reference the movies as a secret boss. Yeah, I'm a Woody believer. I'm a Wood believer. I 100% believe in Woody. Yes, it's so unhinged. I'm not gonna watch the video because I don't want to like just react to people's content, but like, you know, yeah, no, I believe. Secret boss in Chapter 3 will be a radio host theory. No. That's pretty cool, actually. Like, video killed the radio star? That's pretty cool, actually, but at the same time, all secret bosses have been about the theme that you're in right now, right? So, like, it would be kind of weird to have a different form of media inside of the TV world, you know? Like, it makes sense with the whole abandoned theme, but like that would be like, I don't know, like Jevil is a playing card because they're in the playing card world. Spamton is spam email because they're in the internet, you know?
Confront the night, and it's just Goro.
Kiryu-chan! It's me! Thank you, Fartface, for the $5. I don't think that it's a radio because it's kind of weird to have another form of entertainment inside of the TV world, so no. Like, it's an AU where, like, fucking Kiryu... Kazuma Kiryu. Hey, Lugigi.
Also the theme of freedom, Woody has free will.
Yeah! Like, I think that... Like, how you call it? I think that... It's not really fitting for a TV world to have a radio character. Rate Apple Girlington theory. Apple Girlington? Something that the unused Apple shampoo will be the secret boss based on the old Toby Fox improvisation music recording. He mentions that this made-up character called Apple Girlington in it. In Japanese interview, they talk about a Mario movie Apple shampoo. He then starts talking about how Green Apple wants to be like Red Apple, their older brother. This is just Kris! This helps it connect to Kris, like the other secret bosses, like with Spamton feeling in control. Kris wants to be like their older brother. Yeah, no, this is just Kris! Hey, Gavaristic, on my RE2 playthrough, but glad I could stop by. Hell yeah. No, like, apples are directly connected to Kris. This is not about a secret boss. This is just talking about Kris and how Kris wants to be like their older brother. Like, no, not really, like... No. Static secret boss? Nah. Gaster will be a secret boss theory. So, this is gonna be extremely fucking disappointing for some people. But, honestly, I don't think that Gaster will ever actually show up in person. In Deltarune. I do think, though, that in the weird route, or in some other routes, you will be able to defeat Gaster through death, though. I think that Gaster will be puppeteering death as a way to stop you if you go against his script in one of the weird routes. Because, in my personal opinion, Gaster is too much of a cryptic concept for normal players to understand. Gaster is not seemingly brought up at all. His presence is very much felt throughout Deltarune, but his name is not uttered once, and he seems to be the man working in the shadows to make everything happen. If Gaster would ever confront you directly because you're fucking up his whole experiment, I believe that he would use something other than himself. So either Death or the Vessel. Because I don't think that... I'm sorry guys, but I don't think there will ever be a point where, like, Gaster comes out of the shadows and it's like a giant white creepy face, and he's gonna have like 1,000 arms and you're gonna fight like 1,000 armed Gaster. It's like, no, like, Gaster doesn't do that. He is not like a big giant Uboa demon that you're gonna fucking kick in the face to kill, you know? I think that Gaster will use his influence to take another character and put him as one of the things that will stop you if you don't do what he wants you to do. But otherwise, I don't think that Gaster will be a boss, you know? I don't think there will be like an Omega Flowey situation, because that would be too out of left field for the game. Unless, like, once you go into the bunker, you get the entirety of Gaster's backstory. I don't think he will be a direct character that you will talk to, you know? But he will be using characters that are made by him or are in his realm, like Des or the Vessel. Hey, bowl of noodle soup.
Gaster seems the type to not want to get his hands dirty and use someone else for the dirty work.
Exactly. And who do we know that Gaster has on his payroll? Des is stuck inside of the code in Deltarune, just like he is. Like, he is, like, inside of the game. He's, like, stuck, like, outside of time and space. Therefore, they are basically in the same place. Like, I've seen this theory that, like, Gaster and Des are, like, roommates. It's basically that. Or, you know, the Vessel is something that Gaster made for you, and maybe he could use against you if you fall out of line. But honestly, I don't think the Vessel is powerful enough, so maybe Des could be brought into the picture, if necessary, in the weird routes, you know? he has to make some kind of appearance. I think that it will be basically puppet strings. It will be the influence of the Dark World, like, forcing Des to, like, fight the player, or something like that. Or the vessel, one of the two. Either way, I don't think that it's gonna be like... I don't think you're gonna be able to fight Omega Gaster, you know? Friend inside me is just Spamton. Nope. Secret boss... If friend inside me is just Spamton, then we wouldn't have the mention of the cowboy shows in Chapter 3. Secret bosses represent the 7 deadly sins. Wait a minute. Secret bosses represent the 7 deadly sins. Jevil could be pride? No. Jevil is not prideful. Spamton would be greed. Absolutely, 100%. This could also continue the religious imagery that's already in the game. I mean, it's kind of like an overused trope, you know? Like, that's something that can, like... Every time you have a 7 of something, it always comes up, but, like... I can do anything. Oh... It could be, actually. Like, Jevil is prideful that he is basically above everyone and that he can do anything compared to them. That could be good. That could be good. That is the meaning of pride. I can do anything. I'd agree that Jevil is kind of prideful. He can do anything and believes he's freer than anybody else in his jail. You know what? You know what? You know what? You're kind of selling me on this, actually. Like, you're kind of like selling me on this shit. You're kind of facting, actually. You're kind of facting, actually. The world revolves around him. Yo. Okay. In this case, then, what about Woody? Let's take it as fact that Chapter 3's secret boss is Woody, or like the equivalent of Woody. What would be the deadly sin of Woody? Envy. Wrath. Envy? No, it had to be envy, right? Because maybe he's envious that his show got shut down compared to everyone else's. Envy, because the show was cancelled. Envy for sure. Wrath, he's angry about being cancelled and tries to solve it with gun violence! It could be wrath or envy. They want their fucking show back. Envy. You know what? They're kind of cooking, though. Like, I'm tasting, like, the pot of soup. Like, someone cooked here, actually. This might be it. Someone cooked here. Soul color order for the secret bosses is the reverse order of the bosses in Undertale theory. Some think that the soul order for the secret bosses is the reverse order of what the soul modes the boss battles in Undertale had and the areas they were in. The order would be like Asgore red, Mettaton yellow, Muffet purple, Undyne green, Papyrus blue, Snowdin... Like the concept of Snowdin? Cyan/orange, Snowdin orange. The first secret boss in Deltarune was red, and the next one was yellow, something that the Order of the Dark Worlds has the same order as this, the Undertale areas in reversed order. No, I think that all of them will show up, but not in reverse order. That's way too specific, you know? V Bandit says, Ralsei is envy because he is jealous about everyone else seemingly knowing who they are, where he doesn't even know what being Ralsei-like even is. Ooh, maybe. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Yeah. In this scenario, if we accept that Ralsei is going to be a secret boss, what would their sin be? Maybe Woody is like wrath, and then Ralsei is like envy? Not sure. I don't think that Ralsei has been very envious so far, though. Sloth? Lust. Lust maybe in like a love type of way, like lust instead of sexual lust, it's more like love instead, maybe?
Envy could make sense, wanting to destroy other shows to make themselves feel better yet still be empty. Wrath could also fit, being mindless violence.
God, yeah, like the sins theory could actually hold up a little bit. Soul color order for the secret bosses is the order in the Asgore's flower shop going in a full circle theory. Some think the soul order for the secret bosses is the order in the Asgore's flower shop going in a full circle. The order will be red, golden, yellow, orange, green, purple, blue, and cyan. That's just the order of a rainbow, man. That's just the actual hue order of a rainbow. Orange flower might look red, but interacting with it says orange. There is no golden soul, but since red is missing, it's what they represent. It can also represent us. Let's see. Oh, wait, orange comes after... Wait. No, wait, yeah, orange comes before yellow, actually. Yeah, because it's between red and yellow. Let's see. Asgore, flower shop, bedroom. So the golden one is the main soul, then yellow, then orange, green, then I guess you turn back around to purple, blue, and then cyan. I don't think this will be the case because I think El Nina and La Nino are going to have orange and cyan attacks. I don't know about that one. Depends. We'll have to see. I think it's 50-50, honestly. Ameshi says, I think gluttony makes sense with Ralsei, since he takes his time to consume himself and dedicate himself to the prophecy in Kris. Gluttony isn't all about food. In this case, it could work IMO. Not bad. Not bad. Soul color order for the secret bosses is the reverse order of souls in the Omega Flowey battle theory. These are not really that important. Like the order of these are like meh. Yeah, these theories don't really... I don't really care about these theories. The rest of the soul modes are red. Nah. Nah, I don't really care for this. Next one. Hyperlinked block theories. Hyperlinked blocked is something Spampton says a lot to Kris. It seems that he's blocked out from saying it, maybe by someone or by himself, but what specifically does it mean? Just because you don't care doesn't mean that you should rate them as awful. Yeah, but there's no option for, like, I don't care for this. I guess you could put it at 5, but either way, the ranking doesn't make sense, because, like, you know, I don't really care for this theory. And all of them are kind of mandatory to complete anyway. Let's see. I think it really means love. I like the love theory. Ooh, I love hyperlinked block. Loopback says, there's no I don't care option, and that's the biggest flaw of the survey. Yup! Because there's a lot of options, and they're all mandatory. Hyperlink blocked is just the spam blocker kicking in. But does that mean that he's saying something specific, or he's saying just random shit? Because The one thing that I know about this is that Spamton says that Kris has been making Hyperlinked blocked with Noelle in the weird routes. Does that mean that Spamton was saying that Kris and Noelle were making love? Ugh. Because if so, that's fucking... Ugh. Level of violence, love. Spamton is a gross internet person. That's why it was blocked. Does Spamton ever say love outside of hyperlinked block? Is there any piece of text where Spamton, like, mentions the word love? Pretty sure no. He doesn't say it, I think. No, never. He never says love as a word. Don't think so. I think it's probably love, then, because... like... he's probably referring to Kris and Noelle making love, as in making levels of violence, because Noelle is getting stronger in the weird route. So her level is actually going up. But at the same time, making love is also like it's like a euphemism, you know? It has like different forms of meanings. So every time that Spamton says love in any capacity, it gets hyperlink blocked, you know? Either love or levels of violence as both words, as both meanings, you know? Weird Route did have some romantical undertones, but in an uncomfortable, forced way. Yes, I think it actually falls in with the tone of the Weird Routes, you know? Hey, Fartface, thank you for the $5.
I think it means freedom. The only time he says it is very forced with the letters shaking and spaced out as Neo, almost close to freedom.
So he's trying to, like, glitch out, or he's trying to, like, abuse the system to be able to say freedom without getting hyperlink blocked? That's also a really good theory, actually, Fartface. Like, he's, like, spacing out the words so that the filter doesn't catch it. You know? That's a very good one, actually. That 3D fella says, he has said freedom without being blocked. It's a bad theory. Has there been multiple instances of Spamton saying freedom? Or has he only said it in, like, the spaced out, like, version in the dialogue box? I'm pretty sure he says he did it for the freedom during the first fights. He said it on his first fights. Oh. Oh, okay, so then it doesn't work then, because, like, if he could say it normally, then there's no meaning to it, like, being hyperlink blocked. The sweet taste of freedom. He has said freedom before. Oh, then no, absolutely not. I think that if Spamton has never said love before, then it's probably love. No other theory kind of makes sense because the way that the Weird Route works. Him saying, oh, you've been making hyperlink blocked with Noelle, have you? That makes way more sense if he's saying it in the terms of love, in both levels of violence and love as like a weird joke about how creepy you're being with Noelle. You know? Nothing special. Nope. Blocking a specific topic theory. That is very true. Hyperlink blocked is literal. I don't think so. Determination. Has Spamton ever said determination? Determination could be what Kris and Spamton needs to no longer be in control. Determination is a word that Spamton doesn't say. Then we know this could be a word that's blocked. Queen is the only one that mentions determination. If Spamton was blocked from saying determination, then that could make parts of the theory escalate too quickly. That could be good. That could be good. That has like... That's like really good. Determination. Freedom. He's already said freedom without getting blocked. Power. Doesn't really fit with Spamton. Love. Love was something important in Undertale, and here it could return again. It could have a double meaning too, which gives it more of usage compared to what the other theory suggests. Loving something and level of violence. Both characters are in a not so good state, so both of them wanting love would make sense. Them wanting level of violence also makes sense because it could give them more power and then cut off the control that's over them with their power. That makes total fucking sense. Blocked is a new unknown power theory. Nah, because like I don't think that that's gonna come back in the future with Spamton. How much do you care about this aspect of the game? I'm kind of like 3 on it. Love makes the most sense in my opinion. Shadow Crystal Theories. Shadow Crystal is an item you get from beating a secret boss, but what does it do? Some believe that Jevil and Spamton went insane because of something they actually saw. The Shadow Crystals give you weird visions, so it could be this. Something crazy happens in the future. The secret bosses foreshadow this event. You wouldn't go crazy if someone told you about the future. You would just brush it off, not unless you actually saw it. The Shadow Crystals show the future. Okay, so this is a problem because I legitimately don't know what the Shadow Crystals are about, because I don't think that there's enough information about them to make a consistent, strong theory. But the idea that... The idea that they show the future could be interesting, because when Kris held it up in their hands towards Susie... Susie showed that she had a very grim expression on her face. Like a disgusted expression on her face. In the Dark World, they show the real world. That could be in the future, because, like, you seal the fountain, right? Imagine all the crystals do is let Sham make you an optional but very strong piece of gear. Maybe it could show what the world could be like without Kris. I believe that they are an essence of the dark, says Brian the Celestial. Scary Game says Molly Stars went over them in the device theory videos. I will go 8 because that sounds correct. But I am not sure what the Shadow Crystals are about. Shadow Crystals show the past. The visions we can get are of Susie making a cold expression. The Dark Worlds being the rubes that they are in the Light World. These are all things that they used to be in the past. Susie wasn't friends with Kris and the Dark Worlds weren't made yet. That is also plausible. Shadow Crystals show that Deltarune is a video game. Some believe that Jevil and Spamton went insane because of something they actually saw. What if they were shown that they were actually inside of a video game? Well, it would make sense for why they went crazy. Deltarune and Undertale are already meta games. Yeah, but why would they show Susie with a cold expression? That doesn't really make sense. Shadow Crystals show the previous time loop theory? No, thank you. Shadow Crystals show a reality where the viewer doesn't exist theory. Could be interesting, actually. Shadow Crystals show a reality where Kris doesn't exist theory. Maybe. Ralsei has a Shadow Crystal theory. Yes! The prophecy Ralsei knows with 3 heroes appearing at the edge of the world is the same as a teaser for Deltarune that teased on the site long before the first chapter came out. The text was in Windings. Wouldn't that mean that Gaster told Ralsei about just like how Gaster encountered the other secret boss? That could mean that he has a Shadow Crystal. Yes, I think that this is basically canon. Sham has a Shadow Crystal theory. Considering the build-up there is for Sham being a secret boss, he could have his own Shadow Crystal as well. No? I think that Sham is the way that they are because they went mad from listening to Jevil's ramblings. I don't think that this is correct. Kris already has their own shadow crystal. No, not really. The secret bosses went crazy directly because of the strange man and not because of the shadow crystals. I mean, obviously. Hey, your one and only, thing for the $10.
To clarify the time loop thing, there is a theory that states that Deltarune takes place in a cyclical world, and Kris is trying to prevent the cycle from resetting by making the Dark Worlds.
But if that were the case, then wouldn't the game just not exist in those versions of the time loop? I think that people making this theory are just really huge fans of Bendy and the Ink Machine, TBH. Alright. Theories about the nature of the world. How does the world of Deltarune work in relation to Undertale and such? There are so many questions. Undertale Gaster is Deltarune Gaster. Some believe that since Gaster was shattered through time and space, he ended up in Deltarune. It's a universe like Undertale, but different, but not too different. I mean, yeah, no, Undertale Gaster is Deltarune Gaster, is basically canon. Not because he showed up in Deltarune, but because he's scattered throughout time and space. Gaster made Deltarune. Some believe that Gaster made the world of Deltarune. I don't think... No. I don't think that... Wait. I don't think that Gaster made Deltarune, but Gaster made the device that is allowing us to see into the world of Deltarune and connect to the world of Deltarune. So in this case, no, Gaster is not literally a game developer, but he is able to interact with the world, adjust it, and then send us to it through that device. So, kind of no. Gaster made the Dark Worlds exist theory. Some believe Gaster making the entire world of Deltarune is a little too much. The entry is about making something really, really dark. Darker, darker, yet darker. And what do we find in Deltarune? Dark Worlds. It's the Dark Worlds he made. The fountain texture is the same used in the background of the opening, and a short clip of another hymn plays when you enter a Dark World. Why are those connections there? I mean, yeah, I agree that Gaster is extremely connected to Dark Worlds, but I don't think he made them. I think that he is a part of the Dark Worlds. He is lost inside of them. Because the machine that he created in Undertale is a machine that allowed him to enter deeper and deeper Dark Worlds until he was completely, like, he fell in completely into, like, the fabric of reality. So, 50-50 on that one. Gaster discovered the Dark Worlds theory. There we go! Some believe Gaster only discovered the Dark Worlds he made. Him having connections to them was him falling deep into it, deep into darkness like Death did. Yes, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. Gaster fanboy theory. Some think Gaster is closer to being good and that he's gotten invested in the world of Deltarune. People think that a sort of bad ending or something happened. Gaster would then try to reach out to us to fix this.
I don't know if it's been brought up, but Homestuck has a concept called the Scratch, which basically makes a new timeline. I think this is relevant.
I mean, Toby Fox was a fan of, like, Homestuck, but I don't think that he's doing a Homestuck thing. Time travel isn't really relevant to the stories of Undertale or Deltarune. Toby worked on Homestuck. I mean, they used his song for it, like Megalovania. Like he made like a cover of Megalovania for one of the animations, but I don't think he was that involved in it. Like he already made Megalovania for one of his like Earthbound fan games, and then he made a track for Homestuck that was like a remade version of Megalovania. Oh no, where there was also one of the final like battle songs and like one of the final like acts of the game, of Homestuck. Like, he also made music for it. Hold on a second. Oh shit, my voice is starting to give out. I've been talking about this for 7 hours. Opa Toby Style was the name of that track. Hey, Chimerical Fruitcake. He made a ton of songs specifically for Homestuck. Let's see. Homestuck songs made by Toby Fox. Toby Fox made... Wow! Holy shit! I didn't know Toby's influence in Homestuck was this big. No wonder Homestuck has a banging soundtrack. Yo! Yo! There we go, there's Megalovania. I didn't fucking... Opa Toby Style, there we go, for like the Collide, which is like the finale of Homestuck. He made stuff for Hive Swap as well? Damn, Toby! Alright, that's cool as fuck. I didn't know he was that involved in the development of, like, Homestuck. Amazing. Anyways, people think that a sort of bad ending or something happened. Gaster would then try to reach out for us to fix this. Gaster would represent fans who would fan fiction trying to fix the piece of media they like. I like that. I like that theory. Deltarune and Undertale are alternate worlds related to each other in canon theory. These worlds might have similar characters and such, but are they both canon with each other? Not in the same universe, but a different timeline or parallel world close to by Undertale? Pretty much. Deltarune is a sequel in an alternate world to the genocide route of Undertale. At the end of the genocide route, Kara talks about destroying this world and moving on to the next. When you open up the game after the world is destroyed, you can eventually make Kara talk again by waiting. You can then sell your soul to get the game back. Some believe that the red soul was put into the Kris after all this. It is still the soul the player controls after all. Basically 10 out of 10. Hey, Fire.
Last one, but I think Undertale is what happened after Deltarune has a scratch-like event. Like Gaster being shattered across time and space.
That makes a lot of fucking sense, actually. Undertale is a sequel in an alternate world to Deltarune. Some believe that the characters from Deltarune moved over to Undertale in some way. Something bad might have happened that could make them want to leave. We see Sans talking about multiple timelines trying to get back, as if Deltarune is a different timeline. He says, and getting back to the surface doesn't really appeal anymore either. Which is weird for someone from the underground to say. He has a weird machine in a secret room, a picture of some people that say, don't forget. That's the name of one of the important songs from Deltarune. 10 out of 10, basically canon. Deltarune Sans is Undertale Sans theory. Yup, basically canon. Deltarune Papyrus is Undertale Papyrus theory, basically canon. Magic does not exist in the light world of Deltarune, basically canon. Monsters can't bleed theory. If magic doesn't exist for monsters, then how much closer are monsters to humans? They should be able to bleed too. Susie thinks that everyone bleeds, and she even has an unused sprite where she bleeds. What? What? Wait. What? Really? What? Wait. What? Hold on. Really? Where? Susie unused sprite. What? Unused sprite of Susie bleeding. Oh my fucking god, I've never seen this. Hold on a second. Is this in the game files? Susie. Yeah, like Susie see. Oh. Oh, this is like after Susie falls down in chapter 2, like after like she gets hurt in chapter 2. Oh wait, no, I think that was Ralsei, never mind. Huh.
Before Undertale came out, Toby Fox was originally the Homestuck OST guy. Lots of people into Homestuck switched to Undertale as a direct result.
Neat. Well, I wasn't in the Homestuck community back then. I read Homestuck, like, all the way through, but that was way after, like, its height in popularity. Thank you, Disher. I really didn't know about this. Yeah, you can see blood here. The trash pile she falls down. Oh, so... yeah, Susie would heal herself using her healing magic in chapter 2. Is this in the game files? Yeah, this is the same glowing green of the magic that she uses to heal, like, I think Ralsei in chapter 2 when they fall into the trash heap. It is unused, but still very interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I'm just mostly going off of the saying that Susie says of, like, everybody bleeds, right? Like, yeah, no, I think that monsters can bleed in Deltarune. Not in Undertale, by the way. I think it's like a fucking, like, MCU situation where, like, if you go into one world, then you become the thing from that world. Like... once you go into the Undertale world and you're a monster, you become made of magic type of deal, you know? So, like, monsters from Deltarune that would pass over into Undertale become magic. But that doesn't mean that they didn't originally bleed, you know? To be honest, I looked at those sprites and thought that she was blushing. That would be possible, Ash, if she didn't have blood on her hands. I don't think that hands can blush. Anyways. Doesn't Sans bleed in Undertale? I think that's just ketchup, man. I think that's just ketchup. Monsters don't turn to dust theory. If magic doesn't exist for monsters and they bleed, then do they even turn to dust when dying? They have graveyards, which is a tradition a society of creatures with corpses would develop. Some believe Birdley died in the weird route and he doesn't turn to dust. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. A dark world does exist prior to the fountain's creation theory. The dark worlds do exist before the fountain is made. It exists on a different plane in the universe but parallel to the light world. Considering they're based on the objects in the room, the darkness have history with each other even before the fountains. Where else did the darkness come from when a fountain is made? From that other plane. Makes sense, 10 out of 10. Dark world does not exist prior to the fountain's creation. No, that doesn't make sense because the characters have, like, a life. Hometown stopped using magic because of Kris. That doesn't seem right. Humans are trapped in the underground in Deltarune theory. Kris seems to be the only human in town. Maybe they're the only human in the overground, because maybe this is an alternate world where monsters won the war and humans were trapped instead. That would make the parallels between the two games even stronger. I don't think so. I don't think so because at the end of the day, it's just one town. It doesn't mean that the entire world is humanless. It just seems that that one town where Kris lives in is just full of monsters. Humans and monsters both live overground theory. Yup. Deltarune is a world where Kara doesn't exist theory. I mean, Kara is Kris in this universe, so kind of technically. Undertale was made in Andrew Husby's basement, Lamau. Yeah, I have heard of that joke. Just a jelly bean, thank you. breakable time loop / reset theory. Some believe the whole game is stuck in a time loop. Don't Forget is a song about the roaring happening and the characters not wanting to forget each other. The secret boss is going insane over being stuck in a time loop would make sense. Ultimately, in the end, the angel's heaven is sealed and the time loop is broken. Some believe that it's in its second iteration. Some think the player is being contacted by Gaster as some sort of cry for help. Something that Kris didn't exist in the last reset somehow. That's a big theory. It is kind of neat. But overall, I don't think that's where the story wants to go, because there's ultimately no meta-narrative for the time loop theory to exist. It doesn't really seem like it's necessary for the points and themes of the story. It is a cool theory, though, but it doesn't seem to have much of a purpose other than, ooh, this is a cool thing, or something. I feel like Toby Fox's writing is better than the Meatleys. Same with this one. Device theory. Oh, that's a whole thing! Hey, Firefly, thank you for the $5.
Okay, I lied. This is the last one to show my theory. Look up the land of heat and clockwork and Beat Mesa. It's where the scratch happens. It's Hotland.
Huh. Man, I barely remember anything about the scratch in Homestuck, and I read it like years ago. Thank you, Firefly. What Gaster used to connect the world of Deltarune takes in is the literal Deltarune.exe file. He didn't make the game, but just the device that connects us to that connects us. All Gaster-related files are related to this device. The code name is labeled device. The player being connected to the device is similar to how saving in Undertale was an important part of the plot. There seems to be layers of existence here. The UI for the Light World and Dark Worlds are different. The Dark World has actual gameplay, the way how Lightners escape to the Dark Worlds, and Noelle being interested in video game secrets is similar to how Deltarune is a game we escape to and analyze the weird secrets of. Gaster wants to see how deep this can go. Gaster even comments on you naming yourself after Kris, Susie, and Noelle in the Gunner Maker. They're more open with escaping to these Dark Worlds. Yeah, no, like, I'm 100% believer in the device theory. Molly Stars did such a good job at it, like 10 out of 10 work. Creator's deeper analysis of device theory. The device theory is a 3-part series of videos analyzing important evidence for one chapter for part 1, second for the other chapter. The important part here is chapter 3, which is an in-depth video theorizing and analyzing the game. The previous rateable theory is just the core of the theory and the conclusions you can reach. They don't even have to be exactly the same as what the creator goes into. The deeper analysis the creator goes through is about what it could mean for the story. Hour 7! Give it up for Hour 7! Thank you, Friender. Whatever gameplay elements are diegetic and more, the last section at least goes into Gaster and how he is a character who gets invested in the world of Deltarune and connects us to it and to try to help it and give us more choices. Him not stopping the player from playing the weird route, his connections to Noelle. The secret bosses show that he might want us to go through the same game multiple times to reach some sort of goal. There are more important things than reaching the end, as in the one true ending isn't the end. The angel seems to be the second voice. Nah, not that one, but yeah, I mostly agree with that. Have you watched part 3 of the series? Yes. Holy fucking shit. How many pages are there left? Man! Angel Theories. There is so many pages of this goddamn thing. Does anybody know how far along we are? Is there like a progress bar or something? Let me see. Is there a progress bar for this? There is not. Man. Hey Phil, are you having fun? It's been 7 hours. Hey Loopback, thank you for the $7.
A whole 7 hours. I wish I knew how long this thing lasted though, Lamau.
1 or 2 more pages left, says mentally chill. Alright, let's finish it! Angel Theories. The angel's an important entity in the religion in Hometown, and it also seems to be important to the prophecy. Who is the angel? Asriel is the angel. No. Gaster is the angel. No. They're the devil! Noelle is the angel. In the Ferris wheel scene, Noelle says that she would jump out and grow a big pair of angel wings and fly, because she thinks it's a dream. Noelle also gets called an angel multiple times in the weird route. Noelle has parallels with Jesus from the New Testament! Somewhat godly! Oh, we're so fucking brain-rotted. Noelle has parallels with Jesus Christ from the New Testament, someone godly. Noelle gets the Ring of Thorns in the weird route, and Jesus Christ gets the Crown of Thorns. Similar names, huh? The Noelle crucifixion theory! Assuming that Queen is indeed a parallel to Noelle's mom, do you think that her mom is not only alcoholic, but also regularly crucifies her daughter whenever she misbehaves? Like hiding her beer bottles away from her? Oh, the Noelle crucifixion theory, though. You know what? Fuck it. I think this is a perfect time to bring up the Noelle gets hit by a car theory by Poco Paku. I had thoughts about this idea for Deltarune's narrative, and I haven't found a way to put it into a digestible manner until late last night. So here's a thread on my thoughts on the narrative reasons for Snowgrave, or Noelle gets hit by a car theory! Something that stuck with me about Deltarune is that Toby Fox has made his thoughts on official Lightner merch very clear. It's limited, and plushes are a big no-no. What does it mean? This is probably because the light world is supposed to be closer to reality than the dark world. This decision to restrict merchandise for these characters is probably to coat them in a layer of reality as to give them more respect in the narrative. That makes total 100% fucking sense. Our world, the light world, and the dark world. That totally makes 100% fucking sense. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, that is like canon. As a result, I think that something terrible is going to happen to one or more of the Lightners, regardless of the route. Owning a plush of a character who just died might be a bit sad. Thanks to Snowgrave, we are aware of how seriously the mortality of Lightners is taken. Loving that face, Birdly. Loving that face. You know where this is going. I think that somewhere near the conclusion of Deltarune, Noelle is gonna get hit by a fucking car! Noelle is going to die due to circumstances entirely out of the player's control. My theory uses a car crash as an example, but the event can be anything that results in her death. You know what? I agree! I think that we can fucking kill Noelle in Chapter 4. There is a car! Thank you, Shonix. No, but I think that Poco is fucking cooking, though. Because I think that we're gonna be able to fucking kill Noelle in Chapter 4. So this has genuine merit, though. It will be very sad, treated ominously and realistically, and will happen regardless of most of your choices in the game. However, what if Noelle was strong enough not to be killed? Through means that we, as the player, can control. What if we make Noelle strong enough that her magic awakens in the light world after enough vigorous training in dark worlds, reflexively saving herself, casting a spell she thought she didn't know? It was all a dream all along, right? Yo!
Let Noelle die for our sins theory.
Yo, but they're fucking cooking though! This whole idea stemmed from the huge Save Asriel moment in the early Undertale community, where people were making fan work after fan work where Asriel is saved from flowerhood somehow. So what if in Deltarune, you could save someone else, just in a weird, very specific way? Yo! Yo! By convincing her to hurt living things, stealing from her, gaslighting her, killing lots of people, including her friends. But hey, she's alive! We saved Noelle! She didn't die at the end. What a job well done. Man! For most people, our choices don't matter. People die. That's how the world works. But for us, gods that can act on a world how we wish, if we can find a way for someone to survive by breaking the person we're saving in the process, is that truly saving? Yo! That's fucking nuts! Do we let Noelle die naturally, or do we kill Birdly to save her? Yo! I'm a believer of Noelle gets hit by a car theory now. Poco fucking cooked! Very good. Very good. 10 out of 10. Anyways. Noelle is the angel. I would say like maybe 6 or 7. Des is the angel. Nope. Player angel theory. The angel is a sort of god, and we are also a sort of god over this world, with the control we have. In the legend, when Castletown is shown, it has this Deltarune symbol on it and a big wings. The town will be named after you. The angel symbol can be found in the room Ralsei made for Kris. The symbol is there as well. The 3 triangles are blue, like Kris, green, like Ralsei, and pink, like Susie. These are the characters we control. The Deltarune is a circle with wings, and 3 triangles with a heart. In Undertale, there's a... Hey, Trash Man.
Noelle gets hit by a car and dies. Audio.
There is a car! 3 triangles are blue, like blah 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 blah. The Deltarune is a circle, blah 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 blah. Undertale is a story about an angel who has seen the surface, coming to the underground and making them free. Both pacifist and genocide routes are described by Gerson in the theory. What could this mean? 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, best game, best game. The angel is the angel. Ah, come the fuck on. Multiple angels, fuck off. Fucking love it. Third entity theories. What the fuck? A truck is backing up, like, outside my window. Fucked up. Anyways. Third entity theories. Some believe there's not 2, not 4, not 5, but 3 entities. Who are these 3 entities, and why 3? There is a third entity controlling Kris. No. The third entity is Kara. No. Third entity is Des. No. Third entity is Gaster. No. Third entity is Frisk. No. Third entity is someone new. No. How much do you care about this aspect of the game? No. Des Theories. Here we go. Des is the sister of Noelle who seems to not be around anywhere. What's up with her? Des's real name is December, basically canon. Des is the unused code in game theory. I mean, in game. Basically canon. Des is a human, no. Asgore had hand in Des's disappearance theory. Some believe Des went missing and the police had to investigate it. Asgore used to work at the police station, but he was fired. It could be because of this. Asgore might have done some sort of mistake in regards to the situation, or specific assumptions were thrown around even though he was only doing his job, or he wasn't able to figure out what happened to her. It would explain why Toriel is mad at Asgore. Some believe the male Asgore god is from Noelle's mom, and that would explain why the male is so harsh. 10 out of 10, basically canon. 10 out of 10. Des is lost in a dark world theory. Some believe the unused code is in a sort of dark world, a really, really dark one. Des even says it's so dark here. Yes, I believe not only that, but I believe that Des is lost in a dark world made inside of a dark world. Like, it's a different layer. So yes, canon. Des is lost in the bunker theory. Probably yes as well. Des went only missing theory. People believe she went missing and ended up in the code. She isn't dead. Yes, she is not dead. Des died. No. No. Des got killed by Noelle. What the fuck? No. Des got killed by Kris. Wait, hold on. When going down the bunker in Chapter 2, you'll get a cutscene where two characters from class are talking about the bunker being scary and they mention Kris. Kris has some kind of connection to the bunker, but they don't say what it is. Maybe this is where Kris killed Des. No. Des and Gaster are working together. No! I think that she's just lost in the code, man, and she's like a victim being used. I like this a lot, though. I want to see what happens with Des throughout the game. Outside game content theories. The next newsletters will come out when this survey, I just know it. Hopefully that one doesn't spring any new really small theories. Yes, there are several theories I could have put here, but they felt fit elsewhere. These don't really have any other place to be, so I just put them here. Tenna is the name of the next main boss theory. Yep. Tenna is the name of the next secret boss. No, they're the next main boss. Mike is the name of the next main boss theory. No. Mike is the name of the next secret boss theory. Maybe Woody will be called Mike? Well, Mike, you know? We don't know Woody's name. I'll give it like a 6, honestly. You forgot wrong one, bro? What? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'll give it a 6, honestly. Mike is the name of image friend. No, because you find that in the cyberworld basements. No. Mike is not anyone, it's actually just Gaster. No, I think that he specifically was talking about a guy. Mike Cat! Some people believe that this sprite to be like a Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. No. Mysterious Valentine's letter is from Gaster Theory. In the 2024 newsletter, a bunch of Valentine's letters from different characters were made. One of them was a really rare and also quite mysterious one. It was hard to read what it was saying, so you had to squint your eyes, almost as if they were actually written in Windings. The letter is also in caps lock, which is how Gaster speaks, and also similar short sentences. Yes, I also believe that Gaster made a goofy-ass Valentine's letter for you, and like I like this theory because it gives Gaster like a genuinely goofy personality. Like, I think that this is true because like the way that the letter like gives Gaster like some characterization is actually really cute. He's just a little bit of a silly guy, you know? Like, he's really serious when he's conducting his experiments, but when he wants to, like, you know, relax and, like, just talk a little bit about Deltarune and just talk to the player normally, I think he just might be a little bit silly. Mysterious Valentine's letter is from the Man Theory. I mean, technically, yeah, because that's Gaster. Next secret boss? Nah, I don't think so, because why would the secret boss know what Deltarune is called? Mysterious letter is from the next main boss. No, that doesn't make sense. Tenna. No, doesn't make sense. Mike theory. Not really. Otov says, feed the Azazel. Oh yes, I will probably have to feed her in a bit. Don't worry about it, though. Almost there. Mysterious Valentine's letter is from Image Friend. No, really. Yeah, these would really benefit from having, like, multiple choice answers.
The barber butchered my haircut and I look like a lesbian.
Thank you, Thee, for the $5 and the funny info. Spring newsletter is hinting at the flower shop being a dark world in Chapter 4. There's a lot of inclusion of Asgore and those flowers from his shop. Could they be hinting at a possible flower shop dark world in Chapter 4, since Chapter 3 and 4 are released together? I think that Asgore just likes flowers, man. Ice Palace in Chapter 3. No, I think it's gonna be Chapter 4. Megalovania will be in Deltarune. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Yes. Yes. I think that Megalovania will be in Deltarune, and it will be the boss theme for Susie. I think that if you go on long enough throughout the weird route, that you cause real harm to characters, Susie will stop you at some point and fight you. And her theme will be Megalovania. Because Megalovania is not Sansa's theme. Megalovania is a theme put at, like, the end of something, like a really climatic final fight. And I think that Susie will be the one to give it to you in, like, the game. So absolutely 10 out of 10. The song Penumbra Phantasm will be in Deltarune. Absolutely 10 out of 10. Nightmare Night will be in Deltarune. I don't give it that much credit. Skies Forever Blue is foreshadowing Deltarune. I don't think so. And I think we're done. Oh, don't forget! I almost forgot about these myself, ironically enough. Don't Forget is the song that's sung at the end of Chapter 1, and its motif is present everywhere within the game. In Undertale, his theme was an important song and motif. Don't Forget is very much one as well. But who could be singing it? Okay, I am going to rate all of these, like technically 50-50 on all of these, because I gotta be honest, I have my own personal theory for this. So, like, Ralsei 50-50, Asriel 50-50, Susie 50-50, Kara 50-50. Not really, that one's still bad. Don't Forget is sung by a character that's left purposely ambiguous. Not really, but... Okay, is there anything you want to say in regards to these theories? In my opinion, Don't Forget is not sung by a specific character. Don't Forget is a motif from multiple different perspectives. Like, oh my fucking god, friend inside me. Anyways. There's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. I fully believe that the lyrics to this song are not about a specific character, it's about multiple characters. Let me see the lyrics for this. Friend inside me jump scare. Right, so the lyrics of this is when the light is running low and the shadows start to grow and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. That could be the player talking to Kris. Don't worry, Kris. I'm still with you in the dark. That could be Des comforting Noelle about how she is still with her in the dark. Don't forget about Des. Find Des, you know? It could be about Gaster talking to the player, that even though everything is going wrong, don't forget Gaster is with you in the dark, you know? I think that this can be a thematic through line that is being applied to multiple character relationships in Deltarune. And thus, not a single person is singing this song, but it is a song about the game itself, about Deltarune, you know? So in reality, I think that it just connects with multiple people and multiple plot points in the game, you know? Ending theories. Oh, hey, Kako, how's it going? Bro is still yapping after several games and watching JJK Zero movie. Oh my god. Yeah, we're almost hitting 8 hours. Dude, look at the bottom left of the screen. When I said that this stream is an outlet for my autism, I was not fucking kidding. Ending theories. How about we end this off with some theories in regards to the ending? There will be only one ending theory. Toby said that there's only going to be one ending. He was asked about it and he said that there are more important things than reaching the end. No matter, this one ending is it. Seems like he wants us to care about the journey. Why would he lie? The endings for the chapters at least have all been the same, no matter what secret thing you can do. It reinforces that there's only going to be one ending. Yup! There is only going to be one ending in Deltarune. There will be multiple endings. Nah. That will be disappointing. The weird route will give you the real ending. Nope. Collecting the eggs will give you the real end. Nope. Beating all the secret bosses will give you the nope. The true ending is in the middle of the game and not in the end theory. What the fuck? No. Okay, this survey didn't, like, explain it, so I guess I will talk about the ending myself. I believe that the ending is going to be the same thing. At the very end of the game, you will be banished from Deltarune. The Angel's Heaven will be banished, and therefore you will be locked out of playing the game. The characters will come and seal the Dark Fountains and save the world. And then the credits will roll and the player will be banished from the world. However, that doesn't mean that the stuff you can do in the game is not going to affect the characters deeply. I think that because of the way that this is constructed, that you will be able to permanently affect relationships and the status of characters within Deltarune, while still the ending will be the same. It just matters because the characters will end up more or less miserable by the end.
Go feed Azazel. She needs sustenance.
In a minute! I'm almost done. Anyways, I believe that in the end, it will be the same, but you will have characters end up happier or not. Tomato Toast says, I sent a theory in chat earlier. Thank you, but I can't find it. There's a lot of, like, text on chat. Hey, Slice.
Papyrus Mad Mew Mew for life 5555.
I love that profile picture. But yes, in the end, it won't even matter. But, you know, we will be able to save Des, or we will be able to fucking kill everyone in the weird route. But at the end of the day, we will still be sealed away from the world of Deltarune when the ending actually happens. Questions about you! Is what people believe in based on coincidence or the order they got specific evidence and other factors? What beliefs are common in what groups? Tell me about yourself. How much are you into Deltarune theories? Look at the length of this VOD. Hey, take a look at the length of this VOD. How much do you think I'm into Deltarune theories? 10 out of 10. Did anyone specific get you into Deltarune theories and lore? Myself? What? Any other theorists you like? Molly Stars. Molly Stars. There's also Andrew Cunningham. And... who else would be... who else have I watched videos from? Put yourself! Myself! Nah, that's too egocentrical. I guess Matt Pat! Matt Pat, fuck it! If you're more into theories when did you get invested into theories and theorizing about Deltarune? Fucking 2018. How confident are you in what you believe in? It will happen! What's your favorite Deltarune theory? The device theory. What's the worst Deltarune theory? Astral's dust. Any specific theories you used to believe in back when only chapter 1 was out? I was pretty, like... I was pretty into, like, you know... Kara is not controlling Kris theory. Any specific theories you used to believe in during this period after chapter 2 came out? Toriel will be a party member in chapter 3. I mean, I still believe in those. If I used to believe them, I thought that you would have a dark world on the church in chapter 4, but I don't think that anymore. Church, dark world in chapter 4. How much do you consider yourself to be a part of the fan base? I don't interact with the Deltarune Undertale community much, but I'm obsessed with Undertale. Like a 3? You used to believe in the hospital dark world before chapter 2. Yeah, that's also true. What parts of the fandom are you in? I love the memes, I love the videos, I love the theories, I love the fan art, I love fan music, I love fan comics, I love fan fiction, I love fan games and mods, I love fan sprites! Which did you find out about first and then played? Undertale! I didn't actually play Undertale back when the demo/Kickstarter was around. I only played it when it came out. Which is better? Deltarune. Which is better? Chapter 2. Who is your favorite Deltarune character? Kris. I love Kris.
I'm tempted to make a video on some of my theories on Undertale/Deltarune as I'm not seeing theories that I have in this list. Thoughts?
That would be great. I would love to watch some more Deltarune theory videos. I will consume any Deltarune theory video at this point, TBH. Thank you, bowl of noodle soup. Not Susie? You're right, it's Susie. You're completely right, it's Susie. Favorite Undertale character? Sans Undertale. Which is the most special thing about Undertale/Deltarune in your opinion? The characters, the story, the humor, everything. Can I put everything? Characters? Characters on story? Everything? God, the music and sound is so good. All of the above. Maybe story. The story contain characters? Yes, it does. Since I've now uploaded a video linking to the survey, did you get the video shared/recommended, or did it come from the previous Kris Night video I made? The theory survey video was shared/recommended to me. Any forgotten gems I should have put in here? Won't add any because this whole form lags for me now. Yo guys, is there any theory that we've talked about on the stream that was not present in this form? Car theory. Noelle gets hit by a car theory. Noelle being Jesus. Yeah, the hit by a car one, that's actually a pretty good one, honestly. Is there anything you want to say about yourself before the survey is over? Anything that you think could be important for the survey results?
Ralsei is Israel's forgotten joint theory.
Thank you, Retro, for the $5. Ralsei been smooking that Asriel doobie. My name is Phisnom. I love the Deltarune. It was difficult to piece the theories together. There we go. There we go! Thanks to people on the Andrew Cunningham server for giving evidence to some of these theories and requesting more. Thanks to Molly Stars for approving the summary of their own theory and some survey results advice. Thanks to the people who all made these theories and Toby Fox for making both Deltarune and Undertale. Thanks to Shiruba, myself, for making this whole survey. Yay! Thank you for participating! Man, that was a long boy. We did it, guys! We finished the stream! Yippee, 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 yippee! I think I'm pretty tuckered out by now. I think that we hit pretty much every single thing that I wanted to cover on the stream. So I am glad that you guys were entertained enough by my autism. Boy, this stream is gonna be a pain in the ass to timestamp, but I guess we'll see what happens. And, once again, if I'm right, use this entire stream as gospel. If I'm wrong about what happens in Chapter 3 and 4, fuck me, I guess. I will still enjoy the video game, so I don't care. Like, if I'm wrong, Toby will still make a good-ass game, so I don't care. But if I'm right, then I called it so fucking hard! That's why I don't care about being, like, very forceful with my theories, because at the very end of the day, we're just having fun and talking about our favorite fucking video games. After all, it's just a theory. A game theory! I think it's time to go now. I have to go feed the Azazel, so I will go do that right now. Thank you so much for spending time with me, and I'll see all y'all hopefully next week with Deltarune. Hopefully they release a trailer. By God, please release a trailer, I beg of you. Next week, Toby, please! But it's time to go now. I'll see you all later, okay? Bye-bye.
the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like fantasy. There's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold, with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.